Serious, what is your small town dark secret story? No one thought to look their point. About a decade ago there was a crime spike here. It was really bad because one cartel tried to displace the other, and because we're a sleepy town across the border from the US, we a prime cartel real estate point. However, when they weren't tearing each other up in the streets, they would abduct, interrogate, kill and dispose of the bodies of their rivals until eventually one cartel managed to keep the town. One thing that baffled the authorities was their stealth. They came out of nowhere, struck their target, and vanished into the shadows. That may be possible for a small unit or even a lone agent, but that's unheard of in a cartel. Federal investigations were made, and no one was able to find the cartel's headquarters. It had to be big, because they had weapons, vehicles, metal shops, dorms, kitchens and the corpse disposal equipment. They looked everywhere, nearby ranches, warehouses, junkyards, nothing. Until they looked where no one thought to look. A few kilometers outside of here is a fully operational state prison that they were using as their headquarters. Everyone was in on it, from the inmates to the guards to the warden to the governor. People were killed there, dissolved in acid, and the drums were dumped in a nearby river. Since then the prison operation has been shut down, and the former governor is a wanted man by the Interpol. Edit. Spelling corrected. Also, since this post has earned me the most upvotes yet and first medals, which I appreciate, I felt obliged to make sure that the facts are correct. For those asking, this is not Juarez in the state of Chihuahua. Juarez has had its share of atrocities, but I've never lived there, nor know the specifics of its crime habits. While not the town mentioned, it's entirely possible for Juarez to have suffered crimes with the same MO. The town I'm talking about is Piedras Negras in the state of Coahuila. It's a city of less than 200k population, across the border from Eagle Pass in Texas, another small town of 9 square miles, situated between Laredo and Del Rio. I'd also wish to make a correction about 2 statements. First is that the bodies were not dissolved in acid, but burned to ashes inside steel drums. The ashes were thrown in a river a few kilometers away. Over 100 people were disposed of this way. Forensic authorities have combed the river, finding small bone fragments and testing their DNA. As of 2016, 9 have been identified. Second, there is a dispute over the governor responsible. At that time, the governor of the state was Humberto Moreira. However, he resigned before finishing his term, so he could run for another office, which he lost. Because he resigned, a provisional governor was assigned the name George Torres. During this time, there was absolute media silence regarding the matter. Either because of bureaucratic stonewalling, cartel threats or government payoffs. However, a national magazine called Preciso wrote an article about the crimes being committed in the state, and Moreira ordered all copies of the magazine removed from newsstands when the problems in the state started to surface. They both left the country. Moreira got a scholarship to study in Spain, which no one was able to identify the source, and he also lived in a chalet that had a monthly rent higher than his salary as governor. Meanwhile, Torres fled to the US. Moreira managed to transfer the blame of all the wrongdoings of his administration onto Torres. Moreira was arrested by the Interpol a few years back, charged with money laundering. Incredible as it may seem, the Spanish authorities handed him over to Mexico, where he has lived as a free man, going as far as to create his own political party. No charges of any crime have ever been brought on him, and he maintains his claim of innocence. Since his return, he has never left the country. To mock his claim, one senator went so far as to invite him to the Super Bowl with all expenses paid. Moreira, fearing the Interpol, passed on the invitation. The senator tweeted a picture of the empty seat. Meanwhile, Torres was caught in the US and also faced charges for money laundering. He pleaded guilty in summer of this year. It's worth noting that Torres' testimony gives details as to the cartel's operations during Moreira's administration, including the protection they received in the times, dates, and sums of bribes paid. The Mexican government never included these statements as part of their investigation. Here's a report in Spanish by a national news source detailing the prison's activities. 15 years ago, the local district attorney called his longtime girlfriend and told her he was taking the day off from work and that he loved her. He parked his car in town and went for a stroll past the local shops. He hasn't been seen since. His car was found where he had parked it the next day. He had left his cell phone in the car, but his keys and wallet were missing. Later that year, his laptop, since its hard drive, was found under a bridge at a nearby river. The hard drive was eventually discovered by a local woman walking along the bank of the river, but it was too damaged to recover any data from point. Interestingly, investigators discovered that someone had done a search on his home computer for how to wreck a hard drive. Did he jump from a local bridge? Did he encounter someone whom he had prosecuted who did him harm? Or did he escape his life to start a new one? Thanks/you/Fligo098 for the award. Back in the 80s, a couple were driving a motorbike when they were stopped by 3 men, who then raped the woman while forcing her husband to watch. Then they killed both. The police caught them not so long after. The same night that they were caught, a mob of 300 plus people gathered in front of the police department, broke in and told the sheriff, "You guys did an excellent job, now leave it to us." The mob broke the cell where the 3 men were, beat them up and attached them, alive, into cars and dragged them for 4 miles until a park in the middle of the city, where they set them on fire, alive, while everybody was clapping and cheering. Almost nobody talks about it now, but there's even video of it. I will try to find in case anyone is interested. Edit. Found the video. It's in Portuguese. You can't see nothing besides the flames, screams, and blood, but still. Edit to link to the video. Obviously NSFW. Graphic violence included. https://yauta.b/7g40sosta-y4 edit 3. Found out more details that I didn't knew. The mob was actually 2k plus people. It was 5 days before Christmas and the woman didn't die. She played dead after they killed her husband, ran and told the police. Link to the article for those who want to try to translate. About 40% of my hometown was homeless. No one had jobs. No one could afford any kind of housing situation. Neighbors paid for heat where they could on houses people were squatting in, and everyone invited everyone else over for dinner every night. We didn't know who was homeless. We just did it. We hired anyone and everyone for odd jobs. A lot of people just lived as they would when they were kids. Keep the fireplace going with trees you chopped down, gathered water by the well and traded, farmed, and trapped for food. I went to school with a lot of homeless kids. We had, looking back, the most robust school breakfast program I've ever heard of. I thought it was normal for over half the school to show up, until I moved to the city. You just gave people the dignity they deserved. No one was ashamed if they dropped out at grade 10. We all knew that if they needed the job they should take it. Looking back, I realize how wild it is. Our town was so poor and no one was treated any differently by me and mine, at least. Sure, there were some rich people, but they overwhelmingly went to the other school. And there were no panhandlers, no beggars, nothing like that. I was just told the Buses were coming over for dinner. Did I like them? No, I kinda think they were dicks. But never did I make them feel uncomfortable, and most just ate, had some tea, and left. And if that doesn't tickle your fancy, a whale washed up on shore one week and all the guys in the local high school took turns having sex with it. All of them. Edit. To clarify, the whale part happened after I graduated a few years ago. It was a very public thing when it was happening and no one likes to talk about it since. TW. Child abuse/Rappy. A well-known and well-loved public service figure was shot in the head by his stepson. His young daughters saw the entire thing and one had to reach into their dead father's pocket to get a phone and call 911. The stepson was arrested and has been in jail for over 20 years. Not sure of exact numbers. One of the girls recently started a petition to free her stepbrother from prison. He was acting in self-defense. Their father had been sexually abusing all of them for years and the stepbrother took the fall to keep his stepsister safe. Her post about it was so shocking. We all thought that he had been murdered over money or something, but she revealed so much. She said that he'd cycle through all of the kids. They dreaded hearing their father's footsteps outside of their door because they knew it was their turn that night. There's a lot more to it, obviously, but it's horrific. Her recollection and plea to free her stepbrother went into so much detail. Edit. Here's a petition. I couldn't find her post that I described, the in detail one, but I believe it's on Facebook. I feel like it really is out there. I just don't have a Facebook account. My mom originally read it out to me because she had personally known the piece of sheet. In order to access any of that pointed to, here's a first-hand recollection of the event by one of the man's victims. TW, of course. It isn't easy to listen to, but I think it's better to listen to her than solely rely on what I've said. The town I was raised in wasn't exactly small, but here's the one dark secret I know. My hometown was where lots and lots of sports players had their mansions. And so of course, their wives and children were out and about in the community a lot. Every single sports player wife in that town was, it's, heavily addicted to opioids. Every single one. Opioid addiction is obviously an epidemic all over the country, but among the rich wives in the town, it had a 100% infection rate, so to speak. I know because one of my friend's mom was the hairdresser for basically every single one of those wives. I was homeless my senior year of HS, and one of the sports player wives heard about me from her, and she gifted me an iPhone. That phone was pennies to her, but I still wish I'd expressed my thanks more, because that wife died of an overdose not long after. Sorry if that wasn't much of a dark secret, but yeah. I've got 2-3. We have a prison for young delinquents in our town. Back in the 80s a student escaped and broke into an elderly couple's home. He stranged and raped the wife in front of her wheelchair-bound husband. He then beat the old man, but I don't know if he died or not. A young woman was running on our HS track and a student went outside and stabbed her to death using a metal compass. Edit. Sorry, I meant a metal compass, not a protractor. Whichever one has the stabby part pointed to. I got another one for you guys. In the 80s a son of an NYPD detective stabbed a mid-20s woman to death in her driveway over 40 times. There was a huge manhunt for the guy. My parents told me the rumor was the woman's husband was gay and having an affair with the man. But there is also a rumor that the man killed his own wife and the guy that was convicted was an easy target based on his mental capacity and reputation. I actually met the guy over the summer during an investigation I was doing. I'm pi. The guy was definitely strange, but he was in prison for 20 years. I used to do pest control in rural West Texas, and one of the places I serviced was a church in a town called Hamlin. Turns out Joel Osteen's father was a preacher there decades ago, before he went to Houston and started his mega church there. But why did he leave Hamlin, Texas and head south, one may ask? Well, according to the pastor of the church in Hamlin and everyone that worked there, it's because Joel's father had an affair and knocked up his mistress. Word quickly spread in small town Hamlin and Papa Osteen was pretty much run out of town. He went south, ran another church somewhere for a bit, and then made his way to Houston, where he founded the mega church that his little bastard antichrist would eventually become famous for. Edit. Apparently the poser's name is Osteen, not Alstein. Also, found a wiki page for his dad. It mentions the church in Hamlin, but for some reason left out the part about banging others' bitches. I don't know if it's considered a dark secret, but in the county I lived in from ages 10 to 18, we had a soldier die under some extremely questionable circumstances. They said he was high/drunk/experiencing mental distress and raided a nursery, the plant kind. They claimed he was attacked by wasps and ran. He called 911 several times and claimed that someone was chasing him and was trying to kidnap him. In the last 911 call, he said everything was fine. Suddenly, just 14 to 15 minutes later, he was struck by a woman who stopped and called 911. He was run over 2 more times and died. The autopsy showed no signs of bee or wasp stings. The connection to the nursery is due to the fact that it was just up the road from where he died. The place was ransacked, pizza eaten, money taken, but his wallet and phone were sitting on the counter, undisturbed. However, the family was not okay with that explanation, especially because he had previously texted that there were some problems with the local boys, since the soldier wasn't from this part of the state. So the family had a private investigator look into it. They analyzed the 911 recordings and found several instances of other people talking in the background, though most of it couldn't be made out, except one. In the 911 call where he told the operator that everything was fine, a male voice could be heard saying, "Tell her." And the nursery? There was no DNA, no fingerprints, no footprints that lead back to the soldier, even though his phone and wallet were there in the building. A lot of people, his family included, think he was killed by some of the local guys there after they got into a fight about something. They chased him down and caught him. He was able to run again after the final 911 call and was hit by a driver while trying to get help. And the police in the county covered the entire thing up because the boys involved were connected to the department somehow. Of the 3 drivers, none were charged for hitting/running over him. I think only the first driver stopped, but it was discovered that one of the other drivers was connected to the department either through family or friendship. It's a crazy story, but you can look it up. Just search Austin McGeo. I wouldn't be too surprised, since there is a lot of shady stuff happening in small town police departments, including covering up rapes that officers commit. I really hope his family gets him justice. A freshman with Asperger's was being abused by his family at home. He was a problem child and got in trouble on purpose, but no one went too hard on him because of his home life. He was a well-loved kid at school and in the community. One day just before holiday break in December he was really sick, but his mom sent him to school anyway, locked him out of the house. He decided to try and get into one of the empty houses down the street, through the chimney. Now this kid was the size of a 2nd grader, but he was too big to fit through. Since chimneys taper down thinner, mom never answered her phone when the school reported him missing. Went a whole day without reporting her kid missing. No one knew what happened to him. It was about a month and a half before we knew what happened to him. We all thought he ran away, was alive somewhere, maybe went to his sister's house. Nope. Dead in a chimney. The schools organized an entire week of counseling and such. They wore pink for a day and handed little pink ribbons on pins for him, since his favorite color was pink. Everyone was hit really hard by it. That's how our small town started 2020. It hasn't gotten any better, as you can see. So weird that it's almost been a year now. A bunch of teachers and administrators from my high school went to a conference over the summer. Apparently on the way there they came up with whatever happens it stays at. A bunch of them slept together, but I guess it got out of hand and some of the people that didn't want to participate in the crazy sesh started to get harassed. One particularly good-looking female teacher that didn't want to participate had reported the harassment to the school principal. He did nothing about it. That night several male teachers and the school dean forced her into a hotel room and raped her. A lot of teachers and admins did not return to school in the fall. The teachers got off with the rape because it was her word against this, and they all claimed she consented. And then when the regret set in, started to claim rape. It was really sad. She kept teaching, but was a different person. She was always a very happy, energetic type teacher. After the rape all her joy was gone. A guy I went to high school with threw a trailer hitch at an indigenous woman and yelled "got one." When he did, she suffered terrible injuries and was in the hospital for months before eventually dying. She had some other health conditions that didn't make it easy for her to stay alive. He was being tried for aggravated assault first, then they brought it up to 2nd-degree murder. It's been brought down to manslaughter because they didn't have enough evidence to charge it as murder. He pleaded guilty to the manslaughter charge. My city is plagued with a major prejudice to the indigenous people. My family was the same way. I grew up thinking it was normal and said some terrible things. I realized I didn't even know why I had this hate. I did a 180 on that a while ago. This is how a lot of the town is, and the sad part is there are so many people in the city that are on this guy's side because she was going to die anyway, because they were just looking for hookers, or she was drunk. Basically anything to cover up what they really mean, because she is native. Shit like this is normal here. The police have labeled some deaths as accidental drownings, even though it's clear that they didn't just fall into the river. Someone I knew was picked up and almost thrown in themselves. If it wasn't for a stranger. Canada has a lot of issues like this already, the tragedies surrounding the indigenous people. But our city is one of the worst. Seeing people discarded like that makes me feel disgusted and guilty to have been proud to be Canadian. A friend announced he was going to run for mayor of the town he lived in. The town was probably around 4k people or a little more. but was a sister city to a town across the river from it that was probably 70k people, so the mayor actually had a little bit of power. A couple days after he announced his run, he noticed the cops would drive by his place every hour or so, and they would stop and run the plate of every person that visited his house. They would then later pull those people over and give them a warning about a minor infraction. I was pulled over 5 times in 2 weeks because I didn't fully stop at that stop sign point. Then flyers started getting put up about how my friend was trying to win the election and steal a bunch of money from the city, and that he was super corrupt and so on. Their basis was that over 20 years before this election there was a flood in the town, and of course there was a bunch of relief money that went into the town's bank account. A loan was given to a local business group that owned a little strip of restaurants along the river. The loan was interest free for 15 years, and at the 15-year mark, some shady stuff started popping up. The people that got the loan said they paid it back, but the town only had records of a small amount being paid back. Then the state says that they were never paid back anything for the loan to the city, not even the amount the city said the loan recipient paid. So it becomes a huge ongoing story about corruption and misappropriated funds and missing money and so on. Point: why is this relevant to my friend's election? Well, his cousin's wife's sister worked in the city office's accounting department. They basically said they had been working together to steal a bunch of money. Eventually he dropped out because he didn't want to deal with it, and poof, no more corruption accusations and no more cops. A popular yoga teacher, trainer slash studio owner, known and respected, not just here but all over the US, was caught not only cheating on his second wife with his current girlfriend and business partner, but it was revealed in the last year that he had groomed and raped the second wife's 17y/o niece. She didn't come forward until last year BC. He had said it was in the best interest of spirituality to keep it secret, and talking would ruin the spiritual bond. Gag. He still has his studio, his girlfriend, his license to teach/train yogas, and is now getting a master's degree in psychology at a prestigious Ivy League school. Despite the allegations, I took teacher training with him several times and I can attest to the fact that he is pervy, but also that he's very charismatic and intelligent, getting people to drink the Kool-Aid, shell out the big bucks, and for his guru pies to fawn over him. Typical narcissistic garbage. Oh, finally I have a story to tell on this thread. First team rugby player and 2 younger boys in high school made a pornographic video with a female student in a park. I've never seen the video, but apparently they showed it to a few people. Got expelled. In a town of 20,000 people, it sure was the talk of the year. Another story I can add is that my family farm, and where we lived, was close to a very famous ghost story based on true events. Newlywed bride died in a car accident and is forever standing on the side of the road being seen by passersby. Each country has a similar story. Ghost of Uniondale. Not a dark secret, but just sad history. This is my favorite story as it's actually true and so frightening. I don't remember the detail, but close to my hometown a woman was raped and her belly and neck was sliced open. Apparently she put back her intestines, held her head right, and crawled back to civilization. She survived and wrote a book. Pretty horrifying details. If you research it, edit. Book is called I Have a Life. Documentary is called Allison. Thanks for the others who mentioned it in the comments. 2 stories. A neighboring town had a young high school girl killed by a train. She was walking home from school and went across the railroad tracks. There was no warning indication as the indicators didn't trigger at the time. A malfunction was to blame. The girl was run over and cut right in half. There is a memorial still in place by the railroad tracks. Years later there is also a man in our town that claims to run a disposal business. What ended up happening was, when the townspeople paid this man for hauling out their garbage or unwanted materials, he dumped them around abandoned buildings, sides of the road, and even behind a local mechanic shop. He was then quickly banned from posting about his business, and he still tries to pull this stuff to this day. He's been banged on all the forms after this incident. Edit. I'm sure some will be asking where this was. I won't say the town name, but this happened in the northern part of the Midwest. I think I was senior in high school when this happened, but it was in our local paper every day for a long time. The details are hazy, but I'll do my best to recount them. 4 athletic male students had sexually assaulted a female sophomore student. One male had access to keys to the room. It happened because his parents worked for the administration. They apparently picked her up to get food and then went to the school locker room. 2 of them pressured her to participate in an act she did not want to and thought she was in physical danger had she not done anything. The female student 100% went to court, and then they completely turned it around on her, that she asked for it, that it was her fault, etc. They said, if she really did not want to comply, she would have fought harder or her clothes would have been torn or bloodied up. She just left that school and moved instead of staying. I don't believe much happened to the male students at all. As for the male students, no one had to register for anything. No one went to jail. Their futures were all intact. I think 2 had to do service hours and probation, but that was it. Early 90s, an Amber Alert for a missing 6-year-old boy goes out. Everybody is out searching. The family cries on national TV, begging for the return of their son, the youngest of 4 children. Everybody thinks it's kidnapping, because a couple of months ago a child was abducted for ransom in a nearby town. The boy is found dead. The coroner finds signs of sodomy in semen. Turns out, the crying father was sexually abusing his children, along with the children of his brother. Late 90s. A group of bored housewives decide to cheat on their husbands. Their target group is boys between 12 and 16 years old. They have some massive orgies. Got caught when one of the boys ended in the hospital with a knot of Viagra. While it made national news, it was covered up by the cuckolds. They had power and money, early zeros. A gang of teenage boys raped 3 special needs girls. Their downfall was they taped it and bragged about it. This is my sister's story. I was 5 and she was 11 at the time. I lived in Georgia for a few months while my parents were deployed there, and we stayed on base in a relatively small area. In our neighborhood everyone knew everyone, and since ours was connected to a civilian neighborhood we would all play together. I was on a walk with my older sister and apparently this old man started following us. We didn't notice at first, but he started walking faster. When he got too close my sister turned around and he walked up to her house and went up to the door. My sister started to freak out and we hurried home. She told our mom and she asked around. No one knew who that guy was. She contacted the HOA president of the other neighborhood and he said the same thing. Later we found out he had tried to kidnap another kid that lived a few houses down from us. There was a police investigation and my sister had to give a statement. I'll never stop being grateful to my sister, cause we could have gotten taken that day. 2 different girls in my town disappeared 10 years apart. The secret is that everyone knew who had done it. It was the original girl's ex-boyfriend, and he bragged and confessed to his friends and acquaintances for 10 years that he had murdered her. He was never arrested because most of the people he told didn't want to go to the police because of drug usage and the police felt like they never had enough evidence. So the second girl starts seeing him and even tells her friends that she doesn't think he's dangerous like everyone says and disappears and he's still out there bragging. They find the second girl's car burned out in the woods and he has burns on his hands. No one does anything because there's no bodies. Then a mushroom hunter stumbles on the 2 corpses deep in the woods buried in shallow graves side by side. The guy finally got arrested, but last I heard the police bungled the investigation again, and a bunch of evidence was thrown out. So far he hasn't had a trial, because he was declared. A girl I went to high school with vanished one day. From day one everyone was telling the police that her ex-boyfriend had something to do with it. She already had a restraining order cause he held a knife to her throat and threatened to kidnap and kill her, but with no evidence they couldn't do anything. Over the years several people went to the police saying that he had admitted to killing her, but they did nothing. He eventually got in trouble for threatening to kill another girlfriend and choking her and went to prison for 3 years. After prison he came back to town and eventually asked another ex of his for a ride home from a party, and then she went missing after that night and they found her car burned and they arrested him again and he had burns on his hands. A few months later someone found a set of remains outside of town and during the recovery they found another set of much older remains. He killed them both, and the failure of our local police department caused the second girl to be murdered. It's not a dark secret. Grew up in a small township that was sort of the ghetto in comparison to what the rest of Utah is. A kid 1 to 2 years older than me that I always knew/saw around the neighborhood. I always assumed that he was a decently normal guy, just kind of white trash so to speak. In passing we'd exchange what's up mans and whatnot, but never really close friends. Not super sure what happened to him, but I'm pretty sure he dropped out of high school, and a few years later my older brother, his same age, calls me and says, "Holy shit dude, you remember Cassie from elementary school? He's gonna go to prison." He then sends me a news article. Guess this dude ended up rapping a girl, his then best friend. After the heinous act was committed, she went to get up and leave. He stabbed her multiple times in the face/neck area and she survived somehow. Crazy as you get older, some of the people you grew up with or went to elementary school end up being a bit psycho. They always make these murderers in movies/series, these crazy erratic psychopaths that have been wonky from childhood. Seeing it in my own neighborhood from another seemingly average guy really throws you through a weird loop. I think a ton of people are more capable of doing heinous things than anybody is comfortable to admit. Links to the news story. Another worst but similar situation was a kid who grew up on the other side of the gully. Never really were close friends, but shared a ton of mutual friends. He ended up drug dealing apparently, and his neighbor was telling people. Him and 2 other guys decided they didn't like his neighbor, invited him to go shooting in the desert, and killed the guy. They would have gotten away with it, but one of them ended up confessing a while later. 2 of the 3 of them might be facing the death penalty. Link to that story. So there's apparently some curse or something in my town, where like everyone who leaves comes back eventually. Now I hadn't heard of this until last year, so I didn't think it was real. Still don't, but I do have some spooky coincidences with this. Me and my mom had to move away from here in 2016 due to her work situation. Immediately we got in a car wreck after moving to Colorado. Some years later the work situation for my mom is still really bad. Until we moved back here to be closer to family, my mom immediately got a job when it was so hard everywhere else. My sister moved away from here at 23, fell in with bad people, and got addicted to heroin. She dealt with addiction for a really long time until she moved back here to be with family. She went to rehab and got clean. My brother, who lives out of state, has also informed us he might be moving back to this small town as well. Again, I think it's all coincidence, but who knows. Small high school in Appalachia just off the interstate. In the early 2000s, Manuscript 13 started moving in, recruiting, since apparently we were a great midpoint on the dog smuggling route to New York City and DC. Few cops, not very sophisticated, no local gangs, but this was a place where half the pickups had rifle racks, and a lot of the poor kids hunted year round as a key part of how the family ate. When I went there, you could actually see where the old rifle racks had been removed from the back of the school classrooms a few years earlier. A few gangsters move in, start recruiting, selling hard drugs. Some nasty incidents happen. A few seniors from moonshine families say they want to join up and set up a meeting in a Walmart parking lot middle of the night with the gang senior leaders. They show up, start explaining to the gang guys that the town is off limits. As they're talking, about 100 pickups show up and start roaring around the lot, with rednecks in the backs, rebel yelling and firing shotguns into the air. To top it off, 2 kids whose dads were 2 of the 4 local deputies borrowed their dad's squad cars, pulled in with the lights on, and just sat there. The moonshiners talking to the gangsters say, "Oh, don't mind the cops, they're with us." Now I wasn't there, my family wasn't from around here, since my parents had moved in only about 15 years earlier. But the story spread, and everyone knew who the Holler families were. And knowing a few of those kids, I believe that, while it may have been exaggerated, something did happen. And almost 20 years later, the towns 20 miles north and 10 miles south along the interstate both have major drug and crime issues that started a couple years after the alleged incident. While my old town has basically no issues, those old families are still there. Edit. Drug smuggling, not dog smuggling. I kinda want a world where dog smuggling is a thing, but I can't think of a wholesome reason for people To smuggle dogs. Edit 2. My first gold. Feels good, man. I used to live in Mexico as a kid, and this is one I knew from my mom. I was 3 years old when this happened, so I'll say what my mom said. A few houses away from ours lived this older couple, a husband and wife. Husband would came out during the mornings with homemade donuts to sell, whereas the wife would come during the night with tamales for sale as well. Everyone in the neighborhood knew them and liked them. One day husband died. He had a massive heart attack. As old people do, everyone came to give their condolences to the wife. She was destroyed, and she claimed that he had already been cremated. She kept on selling tamales and some people complained that they tasted different. I believe it's pretty obvious what happened. That same night some people stormed into her house and found something there. My mom won't tell me what was found, but we were informed that wife used husband body to make tamales after he died. Endless things, rape, robberies, bestiality, incest, criminal cops / priests / politicans, etc. There's a guy who regularly fucks his mother and sister. He admitted it in the local pub, while the local police captain, drunkard filth too, had an absolute laughing fit at the whole thing, pointing and shouting, "Did that actually happen? Did you hear that?" Full on Elon Musk meme reaction. 2 guys chained a cow to a tree and come in the poor thing's nose. People playing I bet I can pee up to your face naked. Middle of Main Street, broad daylight. 5-man rape case. Girl almost bled out. Nobody got anything to my knowledge. Dog was too loud. Owner split him in 2 pieces with a chainsaw. Alive OFC. The standard pedo priest story. Every possible animal raped. One guy cooked the chicken which he faked to death and ate it. And a lot more. Point this only one small alcohol drug fueled rural village from Eastern EU. A young teenager went missing where I live. She was my older brother's age, would be in her mid-40s by now. My hometown is a very small one on the coast of Australia with plenty of bushland that meets dense creeks and mangroves. I was playing football for the local team when I was around 13, and my friends and I would always explore the bush behind the footy fields before training after school, and one time we found a burnt tent with a burnt wallet and some cards and a burnt purse. We told our coach and after that the police showed up, and we were not allowed to go back down there again after that point. Years later I got a job with the local council with a friend that played football with me. We got assigned with a crew with an older man in it. He was very particular with his job and constantly made sure his hands were clean and everything was perfect. He was always so grumpy and would fly off the handle at the smallest imperfections. My friend and I thought he was just some grumpy weird old guy. I came home and told my brother about him, and my brother knew who he was and explained he is the father of the girl who went missing all those years ago. He told me that a skate park was being built back then, one I would go to some weekends years later, and before the cement trucks came to unload, the father was there trying to pull the tarps up because he was sure his daughter was buried under there. Still to this day I don't think they have found out what happened to her. Someone became a suspect, but I don't remember hearing about it going any further. I felt horrible for him. The work I was doing for the council only lasted a few months, so when the time came to move on I shook his hand and left it at that. Looking back now, he would have to be one of the hardest working men there, and also having daughters of my own now I can understand sort of the struggles he faced every day. I live in South Florida, so it's common for crazy things to happen here. The town specifically had a nasty scandal a few years back at the local high school. South Redacted High School was a well-known place for crime, drugs, and gang-related shit to happen. Point this was next level. Point the football team at the school had a video leaked of them all simultaneously gang-banging a young girl in the school bathrooms. This incident was broadcasted everywhere, local, state, and national news. People are talking about it on Twitter and Vine. It was quite interesting witnessing your seemingly insignificant city become an online sensation overnight. Since nothing really happens here, it's all that was spoken on for a few months. The story continued to develop and contain unexpected twists that nobody saw coming. I'm pretty sure no one on the football team got reprimanded for the heinous acts they committed. People made a spectacle of it and swept it under the rug. Until shit hit the fan once again. Point I told you the story continued to develop, right? A few months later, it was unearthed that the rape victim was actually part of a greater issue concerning our city. It turns out she was being pimped by a giant sex trafficking ring that was previously unknown to exist in our city. The situation blew up once again, and residents were confused and angry this time. It's bewildering to me, because in retrospect, the entire city and internet was clowning on this girl saying she wanted to be gangbanged by this team, and she was doing it willingly. When this aspect of the story came into the limelight, everyone who spoke ate their words. Advocacy for sex trafficking victims here grew, and they were able to discover other girls who had been victim to the sex trafficking ring that no one knew existed. As if human trafficking doesn't exist virtually everywhere. TLDR, rape incident at local high school was the byproduct of human trafficking in my small town. Where I live, beneath the football field of the city park is rumored to be a cave used by the Japanese in WW2 to store some of the cultural treasures they stole from us, among other things such as weapons and ammunition. Worth quite a fortune supposedly. It's a small city, suburban in nature, but not very developed. The city government knows where the entrance is, but has not made any progress to enter further, as the cave is rumored to be laced with deadly traps and enough explosives to cause major damage to the surface. To deter any construction from accidentally stumbling onto it, or possibly setting off the explosives, the above area was made the park, and the football field is supposedly directly above the main cavern. The entrance location is thereby classified and possibly sealed off, and anyone who is not of the government that attempted to locate the entrance had either gone missing or had found fortune elsewhere, never to speak of the treasure, and dismissing the rumors. I technically grew up in a city, but it was an ex-boomtown. Used to be a good sized city, 100k plus, but when I was growing up it was just trying to keep above 40k. It didn't. But the open secret of the town was that the local union low-key ran the place. The Mafia and other forms of organized crime either had no presence there or were kept in line by the union such that they never bothered anyone, never made headlines, etc. Very sleepy place on the surface. You'd never think a union would do such a thing either, but any candidate who gets the union's support gets elected. Anyone that is openly anti-union is unable to win. Neutrals are neutral as far as I know. There's a couple other weird things. One of the Chinese restaurants has never been shut down for health code violations. Not even for a day, even though the place is a dive. It's also been in business for some 40 plus years, run by a sweet little Chinese lady and her family. They have very good, family recipe food, but only ever seem busy on Friday nights. No idea what their deal is. The Napa auto parts stores in the town never have anything you need, and can never get them in less than a week. It looks normal when you walk in, plenty of product on the walls and shelves, but it's all generic. Wrenches, windshield wipers and motor oil. Anything else needs to be special ordered, and the employees all go out of their way to make it impractical. A week for delivery, and up to $30 shipping charges. Small town, right? Except that the other automotive stores in town all have that stuff in stock, or available for standard delivery. I have pet theories, but nothing provable. Just weird. The high school I went to in the Philippines is really old, founded 1902. Rumors say it's very haunted, and there are catacombs underneath with bones and stuff that connects to another old university right across the street. The main building has an underground section used for classrooms, and it used to be a prison and torture chamber used by the Japanese during WWII. It's very haunted, and tons of horror stories come from both teachers, staff, and students about our school. Triple that number for the main torture chamber building. Teachers who stay later than 6 p.m. would hear crying and chains rattling/dragging. Some of the doors were the same metal bars of prisons. Even the layout seems pretty prison-y. Edit. The rumors of catacombs are confirmed. They say there are books and artifacts down there, and it's found under the fountain that's in the middle of the main building I mentioned. A few years ago, a boy who was around my age, he would be 23 by now, if he was still around, was up at his family cabin in the mountains of British Columbia, Canada. He was from Alberta, and was living there, to work at the ski resort during the winter holiday. One night he went to a party at a house and he only lived a 5 minutes walk from there. He was walking home with some friends, and when one of his friends looked back he was gone. There was a search for him, but he wasn't found. There was no struggle or footprint in the snow. The police asked the people who were at the party, but a lot refused to answer what happened, or they didn't know. He's been missing for 3 years now, I think. His mom hasn't stopped looking for him, and she goes to their cabin once a month for a few days looking for him. She is aware at this point he is most likely dead, but she wants to find him, so that she can be at peace. This isn't a secret story nor a part of my small town, but it is in a town where I grew up going to for the winter holiday, and people think that the people who were at the party know exactly what happened to the kids, so there could possibly be a secret we don't know about. This falls under the local history category more, but regardless it's still a dark and somber story. Point West Frankfort, Illinois, December 21st, 1951. Orient Coal Company Mine Number 2, the largest shaft mine in the world, is about to shut down for the holidays. The local high school is playing out one more basketball game before Christmas, and all seems to be typical. There's absolutely nothing to drive down people's spirits when time away from work and time with family and friends is right around the corner. This is the case, but not for long. At around 7:35 p.m., all hell breaks loose. An explosion rocks the mine site as workers leave, killing most of the 200-man crew either immediately after or later from their injuries. The disaster was so horrendous that the game at the local high school was stopped, and the gymnasium full of upwards of 2,000 attendees was soon converted into an emergency treatment facility to tend to the miners affected by the explosion. It wasn't until Christmas Eve, 56 hours after the explosion, that the 120 missing workers from the 200-man crew were discovered. Of the 120, all but one were dead, with the only survivor, Cecil Sanders of Benton, being dubbed the town's Christmas miracle after going as long as he did, somehow still clinging to life. This disaster amongst others helped create the safety standards we have today, most revolving around ventilation of the shaft, because the cause was a methane gas explosion. Orient shut down for good in 1958, but the buildings that still stand hold a grim reminder of the dangers of shaft mining. This recently became not secret, but it was secret from 1973 to 2017. I was the same age as the girls involved. In 1973, two 13-year-old girls were found raped and murdered in a field in my hometown. The small town police department investigated forever, but could never identify any suspects. In 2017, they decided to see if any DNA was on any of the items recovered at the crime scene. They identified 2 suspects. One of the suspects was the neighbor of one of the murdered girls. He remained a neighbor of her family until the day of his arrest. The other one had moved out of state, but got extradited back here. The murders changed our lives on a dime. Our parents were always really lenient about our whereabouts. I could leave the house on a Saturday morning and not return until 7 p.m., and it was no problem. Obviously, this was before cell phones, so it's not like our parents could even reach us. With the murders, that all came to a screeching halt. So, a woman in the 1960s wrote what was essentially a tell-all bodice ripper about the doctor-patient scandals going on in my small town. I believe she had recently moved there and was disgusted when she heard about it, whereas all the residents were either in on it or totally dedicated to maintaining the fiction of the pure town. She was sued for libel. I'm not sure what the result was. She was also harassed quite substantially and her house was vandalized. The police chief at the time had warned her that it would happen, but, of course, did nothing to prevent it. The original printing run of the book was about 200,000 copies, most of which have now vanished. When it pops up, it usually sells for around $500. If you find a copy, odds are you'll find notes in the margins trying to piece together who was who. I won't name the town, but boy do I have more stories about growing up there. Not exactly a small town, but kinda close. Whole town is only 8 miles in area, with a population of around 40,000 people. A lot of those people are homeless, on drugs, and mentally disadvantaged, mostly schizophrenia. There was this really old house, built in 1904, all but abandoned. The owner no longer lived there, and when they died, they went to clean out / claim the house. It had become a homeless camp, about 40 people living in a house that was under 2,000 square feet. They found 10 dead bodies, the walls were covered in literal sheet, and they had hoarded so much garbage in the upstairs that the floor was collapsing point because it's historical. They are currently restoring it to its former glory. So far, they've cleaned what they can, removed and destroyed what they couldn't. They replaced the roof, repaired the collapsing structure, but COVID has slowed it down tremendously. Best part? It never made the news. It lives on in the residents of my town now. This was back in the 80s, long before my time, but something similar happened recently that's brought it back up in local conversation. A sweet girl, a young mother, was dating this scumbag. Word on the street was that he was an abusive dickhead. He apparently got insanely jealous that she was flirting with another man. Came home in a drunken rage, where he proceeded to rape her, beat her, strangle her to death, and flee the state after setting the house on fire, after abandoning the baby with her sister. Everyone involved floundered the case into oblivion. Because, get this, his father was the sheriff. This wasn't the first time he'd gotten away with nary a slap on the wrist. The crime scene was tampered, meaningless evidence was collected and lost, etc. He was only arrested the next state over for violating the terms of his parole. He was never arrested for the murder. I don't really know what happened after that, but I believe he's passed away. In July, a young woman was beaten by her useless boyfriend, dying in the hospital a week later of traumatic brain injury. People were up in arms because everyone knew her boyfriend was notorious for his drunken rages. The cops have been dragging their feet. The state finally got involved and were having a hell of a time getting the local cops to cooperate. I just looked it up, was following the case on Facebook, but I've been booted from Facebook this election cycle, and apparently he was finally arrested in October. But yeah, there's not a whole lot of faith in our local police community. I mean, this murder came fresh off the heels of a local cop getting arrested the next county over for intent with possession to sell, and a DUI. I live in the countryside of northern Germany. Our town is really nice and beautiful, and we get a lot of tourists who bike through the area. Point in the mid 2000s a super nice Chinese restaurant was built in our town. The owners were a young couple with a baby. They ran the restaurant downstairs and lived upstairs. It was a popular place, and probably one of the nicest restaurants in the area. I was a child back then, but my mum said that it was a well decorated, quiet fancy place with the best food around. Needless to say, this place and the owners were loved and well liked in town, which makes what comes next extra sad. Point in 2007 around midnight the husband of a waitress was worried because she didn't come home and drove to the Chinese restaurant where she worked. He found her, another waitress, the cook and the owners lying dead on the floor, each executed with one precise shot. The baby of the owners was lying in the puddle of its mother's blood on the floor, alive. No one had heard anything. The restaurant had shut down only an hour before. The police arrived and turned the whole house on its head. Special units from Hamburg were called in. It was absolute chaos. Patrols were controlling cars on all highways and larger streets. The flat of the couple had been searched by the killers. They had stolen a laptop and a bit of jewelry, but there were still a lot of things of value in the house. Point in the next couple of days the police managed to find and catch the killers, who were 5 armed men of East Asian descent in a van. They said that it had been a robbery and are still in prison, but nobody actually believes that. We still don't really know why everyone had to be killed like that. Point there hasn't been a place selling Asian food in town until like 2015, but that place burned down last year and was never rebuilt. It's ridiculous, but most here believe that owning a place selling Asian food is a suicide mission in our town. Not sure if this is a secret or if nobody ever talks about it. I used to be best friends with a guy I'll call James. James' parents were very Christian and not the nice type, but the abusive type. His parents treated him and his brother awfully. This April, James' older brother texted his wife family drama to deal with BRB before attempting to murder his only 2 children. His son died, but his daughter lived. He tried to slit her throat. He killed both of his parents as well. They may have been abusive, but they didn't deserve it. He stabbed his father in the back and his mother in the chest numerous times. He then went to our local psych ward and confessed, claiming he was insane. They of course called the police, and he was arrested. I only know this much detail because of poor James. I haven't seen him for a while and sincerely hope he's okay, let alone his poor niece whose own father tried to kill her. When I was around 2 years old, a 19-year-old boy got murdered and slashed into 14 parts with an axe. The culprit was 18 years old and it all happened 500 meters away from my childhood house. The culprit and the victim didn't know each other personally, and the culprit murdered the boy as a token of love for his girlfriend who was forced to watch the whole thing. Afterwards the culprit cemented the body parts into big flower pots and threw them into the local river. They were found out because they used the bathroom of a friend who was on vacation for the cement thing and didn't properly clean up all the blood, so the friend came back home and reported it to the police. One of the cement pieces with the imprint of the torso is still on display in a German crime museum. I'm from Germany. I knew someone died in the fields close to my home. Because my village put up a cross with a picture of the victim, and to this day there are flowers and candles, but of course no one tells you the gruesome village murder stories when you're still a child. I only found out after I read a report about it in a crime magazine and recognized the name as well as the pixelated photo of the victim, since it was the exact same that was placed on the cross, unpixelated of course, and I've walked past it for my whole life. So, I used to live in this super Mormon small town, and my birth dad was not the greatest father. He was really physically and verbally abusive to my siblings and sometimes my mom, but he was also financially abusive. We lived in poverty because my dad's job didn't provide a stable income, but whatever extra money we did get, he used it on himself, even though he was overweight, and we lived off of hand-me-downs in the food bank. But the worst thing he was known for was that he was very persuasive when it came to getting people to lend him money for his own needs. It came to a point where no adult in our town would want to talk to him, which in turn made their kids hate my siblings and I. We grew up being the weird poor kids when it was never our fault in the first place. He passed away in 2016 when I was 13, and I live in a much better situation now, and so do all my siblings, but it was definitely tough growing up this way. I still have social and emotional problems and low self-esteem because of this, but I'm doing my best to maintain healthy relationships and be a better person. I grew up in a small town. I was raised from birth there. Third generation to do so. Currently the town's population is over 100k, but at the time, 1990 to 2000, the population hovered around 1200 people. There were 69, seriously, kids in my graduating class in 204 reference point. Some of the children in school I'd known since daycare days. One in particular was a sweet but misunderstood girl, Amber. I enjoyed playing with her, and even spent the night with her a couple of times. Her parents were divorced, and she lived with her dad, even though her mom also lived nearby. Her mom was interesting according to my parents. Amber ended up moving away, and though I was sad, I didn't think much of it. A few years pass, and I become old enough to learn the truth. Amber's mom babysits a baby boy for a family in the next town over. She suddenly disappears one day with the baby boy. The family is understandably freaked out and worried. Amber's mom was finally tracked down at a relative's residence in another state. No baby boy with her though. Turns out she dropped him and he died. She panics and decides to bury him out in the country off a major interstate highway. She was on death row up until this past year. R.I.P. poor little baby boy. This one isn't quite dark paressy, but it's pretty sad. My high school had a farm on campus. We had an agricultural science program and everything, so the farm was a natural fit. There were horses, a cow, pigs, chickens, alpacas, etc. at any given time, mostly donated to the school. The year or two before I started there, 2012, transferred from another school, the seniors decided to play a prank and release the farm animals in the school one night. In my mind, not a bad prank, kinda funny overall if planned right. Except our school is 3 stories tall, and they didn't think to close the doors to the staircases. I don't know if you've ever seen a horse on a slick surface, aka the well-waxed school floors, but it isn't a pretty sight. Combined with the fact that they can't really go downstairs. I'm sure you can see where this is going. Unfortunately the horse broke its leg and had to be PTS. Of course, the school was looking to press charges on whoever had a hand in it, but nobody said anything. People definitely knew who did it. It was the talk of the school just about up until I graduated. But no one said a word, and now it's just a dark secret that someone is carrying around with them. Shoulder shrug. In my town we have a story that we like to tell over the campfire, but I soon found out that it was real. In the 1850s, the richest family in town were the Jessops, who were slave owners. The owner's daughter, Annie, who was white, fell in love with one of the slaves named Dominic. They eventually started meeting in secret by the riverbank on the plantation property at night, and one of them would light a candle to signal that they were waiting for the other. One night while a storm was raging and the tide on the river was high, Annie was trying to light a candle and meet Dominic, but after lighting the candle, she slipped and fell into the river, drowning. Dominic went to the river and saw the light. When he went to meet Annie, he saw her corpse caught up against some rocks. Something in Dominic snapped like a cheap lock that night. Afterward, he silently went to the shed on the property and hung himself. I thought it was just a story until I saw Annie's grave. Robert Picton killed up to 49 women in Port Coquitlam, BC, Canada, and fed them to his pigs. He told an undercover agent he wanted to make it 50, and that he was caught because he sloppy. Clifford Olson killed 11 children in and around the Surrey/Greater Vancouver area in the early 80s. The scary thing about him was that he was caught attempting to convince 2 young girls to enter his white van around White Rock/Alder Grove in 1981. My mom remembers very vividly, in 1981, a man driving up in a white van and trying to convince her and her sister to get in with him. They ran home, and my grandma called the cops shortly after he was arrested. My mom didn't realize until a couple of years ago, as we were talking about Olson, that it is very likely that he tried to pick her. And my aunt up. He also sadly killed a young boy that my dad knew. He knew who he was, but wasn't friends or acquaintances with, on the same street my dad lived on in Surrey. Sorry, I know it's not small town, but the areas these happened weren't as populated as they are now, excluding Surrey, as these were 40 plus years ago, and it's something a lot of people don't know about. Not far from me, some years back, a farmer decided to extend his farmhouse out in the middle of nowhere. He didn't get planning permission, which is needed here if you want to build anything worthwhile, and somehow the authorities caught up with him and ordered him to knock it down. He said no, it was his land, it wasn't harming anyone. That's that point had gained local media attention. TV cameras turned up, and this man suddenly had cameras in his face and his name known all around town. Because of the attention, the authorities and police made sure to make an example out of him and kept pressing. They were sneakily trying to demolish his property during the night while he was sleeping. One day, when the police turned up to enforce things, he pulled out a gun. There was a short standoff all caught on camera, and point blank killed one officer. Of course it's never right to do such a thing, but I can't imagine the mental and emotional strain put on this man who just wanted to live in peace and get on with life and suddenly had his face splattered everywhere. It was suggested he was well below normal intelligence, which could suggest learning difficulty. He went to jail. He was released a few years ago and died a year later. The town crazy drunk person, who's been dead for about 3 years, set his ex-wife's house on fire, and when he came out of his house he threatened little kids saying he would kill them. He once came to my school. We were all inside, and the principal went outside and ordered him to leave. There's also a kinda funny memory to this story, if you want to hear it. Edit. Okay, here's the story. Background. My school is really close to the dentist, and I was 12 when this happened. When the principal went outside to tell the crazy person to leave, me and my classmates, were in our classroom and we were scared when someone yells, "Where's Tom?" We forgot that he had to go to the dentist before the crazy person came, so we all started panicking. Then we saw Tom from the window coming back. Some of my classmates went to the door and started yelling at Tom to run inside. Tom didn't know what had happened, so he just walked until some of them yelled, "The crazy person is here." Tom then started running and made it inside, and we told him what had happened. We are all 18 at the time, and to us, it's fun to remember what happened that day, and I used a fake name, no need to worry. Ballarat, Australia. the worst place in the world per capita for child sexual abuse. And most of the town pretends it never happened. In the 1950s to 1990s, Ballarat was the epicenter of child sexual abuse, CSA. The Catholic Church was the main offender. It's a very conservative town, and the church has a local group for men called the Knights of the Southern Cross. The local police station had a large membership which also included the wealthy and powerful in the community. On top of that, there is a private club called the Old Colonists Club with members including the wealthy, descendants of town founders, the powerful and leaders of all the local churches. On most of the Catholic school boards were senior police who were paid for being there and allegedly received free education for their children. So even though tapes were reported to police, no action was taken. There was and still is a veil of silence from police, church, medical and community leaders. One of the schools once had every member of staff rapping children. One of these Fr. Stale once said to his sister that he had raped hundreds of children. He was later moved to a small school outside of Ballarat where every child was abused. Because the Catholics were getting away with it, other pedophiles came here too. Australia had a royal commission into the abuses and heard that every other religion here had abusers who transferred here or holidayed here. It also looks like many fathers who were abusing children moved here with their families, and that there are also those who allege that there were those involved here who killed and sacrificed children, hunted them and other vile acts. Ballarat became a destination for pedophiles. When the Royal Commission had hearings in Ballarat, it was all over the local media. Then it was swept back under the carpet. People will openly abuse those who spoke up. Some have lost jobs, been asked to leave clubs, etc. The city promised a memorial in Main Street after some local business leaders complained that such things were bad for the town, bad for business, and that it might even stop people moving here. The plan was shelved. Now it's back on, but to be put at the back of the local gardens, out of sight. At the time the population of Ballarat was between 60 and 70,000. It has been estimated that over 8,000 children were abused. Now Ballarat has the highest suicide rates outside of the capital cities. In a population of 120,000 we lose 3 to 5 people every week. That's higher than the state road toll. We also have the highest figures for drug use, alcohol abuse, gambling problems and family violence. And nobody cares. It was reported during the Royal Commission that the Catholic bishop had told 2 survivors that in 40 or so years that they would all be dead and that this would all be forgotten. That the church would endure. Sadly, it seems he was right. If you come to the town you will hear about its gold rush past. You will hear about the Eureka Stockade, the event that led to our democracy. But you will not hear about all of the broken and dead victims. And not one of those who knew and covered it up has faced any sanction or punishment. Cardinal Pell still has those who allege he raped them. He was released after being convicted for similar offenses after appeals. But the Royal Commission made findings that he knew what was going on and that he covered it up to protect the church and the offenders, and that he did nothing to help the victims or inform their families, and that he helped move the offenders to new towns. So where is he now? The Vatican. And note that a finding of a royal commission is not an opinion. It's considered a legal fact. But Pell and the Pope dismiss this. Even when a group of victims went to Rome to see Pell give evidence to the Royal Commission, the Pope refused to meet with them. Despite streets being closed to accommodate the world's media who were there, despite this being front page on every newspaper in the world, and on TV and radio, and despite his advisor, who was at the time the number 2 or 3 man at the Vatican giving evidence, the Pope wasn't aware that the victims were there. It looks nice, but underneath there is a dark and cold undercurrent. There were rumors that a man in town was an artsy, but a lot of people said that you can't claim that everyone that moved to the US shortly after the war with a German Y accent was an artsy. There were a lot of innocent people that moved here. Then one day the government shows up at his door, which of course fuels the rumor mill. But nothing happens afterwards. They don't come back, and the man continues living in Peace Point. Come to find out several years later, they were Nazi investigators who came to accuse him. He said, "Find something with my signature. I have done nothing wrong." Early 80s. Then the Soviet Union fell, and it turns out that some of the records kept by the Soviets included Nazi details. Lithuania had page after page after page of his signature on death warrants. I think they even had a picture of him, and at pit point he was extradited and died in prison before he could be tried. Whenever you bring it up, an older person would always tell you that that was just rumors and it never happened. Despite the news story from the LA Times and the extensive records at the Holocaust Museum, there wasn't a Nazi hiding in our town for almost 50 years. A town like ours would never harbor someone like that. I don't live in this town anymore, but it was where I grew up. However, this happened way before my time, 1929 to be exact. A man named Ejwikstra had a small farm. He also hunted and was very proficient with a carbine rifle. He started an affair with a woman whose husband was in prison. After a couple of weeks she abandoned her children, all 6 of them, to live with Ej because the woman, left her children. The police wanted to talk with her and make sure she goes back to her children. In the winter, freezing 18 degrees Celsius, the police go to the farm's door. However, to prevent the police from taking the woman, he shoots and kills them. In total 4 policemen from the towns in the area tried to take her and all of them lost their lives from shooting, and I think from one the throat was slit. This happened in a small town in the Netherlands, and there's a Dutch movie about the whole ordeal, which is called Het Teken van het Beest, the Mark of the Beast. In the end he got hurt as well, fled to a hospital, and got captured there. Originally sentenced to life in prison, which was later reduced to 20 years. He never however saw life outside of prison again, since he died of TBC in the 1940s. The town I lived in during middle school had a lot of Dutch influence and stories, hex signs, witches, curse, you get the idea. They were clearing woods to make room for a new library and some playing fields. When they found an old house, the developers just cut a straight line up and wouldn't get close to the house. The rumor started among the kids that it was a witch's house, that she was responsible for the little boy who went missing earlier that year, and for the attempted abduction from a playground a few years before. One of my friend's older brothers and a few of his friends decided to investigate Blair Witch style, and found a bunch of neo-Nazi sheet, swastikas, Confederate banners, leaflets. I remember it being super tense among adults for a while, and I know more than a few people tried to blame my mom, because she has a family who lives in the South. As far as I know, the place is still standing, though the police have had to run people away from it multiple times. The other story, that I'm not sure if it's true about that house, is that after a major drug bust in one of the rich neighborhoods nearby, the people supposedly moved to the witch house to continue making drugs. There was a guy everyone in town knew since he owned the local pharmacy. He was nice to everyone, had 3 kids and a wife. One of them graduated valedictorian one year. Turned out he was having an affair with another underage male student. This was already bad, but to add insult to injury he had a side job as a school bus driver for the local district. Once he was caught, he wrote a suicide note, stole a crapload of painkillers from his pharmacy, and tried to odd. One of his kids' boyfriends found him passed out in his yard. He ended up surviving, but the whole thing was swept under the rug. The family told everyone he had a heart attack and the school board said nothing about it. They just quietly let him go. The only reason I know is because my girlfriend knows some people. This happened about 2 years ago, but he only recently sold his business and he's now a cart pusher at the local grocery store. This one is kind of recent to my state and me. Last year a wealthy woman went missing amidst a messy divorce with her husband. I knew her and her children well. I taught 3 of her 5 kids how to swim for the past 5-ish summers. We were told to never let the children leave with the father, even though he showed up and tried to take the kids a few times. She was a very sweet woman and everyone was kind of shocked she disappeared. Weeks go on and no trace of her. Finally they start investigating the husband and his new girlfriend. The investigation goes on and on. He denies any kind of involvement. Later they find pieces of the woman's clothing in dumpsters scattered around the state, but no trace of her. Eventually they trace a blood stain to the garage of the husband's house. Some bullshit story of how there was a fight and she got pushed. Finally, when it seems they have a case against him, he turns up unconscious in his own garage, in the driver's seat of his car with the car running, with a note. He was still alive, and they rushed him to a hospital with a hyperbaric chamber. A few days later he died in the hospital. Never admitted to murdering his wife, but fat me did that piece of shit deserve worse than what he got. He killed his wife who he only married for the money, took her from her 5 children, and then killed himself, leaving the mother's grandparents to raise 5 children without their parents. May he rot in hell for eternity. I come from a small podunk town where everyone knows everyone. Middle-aged couple. The wife tells her alcoholic husband she's leaving him. Before she's able to, he subdues her, ties her to the bed, and proceeds to beat, rape, and torture her over the course of a few days. Her daughter, one of my former high school classmates, requests a welfare check and the police are sent over. The husband answers the door and sees who it is, slams it, goes down to the grandkids' playroom with a shotgun, and shoots himself through the head. A family friend of ours was a detective on the case and told us a few details sometime after he'd quit. Playroom was a mess, obviously. Big cleanup job. When they found her, she was badly mutilated head to toe, including her genitals, and her throat had been slit. This all happened about a block and a half up the street from where I grew up. In my parents' younger days, in a different circle of friends they had camped with and invited this guy over for beers from time to time, and we used to play with his dogs. Of course, being a teenager at the time, I wouldn't be able to piece together a full picture of the kind of person he was, a violent, drunk, angry coward of man. I still wouldn't have expected that. I grew up in Huntsville, Texas, which is where all the state prisons are, so while none of my stories are exactly secret, I've got a few. First, look up the Siege of the Walls unit. Bunch of prisoners, decades ago, got hold of guns and barricaded themselves in the prison library with a couple dozen hostages. Shit went wild. They tried to build a bulletproof tank with books on carts, and a hostage or two died when police finally just stopped messing around and opened fire. I had a friend whose mother died. She was guarding 2 good behavior cons in the prison vegetable field. One of them got her attention, while the other snuck up behind her, took her shotgun, and killed her with it. Then they stole a car and went on the run, but eventually got caught. We'd have lockdowns at school every other year or so when someone escaped. Back in 1960, when my grandmother was pregnant with my father, she was home alone during an escape. The guy walked in, nobody locked the door in those days, pointed a revolver at my grandma, and then, polite as could be, said, "I'm sorry ma'am, I'm going to have to ask you for some clothes." She gave him some of my granddad's things. He changed out of his prison jumpsuit and then got in the car he'd stolen and left. Larger city, 180k people, but messed up nonetheless. I was 12 and there was a little 4-year-old girl a few miles away that went missing. They were interviewing the neighbors and her mom, and it was all over the news. Her mom got taken to the hospital a few times because she was hysterical. 4 days later, the 4-year-old body was found in an abandoned foundry. They determined it was blunt force trauma to the head that killed her, and that she had been dumped there. She was pinned down and hidden by chunks of concrete. Her mom and dad were divorced. He seemed like a good dude. Went to Desert Storm, served, came back, and drove a garbage truck, and paid $313 a month in child support. He also ends up in the hospital hysterical. In the hospital, they examined the child and noticed there were chunks of something in her wounds where she was beaten to death. They look for evidence for a matching material. It was a cast. Her mother had a cast on her arm. They matched. She was arrested. The little 4-year-old girl had caught her mother and her mother's boyfriend having sex. She got up and beat her to death. All the while the boyfriend had his pants still down, waiting to finish. She got 22 years to life. Last shot at parole was October 2020, and it was denied. Personally, I hope she does in prison. Admin, whether you delete this or not, I will be arrested by PDRM, Malaysia Religious Police, soon. I already spread my messages to make people in Malaysia realize the problem in Malaysia. I intend to change my country. Firstly, let me introduce myself. I'm Alif. I'm an atheist from Malaysia. I'm an uneducated man. I'm a foolish person, of course. I know everyone will just continue to talk shit to me from childhood until now, my adulthood. Unlike other people, I'm unemployed. A trash who cannot find a job because I'm too shy. People will use this to make fun of me. I'm sure of that. And they think they are normal when they never realize that Malay supremacy is worse than funny stupid things about me. I have a dream. I've wanted to change this world since I was a child. I want religion influences to be reduced and unite humans with humanism philosophy. I want people to focus on being human instead of being religious. If you read this carefully, I never insult any particular religion here. I want you to find some words of mine that insult religion or race here. I will only insult people. I mean many people from Malay Muslims in Malaysia. I love my religious family in fact, and I guess no one believes that. So let's see if PDRM will arrest me for insulting Islam or Malayu when I don't insult Islam or Malayu in the first place. So do you want to hear facts about our country? If you don't believe me, you can do research. You can even ask politicians in Malaysia to know if I lied or not. In Malaysia, anyone who was born in the Malay ethnic, they can only be Muslim. They cannot be Christian, they cannot be Buddhist, they cannot be Hindu. While other ethnicities like Chinese, Indian, white, others are free to choose religions. Freedom of religion in Malaysia. Bullshit. There's no freedom of religion for Malayu people in Malaysia. I'm sure that over 90% of Malayu people in Malaysia are Muslims. Malaysians are too dumb to realize this. They think their country is fair, but actually only fair for these Malayu Muslims. People outside Malaysia probably think Malaysia is a friendly country, stable, good government, happy country, or whatever, but the truth is the Malaysian government is controlling Malaysia with religion, Islam, and race, Malayu. These politicians will never accept if any Malaysian citizens want to remove Malayu supremacy from Malaysia. In Malaysia, Hak Kechuan and Malayu is something that should never be questioned. Many Malayu people will be triggered if anyone questions about it. The majority of Malayu Muslims in Malaysia support Malayu supremacy and they think it's good for Malaysia, but actually only good for them. That's why these politicians have so much supporters, because their supporters are same faking trash just like them. By the way, Chinese and Malayu are both same Asiatic race, but in Malaysia, Malayu people must be Muslim by law, started long time ago, and that disturbingly differed the other Asiatic ethnicities. This is real Malaysia for you, one of the most complicated countries in the world, yet easily a laughingstock caused by some far-right elites. The owner of a scrapbooking shop in my town, who happened to be my babysitter's daughter, and her boyfriend would commit crimes for the romantic fun of it. They got away with most of them, but some of them got caught. They went to Ocean City for a vacation and killed a random couple just for the fun of it. Her boyfriend I think shot the husband and she stabbed the wife in the lower side. She went to their condo to wash the blood off of her body and walked back to the victim's condo. She walked into the bathroom to see her boyfriend in the bathtub with the two victims' heads in there with him. They took their IDs and I think the wife's necklace as a trophy. She got a dragon tattoo on her side where she stabbed the victim. With all this evidence they went to prison pretty quick. There's an episode of Forensic Files about it. I watch a lot of Forensic Files episodes and this one is by far one of the most disturbing ones, not only because it was a family friend, but because of the motive and cruelty. My village here in England has a tradition that would certainly look pretty sinister if you walked into it unawares. At the start of winter, the local school and scout troop run an event called the Festival of the Torch and Stave. Basically, the local kids and their parents meet up at the scout hut on the night with torches, the ye old stick with fire on it kind, and staves, long sticks with little jingle bells attached to them, and march to the next village to a barn. Then someone tells a story about the origin of the march. I did it a couple of times when I was a kid, and I can't remember the story that's told. It's a completely fictional story. I can just imagine how weird it would look to encounter like 50 kids walking through the woods at night with torches all heading for an isolated barn. It's a completely harmless tradition with literally nothing sinister about it at all other than just being a bit of fun, but if an outsider walked in on it, they would be more than a little perturbed. The program. I heard rumors about it when I was in high school. They exactly matched the description in this article. This unschooled and unlicensed sports trainer Doc Jensen convinced coaches and school administrators that he had a program to boost kids' athletic performance through massage. They were crazy for sports, so they would bring him underperforming athletes willing to do what they had to improve their game. The program was him grooming them for abuse. The massages gradually got more invasive, including testicle massage and masturbation to completion to increase testosterone. He took samples and tracked their testosterone levels on charts he made. Never mind that he had no access to equipment to measure these things or the training or expertise. The administration seemed to be aware at least of the rumors, but never reacted until a parent complained about an inappropriate hernia check performed by the doc. They cancelled his contract at the end of the school year and allowed him to appear to have retired. Several school administrators, all of whom I personally know to be huge assholes that don't give a shit about kids that aren't from the right families, knew about this and were mandatory reporters. They did not report because they are self-serving assholes. They facilitated this person's ritualistic sexual abuse of minors for 20 years. The guy had an office with a window looking over the showers in the boys' locker room. Tons of other weird details and red flags I don't have time to type up now. 25 years later, a group of these guys got together with a friend who became a lawyer, and they are suing to change the system to prevent this from happening to others. I grew up in the country with a lot of nearby small towns. There's so many to pick from, so I'll leave you with one not widely known that happened next door under town that everyone has probably heard of. When I was 10, my next door neighbor, 300 feet from our front door, was murdered in his barn. My mom wasn't home, and because she was driving by at the time of the murder, coming home from painting class, she had to testify what she saw. I remember being woken by sirens next door. Remember, country, so this was not common. The stepson had come to the door tied with rope and duct tape, waking his mom after she got home and went to bed. Ultimately, he was put in jail for life for the murder. The whole family acted bizarre, and I've got my own theories about what actually happened, but at the time my 10-year-old brain was just trying to understand how I was riding the bus with a murderer. I grew up about 40 miles from Skidmore, Missouri. If the name rings a bell, that's where Bobby Joe Stinnett was murdered by Lisa Montgomery, now on death row. Stinnett was a cousin to another person who mysteriously vanished in town a few years prior, like poof, gone. The town also is the focus of the movie and book In Broad Daylight, when at least 2 different people shot the town bully during the day in front of the pool hall. Dozens of people saw. Everyone denied seeing anything, and no one has been charged to this day. Another guy beat his girlfriend, tied her to a truck, drugged her down a bunch of gravel county roads, then left her body in front of her house. A friend of mine used to live there and swears her house was haunted and depressing. I think a while back it was dubbed the creepiest small town in America. The county it is in, just north of the county I grew up in, has its own long history of weird stuff happening. It's just weird, because you see this town on the news worldwide for some of these things, but most of it, you learned about in the local small town papers or the small town rumor mill, because it was just another thing happening in Skidmore. I grew up in a little county seat town in Iowa in the late 1960s. I was in 76th grade. One of the daughters of a prominent family came home to live for the summer. She brought her nanny for the summer. She was a lovely black woman both inside and outside. The entire town was up in arms because we had a black person living in our town, especially the good Christian folks. I remember people talking about refusing to acknowledge her. She lived near my home, and she was a delightful person. My mother, who was not too tightly wrapped, and as I found out was also prejudiced as fuck, did not like me talking to her. The town dug out an ordinance from the old Jim Crow days that said that non-white people were not allowed to stay overnight in our town. My father kept telling my mother to stop this nonsense and the gossip about it, which created friction between the two of them that never went away. They divorced 15 years after that. Thank God. I do not know if the heinous law was ever broached with them. The furor eventually quieted down, although feelings still were there under the surface. Even if I had not been a queer boy growing up there, it changed my opinion of my small town and the view of my mother forever. I was truly ashamed of both of them, and I was afraid for myself as well. Possible TW. Mention of abuse murder. We moved from our house to a condo, and I started going to a new school district in 6th grade. We lived in the same condos as a girl who was a year older than me, but I didn't meet her until I was in high school and we waited for the bus together. I believe I was a freshman, and this was backquote 97 or backquote 98 Ike. I'll call her S. I didn't know her that well, just chatted with her at the bus stop, and I went over to her place after school once or twice to hang out and watch TV. It was just S and her dad that lived there. He was a nice guy, decent job, seemed like a typical middle class 40 over 50-year-old white man. S was known as kind of a party girl, a bit promiscuous, smoked cigarettes and weed, drank, probably did other stuff. Never had an issue with her, and at that time I hadn't started being an underage drinker yet, so we were opposites. I guess one day S wasn't at the bus stop, and a day or two later it was said that she ran away, but it wasn't the first time, so her dad expected her to come back. I don't remember how much time passed, I feel like maybe a week or two, but her body was found in the woods about 2 miles from the condos we lived in. She had been beaten severely with a baseball bat, killed at some point, and the killer or killers took her body into the woods and lit her on fire, but not a big enough fire to, cremate her and make her unrecognizable. I believe there was some type of big announcement at our school and we all thought it was really faked up. They ended up finding the guy who did it. He was 20 or 21 and lived maybe 5 miles away in another city. His friend turned him in, said that they were all drinking and taking LSD and he saw him hit her and stuff, but then he left because he wasn't cool with it. I want to say the guy who did it was sentenced to like 75 years in prison. I could find the article and post more specific info and details, but I don't think many people are doing that on this thread. I can probably find it though, if that's a thing. Anyway, I just remember waiting for the bus alone after that, and it was very weird. Like I couldn't say she and I were great friends, but we walked and talked for 30 minutes every day, so it was just strange. I visited her dad and brought him a plate of dinner a few times. He seemed so sad and broken, and I don't know if he sold the place and moved after that, but I didn't see his car out there anymore after a few months. I thought of him often, and I hoped he's doing okay. I can't imagine having to go through something so faked up and horrifying like that. Point eater. Also, the high school I went to is also referred to as Heroin High, and basically the people in the classes that graduated from 1998 to 2006 had some sort of curse. I graduated in 2000, and I want to say at least 15 people in my graduating class and 10 from the backquote 99 have died from odds. Just since March, 3 people from my class have died. It's rampant. I have one that's pretty messed up. I live in a relatively small town, about 2,000 people, so if you're involved in the community you tend to run into the same people. When I was young my parents put me in all kinds of sports, soccer, baseball, and football, so we got to know a lot of people in our town through those things. Anyways, there was this one kid on one of my youth soccer teams we'll call Kevin, who I became friends with and my parents became friends with. I'd go to his house to play trick or treat in his neighborhood, as it was a more upscale neighborhood with a lot of houses, but we kind of drifted apart around middle school because we went to different schools. We attended the same high school, as there's only one high school in our town, but didn't become friends again. I noticed he was different though, more quiet and always seemed kinda down. Well, during our junior year of high school a murder happened in his neighborhood which shocked the whole town, because his neighborhood is upscale and gated and is literally across the street from our high school. As it turns out, it was his father who was killed, shot many times in their own home. This was even more shocking because his father was a very large, well-built man who was in the Army Reserves. The story gets dark now because Kevin's grandmother, on his mom's side, was then arrested for the murder, which was even more shocking because she had just moved in with them due to suffering a stroke. So she is arrested and starts making a bunch of wild claims that Kevin's father abused the whole family and she was trying to save them all and whatnot, which no one believed because she was a little out there and Kevin's father was a big part of the community. Eventually Kevin's mom comes out and states that the father brutally beat Kevin and his sister for small things like getting C's or not listening to him. Then she makes further statements about how Kevin's father would drug and rape her. In one instance she had been raped so brutally she had to have surgery. Kevin's grandmother is now serving life in prison for premeditated murder, but I do believe she saved her family from abuse. Kevin and his sister have never been the same since, and his mother hasn't either, but she has moved on and has a girlfriend now who she seems happy with. This story was so crazy in our little town when it happened, and hit home for me because of my friendship with Kevin. I was also around their family a lot as a young kid and they seemed like a normal, happy family. I know a lot about their family because my mother remained good friends with his mother after they met when I played soccer with him. His mother has talked a lot with my mom about the whole ordeal, detailing the full extent of the abuse she and her children experienced from their father, which I won't share here because it is so graphic, and I don't think she publicly spoke on any of the details that I haven't shared already. Sorry for any formatting errors, I'm on mobile. I live in a small town in Germany with a population roughly about 5,000 people, and this happened last year. So first you need to understand the German school system. There is Hauptschule for dumb kids, there is Realschule for normal kids, and there is Gymnasium for smart kids. So the differences are that Hauptschule is for dumb kids, so that's how they behave. And you only learn basics. Realschule is normal, you learn a bit more in-depth stuff about the topics instead of just the basics, and the kids behave a bit better. And if your grades are good you can still change to Gymnasium later on, and Gymnasium is for smart kids. So you really go in depth about the topics. You learn really fancy stuff like French and Latin, and you have a lot of pressure, but there are certain things you can only study when you finished. Gymnasium and universities are more likely to take you. And now coming to the actual story. So in 7th grade, and I had a Latin teacher everyone liked. He would never put pressure on us, and we would do nothing, just talk about Roman torture methods that they used, and just stuff like that. He was really funny, and just in general a really nice, bright, woken up person that everyone liked. Nothing negative associated with him ever happened until 10 police men knocked the door down, stormed the classroom, put him in handcuffs, and walked away with him. It turned out that he had several fully automatic guns under his bed and planned a school shooting, and it all came out because he was sending some girls from my school nudes and asked them to send some back, and one girl reported him and they found the guns and all that while searching his house for child pornography. So he went for 15 years to prison. It doesn't matter what you do, you can't go longer to prison in Germany, and is now a convicted sex offender. I'm sorry if there are any typos. I'm 13 and still learning English, so I hope autocorrection got me on that one. So my family lives in a pretty big house in a small town. Everybody here lives on at least an acre, and we're about half a mile from a lake. My whole life, the lot next to us was totally wooded and under shade, and owned by someone on the other side of the country. One day, when I was about 11, someone pulled into our driveway a really nice car and told us he had bought the lot. So we got to know him, being we were neighbors. He was a wealthy doctor and also owned a house on the lake next door to a friend of mine similar to my age. This will be important later. Of course, he invited the family down to check it out. It was a really cool house. He had a nice boat, sports cars, and tons of arcade games. We had a good time. After going down there for dinner a few times, he asked me if I would like to come mow his lawn and pull weeds for him. I was kinda lazy and didn't want to work. I was only 11, so thankfully I said no. Turns out this guy was a serial rapist and had raped like 15 boys aged 11 to 14. I was very nearly a victim. I don't know if my friend was victimized, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was, and they moved out a couple months after he was caught. He is currently serving several life sentences in federal prison. Where to start? I live in a small city in the center of Mexico, and this zone has been a war zone for different drug cartels, so now is not news to hear about corpses in trash bags, or people hanging from bridges or shutouts in the streets of the towns. With the years it has only been worsening up really. One I remember more or less clearly is the story of a human head found in the bathrooms of a gas station in a cooler with a narco message. I remember this because I was studying laws back then, and my criminology teacher was the head investigator of that particular case. He then brought pictures and all to the class. It was really creepy and disgusting, and I have to say, it's sad that, because this violence has been growing now, we are kind of numb to this kind of news. There isn't a single day without a corpse being found mutilated or in pieces. So it is really heartbreaking what is happening to my dear country, and the authorities do nothing about it. We grew up in one of the worst neighborhoods in my state. Crime, gangs, murders, But this was the 80s, so you still went out to go swim or ride bikes. We were raised to be extremely street smart and fight like little savages if anyone laid a hand on us. But 3 guys in an ironically named safety cab still almost snatched me off the street in broad daylight. Anyway, 80s childhood being what it was, we used to ride our bikes everywhere. Our home street was divided into 3 parts. The upper and middle parts were relatively okay in the daytime. The lower part was off limits. No matter what BC, that's where the sex offenders and drug dealers lived. We moved out finally and went somewhere a lot safer. Years pass. Our old neighborhood makes the news every so often for various outrages. One day, I saw in the newspaper that a woman had recently been found dead in her house. She'd been dead for a month on her couch. Sad ending, but nothing awful like murder. However, when authorities showed up to deal with the situation, they discovered a big slab of cement in a strange place in the backyard. A neighbor told them that they'd frequently seen her at night sitting near and talking to the slab. If you knew how weird the people in our neighborhood were, you'd have brushed this off as yet another whack job. Turns out it was her husband. Only they weren't legally married, so when he died, suspected of natural causes, no idea how they arrived at that, she couldn't live without his social security check every month. So she buried him in the backyard and kept up the pretense that he was alive with his out-of-state relatives. We used to ride by that house frequently when he was already buried in the yard. Oh, 1980s. Mine has a bunch of weird stories. I remember these. When I was a kid, there were several bus companies in my city. My dad worked at one of them. As years passed by, the governor's family took over the bus market. They slowly got rid of the competition until one of the few companies left was the one where my father worked. During that period, the governor's family became the owner of half our province, land, companies, etc. All sorts of rumors on how they achieved it started spreading. They had people killed, they had money laundered. But the story that stuck to me the most was one my dad told me. They gathered somewhere secluded, only people close to the family. They buried a brand new car with a newborn baby alive inside. Dad heard that from someone close to the family in the Department of Transport in my city. It sounded impossible to believe such a story, but then there were several cases of human sacrifice in my country, and from following their investigations I learned that kind of sacrifice is made to become wealthy, and people in those circles seem to be very powerful. The government never confirmed it, but there's a tunnel system under my city dating back to war times. They connect the main buildings and some of the eldest houses in the city center. Some people have seen them, some have even been inside them. One of them was under my school and led to the river. I've never seen it, but my sister's father-in-law said he'd sneak through it when he was a teenager. Bella Grogan. Little girl no older than 3 or 4 I think. Mom was an addict and apparently owed some people some serious money. She left her daughter in the care of a friend while she left the house. The friend beat Bella mercilessly, tied her up, drove her to a construction site, raped her and left her body in a shallow grave. The most chilling part is that it is speculated that Bella's mother, owing so much money, forfeited her daughter to pay her debt, knowingly leaving her daughter with the man that was supposed to deliver her to a trafficker. But his deviant desires got the best of him, and he took it too far, killing her. The mother was seen around with known meth heads acting totally fine the following days after her daughter's body was found, throwing beers and laughing and spitting at people trying to expose her. Really faked up. Happened in Bullhead City, as the town named the road after Bella. I believe it's called Bella's Way. About 10 years ago now, there was a group of high school aged kids who went missing. They were known addicts and dealers, and most of us thought they just went transient. Our area is a major throughway for drugs traveling up through New York State to the Canadian border. 3 months later, a pair of hikers came across bodies hanging from trees in the most remote part of the national forest. It turned out to be those kids. They had their throats slit, their tongues pulled through their necks, fingernails pulled off, all of their teeth removed, and lying on the ground under their feet. FBI and D agents tracked a single suspect through the pliers they left by the kids' teeth. Turns out the kids had attempted to hijack a truck full of heroin, but hadn't counted on it being full of cartel soldiers. They were overpowered, tortured, killed, and left to send a message to other drug mules that traveled through the area. We were never told which cartel was responsible, and no one has spoken of the incident since. For context, I lived where I-84 and into New York State from PA. A lot of traffickers follow 84 onto back roads that lead into the Adirondacks, then into Canada from there. We always knew the traffickers were coming through, but that's the only time cartel violence ever split into our area. I guess the message was sent. Haven't had another incident since. Still spooky to me to this day. Our backdoor neighbor helped his ex-wife chop up and hide a body. We all actually rather like H. He's a weird guy but super friendly. Showed up a couple times a year with venison or pork or salmon because my mom's a killer cook and he'd get invited to dinner to eat whatever random, possibly illegally obtained meat he brought over. I honestly always felt perfectly comfortable with him. Anyways, eventually it came out that the cops showed up to arrest him as an accomplice to murder. We were all rather perplexed by this, cause, come on, it's H killer dear, yes. Hurt a human. Never turns out the ex had shown up at his house and said, I have a kid in the front seat and a body in the trunk. Help me hide it or I'll kill the kid. Now, I would have called the cops here, but H is an indigenous man and he doesn't trust cops. So he agrees, chops up the body, puts it in an old fridge, and takes it to the dump. Tells his buddy working the gates, hey man, I've got a deer in here I don't have a ticket for, and the cops are looking for poachers, and his buddy lets him dump the fridge without checking it. Then, at some point down the line, the ex snaps and frames H for the murder, or at least heavily implies he was involved. The sucky part is that he had a lawyer who was more interested in reining him dry than helping him. He ended up losing the house for court fees and in jail longer than he would have with just a plea bargain. I did see him again a couple years ago, but he had to move, of course. He was just swinging through to say hi. Rural Iowa, where everybody knows everybody. 3 people worked together, a man, his wife, and a male friend, cousin. Wife stayed home sick one day. Man went to work. Friend also called in. Man went to check on his wife during lunch and found a friend and wife in bed together. Rural Iowa, so untreated mental illness was rampant. Man lost his sheet, shot the wife, friend, and himself. The wife survived. The man's funeral was huge because everyone loved him. He really was a sweet dude, so people came from our town and every town nearby. Friend's funeral was essentially just his parents, wife, her family, and the friend's family all left town the second she got out of the hospital. No one speaks of the friend anymore. In a way, that makes it seem like he never even existed. Shortly before I moved away, a lovely young lady, again, someone nobody could find anything to criticize about, hard to do in rural Iowa, was shot outside of her workplace. She was called in at the last minute to open the bank as her coworker was sick. As she was unlocking the door, a man walked up and shot her in the face. He was never found, and it was labeled as a robbery gone wrong. Except he didn't rob the bank, or her, so my theory is that it was someone who was pissed at her coworker, but being bundled up for Iowa winter, he didn't realize it was a different girl. Everyone had connections to everyone, including the police, so it was very quickly brushed under the rug. I fled that state shortly after her murder because I found out these one-offs were shockingly common. The week I moved there, a young female jogger was picked up, raped, and killed. Shortly before I moved there, an elderly neighbor lady's house was broken into, and she was shot and killed. Only the jogger's murderer was caught, but I genuinely believe that only happened because the guy wasn't white. In the 2 years I lived there was a shocking number of murders that just got quietly brushed aside almost the second the words "the suspect is a white male" were mentioned. There are a few things, but here are 2. Neither are secrets, but are interesting nonetheless. There is a dude who lives a few blocks down from me. Normal dude now, but as a teen he killed a dude. The dude they stabbed was a pedo, and they were gonna blow the dude for some cash. At the last minute they went back on it, killed him and stole the cash. This guy lived on my street. A real scary dude, probably had parents from Mexico or some other ethnic county. He dealt and did a lot of drugs. One time he didn't pay up and had his house shot up, a shock for me and everyone else. Had kids and elderly in the house, luckily no deaths or anything. A few years later he went missing. It was the classic deal gone bad. Everyone thought he went to Camden, the worst city in Jersey, and did. Almost 5 years later, early this year his bones were found. He had been shot, stabbed and lit on fire, then disposed of in a small path in a forest. The guy who did it knew my stepfather. Weird shit happens here much too often. This is only one of them, but probably the worst point. We have a lot of problems in our community with theft, drugs, violence, rape, etc., especially nowadays. A couple of years ago, someone tipped off the police about a really dire situation at a particular household in the heart of the ghetto. When the police got there, an older family member was rapping a 5-year-old girl, an uncle, Ike. The police apprehended the scumfuck and got the little girl out of there. So this little girl was taken to a room in the police station, apparently to keep her safe. One of the officers involved with this affair then went into the room and then went on to rape this girl in the police station right after she had been raped by a family member. This is a small town dark secret because the town is a tourist hotspot. Most of our money comes from tourism. It's marketed as this pristine gem, away from all the problems of the city. While stuff like this happens far more regularly than I'm willing to talk about. We featured in the National Town of the Year a whole couple of times, and if you look at those videos, they literally just show the pretty parts of town and trim the real parts out of every shot, due to obvious reasons. I'm just bringing this up because it demonstrates how the town treats these types of problems, sweeps them under the rug. My mother and father were both very young and both in their first enlistment in the military when they met and married. My mom soon got out of the military when she was pregnant with me, and I was born in 1960. My father went on to complete 30 years and retired. But in the summer of 1972, many years before he retired, my father got orders to do a 1-year tour in Vietnam, and my parents rented our house to a young military couple, and we moved to a small town in northeastern Kentucky where my grandmother lived, and my mom escaped from that had tons and tons and tons of dark secrets. My grandmother was a bootlegger that sold smuggled in pints of liquor out of the store in short order kitchen she ran in the bottom floor of her house. She would also slide a brown paper bag with 2 fried egg sandwiches and some cash across the counter to the sheriff in the county she lived in once a month. My mom's younger half-brother, her only sibling, had a cousin that was shot by the sheriff and his men in front of his mother's house, and they wouldn't let anybody go near him until after he died. The rumors were that he was dealing dope and moonshine and bootleg liquor, but wasn't paying them their cut. My uncle's best friend had just returned from a tour in Nam, and one night they were all at a small town drive-in burger joint when his best friend grabbed an African American girl who was passing through and raped her behind the burger joint. Nothing happened to him. He wasn't even arrested, but his drop-dead gorgeous fiancée, an Auburn-haired college-educated nurse, immediately dumped him, and the cops finally tuned him up because he wouldn't leave her alone. She came from a good family was their reckoning. It was all real live Hollywood movie and television show stuff. It was the year me and my 3 younger siblings learned about the stuff that really went on out in the world. There's really quite a few, but one that hits the most still must have been around 2000. There was a brother and sister who went to my school, and all of a sudden, they just stopped showing up. Eventually truancy officers showed up and found the sister dead, naked, and tied up suspended in a shed. The brother was still alive, but really faked up. I think he was bull gagged or some crazy shit. Can't remember too well. Turns out their parents and a bunch of their friends were just sexually abusing both of them for a very long period of time and torturing them. Photos and videos were found and were being traded in CP rings. Apparently it went on for years. We all knew them in the neighborhood when we were younger, but a few years before this all happened, they were just rarely seen outside of school. Never seen the brother again. Think he changed his name cause we did look for him years later. Hopefully he's made it this far in life and is okay now, considering after that house just circulated evil. Over the next few years, it was a rotation of criminal activity. In like 08, a meth lab explosion took the whole house out, and a fake it is still an empty lot. I was transferred to a city in mid-south of India, and worked there for 6 months as a tax collector. I'm only 27, this is recent. One day a dude came to my office with his bodyguard, who had a big gun in his hands. This dude had a glorious mustache and a personality that was quite distinguishable from the rest of the people. He sat on a chair waiting for this local clerk who had just gone for his lunch break. After this clerk returned, the dude paid taxes for all his properties he had in that city, lands, houses, and bungalows. I even remember the clerk being quite respectful to this dude. After the dude left, I asked the clerk who he was. He just told me that he is a very respected guy in the city, and he is quite rich. Fast forward a month or two, I was hanging out with this guy who had just retired at the age of 58, and he was telling all the stories from his younger days. Suddenly, I asked him about the dude who came to pay his taxes with a bodyguard, and he started telling me that that guy used to play in the office surroundings when he was very young, and the office employees, used to beat him and send him out. But he grew up and started murdering people for money. He was so good at it that he became quite fearful and rich doing it eventually. One day in his prime, he murdered a person and buried the body in a construction site that is the court building in that city today. After working there for a while, I realized that that city had quite a history of murders, rapes and other crimes that anyone would consider heinous. And some part of this legacy still continued. There was this news of someone getting murdered for 2,000 rupees, that's $27. After a while, I asked for a transfer to my head office, which later transferred me to the city I work in now. It's been a year since I've been working here. This new city is just a typical Indian city filled with corruption and extremism. But I'm glad there aren't any murderers around. This article, titled "Anatomy of a Small Town Sex Scandal from the Body Politic in October 1983" explains it well, but the TLDR is that in 1983, for 3 weeks, the police spied on a public washroom in this town of 24,000 and arrested 30 men on 55 charges of gross indecency. Those involved weren't arrested on location, but rather while at work. Imagine sitting in class as the police walked into your classroom and arrested your teacher for hooking up with other men in the bathroom. It should come as no surprise to anyone involved that several men committed suicide as a result. The police knew what message they were sending by dragging these men out of their homes and places of business. This isn't mentioned in the article linked, but the local paper did end up publishing the names of those who were arrested, and so, though this happened 37 years ago, some of those men still are widely remembered as having been involved. I moved here about 11 years ago and learned about the scandal from someone pointing out to me an individual who had been arrested, as if this juicy gossip was interesting to me. The beginning of the linked article states that this incident set gay life back 40 years for the local community. I'm not sure if that is accurate. 2 years ago, I'd a gay wedding in town, and not only was it well attended, it didn't seem at all scandalous to anyone to my knowledge. This notwithstanding, the effect of this time continues to ripple through the town and remains an open secret from which those involved have never had a real chance to heal. The town is called Kroonstad in South Africa. I was born there, but later on my family moved. The old convent is said to be haunted and has a few dark stories. I remember having a school play there in the 2nd grade, about 2008. During 1918, the school was turned into a hospital during the Spanish influenza outbreak. The convent was apparently unoccupied in the 80s, and that's when most of the scary stories came out. People who have ventured into the convent experienced several unexplained activities, doors slamming shut that then would not open from the inside, audible voices, shadow movement caught from the corner of their eyes, as well as feelings of being watched and being followed around by an unseen entity. I remember always having the psyche feeling when I was there, but bear in mind, I was in the 2nd grade. This is also the same location where people have found candles on the graves of the nuns and priests. Police analyzed the candles and found they were made from human fat. There are also stories of a priest who killed himself after being exposed for molesting young children. Also, 2 nuns had allegedly jumped to their deaths from the building. Their ghosts are alleged to roam the halls of the old convent. Funny thing is, the convent is currently a school edit, spelling. In 2014, a 19-year-old girl killed her 5-year-old cousin she was babysitting. According to officials, she strangled the boy, wrapped his body up in trash bags, and disposed of him under a fallen tree in the woods across the street from her house. She called the police to report it as a home invasion and kidnapping, which prompted an Amber Alert spanning 3 states. Local law enforcement, sheriffs, state police, and the FBI, I believe, spent exorbitant resources searching for the boy and 2 supposed unsubs that took him. Unfortunately, they discovered his body not long after the initial search. I can't remember if she went to trial or took a plea deal, but there were numerous officials tied to the case saying that her story crumbled easily, and it became exceedingly apparent that her motives behind the murder were the result of serious psychological problems, schizophrenia, and substance abuse, if I remember correctly. I live in a small town in Alaska. About 20 to 30 years ago, a high school student went missing. For a town of only a few thousand people, this was obviously a big deal. It was the night of her birthday, and she had a party somewhere. At about 1 to 2 a.m. she left the party and walked home. She never made it. Within a few days, police found her body underneath a bridge in a heavily forested area. She was raped and strangled to death. This was a massive story throughout the region, as murders like this are extremely uncommon. The police arrested a mentally disabled man in connection with the murder, and I believe he was imprisoned until they found evidence that acquitted him from the crime. Turns out that the police department, which has a long history of being corrupt, racist, abusive, etc. to this day, big problem throughout the state, coerced a confession from him. Unfortunately, nobody could find any more evidence relating to her murder, and the case went cold point until about 2 months ago. Due to some sort of new forensics technique, I don't know any of the specifics, law enforcement got a DNA hit on a man living in Arkansas. Turns out he moved there from my town about 10 to 15 years ago. Police showed up to his house to ask him a few questions, and he refused to comply. They couldn't do anything without a warrant, so they left. It took them about 30 minutes to get a search warrant, and when they entered the house they found his body with his skull blown to pieces. Turns out the piece of sheet knew he was probably faked and decided to face a shotgun rather than incarceration. The guy was apparently a family friend of the girl and was a city worker for years with her father. Nobody suspected him at all, since apparently he had a demeanor of just a regular, nice, quiet guy. He followed the girl from the party, carried out his sick plan, and got away with it for decades. Sucks he was able to take the coward's way out, but I hope the family of the girl found some sort of closure at least. Over 10 years ago now, a man, a sociopath, drove from Rochester, New York, where he was attending college, to my hometown Bethlehem, New York, where his parents lived, in the late night hours. When he arrived, he staged a break-in at his parents' home under the blanket of night. He disabled the home alarm and hid the family dog in the basement. He then proceeded to his parents' bedroom, where they were sleeping, and bludgeoned his mother, leaving her permanently disfigured. She survived, and nearly decapitated his father. He then left the house and drove all the way back to Rochester in the early morning hours, where he returned to sleep. After being nearly decapitated, the father went about his morning, unloading the dishwasher, packing his lunch, and getting the newspaper from the front step, leaving a trail of blood throughout the home. He collapsed at the front door and was found after not having shown up for work. All the while the mother barely hung on to life in the blood-soaked bed. Point to this day, if you say the name Porco in my hometown, you'll get a good reason. To this day, yellow Jeeps are associated with the incident. Point it's not so secret, however. Turns out it grew so known, a movie was made out of it. This is around 2013. At our local high school, a lesbian couple were discovered, and the school took heavy actions against the couple, demanding them to end their relationship and stop doing inappropriate things. We are not a very progressive society. Point I graduated from that high school during that time, while my brother still studies there. According to him, one day during class, it was a rainy day. Amidst the sound of rain, a loud pop noise was heard throughout the school. It was close to my brother's classroom. When everyone go and investigate, they find that one of the lesbian girl tried to commit suicide by jumping off the school's rooftop, 5th floor, due to the school's intervention of their relationship. She hit hard concrete point. She survived the fall, but was paralyzed from the waist down. The mayor, who also owns the school, paid for every media outlet to keep quiet about the incident. He's a very rich man, so he can easily keep hundreds of people quiet. I remember seeing the news on the FB page of our town for about a few minutes, then the post disappeared. Have you ever seen that movie, An American Crime? It stars Elliot Page, then Ellen, and is about these two kids who get dumped off with strangers in Indiana. It's based off a real crime, and is considered the worst crime to ever happen in the state. Essentially, this woman and I believe her 5 children torture these 2 girls, locking them in the basement, beating them, and other horribly graphic things I'd rather not repeat. If you're curious, I would recommend the movie. In it you will see the oldest daughter eventually has a change of heart and tries to help them in the end. However, in real life, that wasn't the case. She tortured them to death along with her mother. I know this because that woman went to jail, got out, changed her name to Paula Pace, and moved to Conrad, IA. I know because she became a teacher at my high school and worked with special needs kids. I believe she was ousted in 2013 to 2014. I live in a small town on the North Shore of Long Island. I graduated high school 12 years ago. One of the guidance counselors who works at the school is known for being a creep with female students. I remember girls always hanging out in his office, laying on the floor, and generally flirting with him. It was just weirdly inappropriate. Then the rumors started swelling about the students who would graduate, and then he'd sleep with them after their grad parties. He went to the high school he now works at, was the football captain, popular jock, etc. Now he's the football coach, and is clearly trying to continue on in his glory days. My friends and I are all 29 to 30 years old now, and he creepily hits on us when out at local bars. Try to touch your waist. Try to buy you shots. He's gross. Sad part is that the whole school administration pretty much knows about all of his behavior, and the scumbag still has his job as a guidance counselor and football coach. There were even attempted rape accusations from a student. Bonus story about him. When we were in 10th grade, we were in line at the Taco Bell drive-thru late on a Friday night. The car that was 2 cars ahead of us was spending an abnormally long amount of time at the ordering speaker. So I get out to see what's up, and he's passed out on his steering wheel at the Taco Bell drive-thru. We start freaking out like, what the fuck, that's our guidance counselor. The man in the car behind him gets out, wakes him up, and tells him he's gotta go. The asshole drives off clearly wasted, and parks in the lot next door and passes back out. Definitely not a guy I would want guiding my kid. Fuck you, you creep. You deserve to be fired. When I was in high school, I volunteered with the ambulance corps as an explorer scout for some reason. We were taken on a field trip to the ME's office, and while there he showed us a bunch of photos of weird deaths in the region, including this dude who was found by hikers near the big state park in our county in a smokehouse, completely burned and in a leather mask. For years I thought I made this up, but it turns out it's part of a crazy 80s murder case involving a New York City art gallery and SM, and the victim was a gay model. The whole story is absolutely wild, and my dad told me that because of the weird sex stuff and connections the family had, no one talked about it. It's called the death mask murder because the leather mask preserved the face to the point that he was easily identified. My hometown is pretty much situated between the city and the state park. A lot of shady shit has happened over the years because of it. Two cousins go deer hunting on November 8, 2004. One gets shot by the other's rifle and is killed. The other claims it was an accident because he didn't see his cousin. Of course, both were wearing orange vests. They were cousins through the father's side. The deceased cousin's parents had been divorced for some time. The mother wanted an investigation as she thought it wasn't an accident. However, the father's side of the family paid good money to make the whole situation disappear. There was minimal investigation, and no charges were made. In reality, the killer wanted his cousin's life. He had been jealous since the two were in high school. Within 2 years, the killer cousin had the deceased cousin's house, job, and wife. My father has always believed that there was foul play in that case as he knows the family personally. It truly solidified everything when the widow remarried the killer. They even have 2 sons now, which they proclaim are the reincarnations of the deceased cousin. I live in a small town and this is a dark recurrent thing more than a story, so biased means it's no secret. Well, I'll tell it, and if you feel it doesn't suit here you tell me. I live in a small village in Catalonia, so you have luck looking for it if you want. In the top of a basalt cliff, and we get some visitors that come just to commit suicide. The thing is that most of the cliff is not accessible to the public, houses limit to the cliff, and most of the parts where the people think that can commit suicide can provide a painful fall, injuries, even paralysis, but most of the time not death, because they don't provide a vertical enough fall, and also are covered in trees or bushes, where to get caught mid-fall. The darker part of this truth is that nearly all the children know the exact place where you can commit suicide, because it's in a square that limits the cliff, and when playing there all the parents will make sure that the children don't approach the stone railing in that spot. Not taking the multiple drug traffickers, the convicted murderers, and the supposedly ex-Hell's Angel that threatened me and my mom when I was like 13 into account. The worst thing, which rarely gets talked about, is a murder. It shook this town to the core. The dude killed his wife with no remorse during the night while she was asleep. From what I could find out, I was like 16 or so not much info was told to me directly. He smashed her head with a hammer or SMTH. He then spent a week digging the concrete ground of his garage at night to bury her corpse. I can see what their house was from my terrace. We could hear if they screamed or put music too loud, and we could kinda see where he buried her. We heard nothing at all, not a sound. A year went by with no one finding out. No one suspected a thing. He was a nice guy to everyone, and was everyone's mechanic. When he told her friends she went back to her country, she was Peruvian, I think, they believed him. But after a year of being told by him not to call her, that she needed time away, that she was sick, and it would be inconvenient to call her, a friend called her family. They had no idea what that woman was saying because their daughter wasn't there. Actually, they had only contact with her husband, who had lied to them. The family called our police. Spain. Friends started to get nervous about what could have happened. Everyone had the worst in mind. Weeks later he confessed upon seeing that the police were following him around. He knew they would catch him and thought going to the police himself would reduce his sentence, not because of remorse. He said he didn't feel remorse. She wanted to separate and control money, which would put a stop to his addictions and his frequent travels to brothels. When people found out about the whole deal, reasons and all, a bunch of people started looking all around their cars because he had kept being everyone's mechanic. I don't know for how long he was convicted nor what happened with him, but he never came back. The house was abandoned, then years later occupied by an occupier who I think had come out from jail, and dude is real nice. He turned his life around and all that, and is now a very legal man. The thing is, seeing the house with people again helps. Now when we pass it, we don't immediately think that it was our friend's grave for a year. It doesn't feel like she was still there with her smile like always. I lived in the country about 25 minutes from the nearest small town. 13 years ago, when I was in high school, a girl went missing from our rival school in the neighboring town. Everyone in town knew her abusive ex killed her, based on witness testimonies of violent confessions he'd made to them, his history of violence with girlfriends, killing animals. He was the last person seen with her, and she had a restraining order against him. Cops weren't any help. Her poor mother did all of the fundraising and investigating. Flash forward to 3 years ago, another girl goes missing. She was last seen at a party with the abusive ex. Her car was found burned 2 days later, and he had burns and scratches all over his face. A few months later, a mushroom hunter finds both of the bodies in the woods, less than a mile from my home in the country. All those years, I'd driven right by where this girl was buried almost every day. I think about that a lot. The pizza murder. 9 years ago, a pizza restaurant opened up in my town, and by town I mean about 1.5k residents. The restaurant was owned by a couple. They seemed nice, both worked for Raytheon, and had been married for 4 years. Turns out the husband was having an affair. He told the mistress his marriage was done, and invited her to fly down and see him. He then proceeds to murder his wife in bed, first strangulation then with a ball peen hammer. drags her body through the house, leaving obvious bloodstains, and dumps her into the ravine on the property. Mistress arrives and apparently doesn't notice a thing, just moves in. Police are asked for a welfare check on the wife by her employer Raytheon. Police arrive and the husband tells police the wife had flown to Denver. Police see bloodstains, the bloody hammer in the garage, and find the body fairly quickly. He pleaded not guilty. The house was previously owned and built by my boyfriend's grandparents. February 2018, the temperature was warm enough that snow started to melt en masse, which meant there was crazy flooding. A mother accidentally drove onto a closed road, and her 3-year-old son got swept into the river. There were searches and fundraisers immediately. That little boy's face and name were, and still are, imprinted in everyone's mind. I remember talking about it with my friends during lunch. I was in grade 12. People wore blue ribbons with Cadden's name. But the river and lakes were frozen over again, and everyone knew he wouldn't be found until the spring thaw. Sure enough, in April 2018 his body was found in a lake 13 kilometers from where he was swept away. We all knew there was something sketchy about his mother. Most people didn't want to say anything, but everyone had suspicions. There were rumors that she was drunk, that it was a murder to please her boyfriend, to get back at her ex. There was a public funeral in May. Hundreds of people were there. Everyone was crying. My heart still aches when I think of the picture of him with a big smile and how he drowned cold and scared. In October of 2018, 8 months after he was swept away, his mother was charged with impaired driving causing death, dangerous driving causing death, and criminal negligence causing death. The case is still ongoing. We all knew she had something to do with it. Rip Cadden. You deserved better. I'm sure this will get buried, but might as well put this out there. It's not a small town dark secret as much as it's a state secret / conspiracy. The murder of James Michael Frank. He was hired in the early 80s by the then governor of Oregon to fix the corruption in our correctional system. He was murdered, assassinated, outside the building he worked at, and it was choked up to a carjacking, and there was of course a fall guy. The problem was James was trained in combat and was fairly tall, so it didn't make sense that some carjacker would have taken him down so easily. It also didn't make sense because at the time carjacking was considered a slap on the wrist crime in Oregon, so no carjacker in their right mind would up and murder someone, especially outside of a government building. There's more to it, and it was solved, but everyone in Oregon that knows about it knows that it was covered up. There's a whole podcast about it called Murder in Oregon that takes a deeper dive. There's also this Wikipedia page that has more information. It's worth looking into if you have time and like this kind of stuff. Warning though, the podcast made me cry several times because they interviewed his brothers who knew something was wrong. So if old men are crying tugs at your heartstrings, I warned you. I don't know if it really counts, but we have a huge big brand car manufacturing plant in our town where around 8,000 people work. My father and brother both currently work there, and boy is it a nasty place. The work is backbreaking, and conditions are absolutely terrible, unless you're lucky enough to get one of the office jobs. Anyways, it was maybe 4 years ago when one of the line workers had climbed up to the top of the plant water tower, jumped off and landed right in the parking lots. I looked into it some more, and turns out there are a handful of worker suicides every year and no one even talks about them. According to the guy's friends and co-workers, he was your normal, happy-go-lucky dude just trying to pay for his family, and I think that's what really unsettles me about this story, is that even the brightest of people have those thoughts, and then whenever they act out it's like nothing happened. I mean, there were flowers in his parking spot for a few days, and then it was like it never even happened. It's just really sad. I come from a small town in Germany. We have an institution for disabled or mentally ill people that was founded about 200 years ago. Don't know the year. Back in the first decades it was a model institution for children, and it had a very good reputation. Then the Nazis came, who decided that people with disabilities are unworthy and a useless drain on society. I can't recall if the doctors and nurses were in on it by choice or were made to comply. These were horrible dark times, but more and more children died. A local pharmacy provided loads of a certain poison that was then mixed in the evening food, and the next day those kids were gone. It started with several cases and increased massively during the war years. The official cause of death was labeled flu or something else naturally. There's a garden behind one of the buildings where the bodies are buried. It got so big that our small town couldn't handle it anymore. A bigger institution in a nearby town that had a cremation room took over the disposal from all over Germany, and those poor kids were temporarily housed in our town and then transported to the other place. I don't know how many people in my town knew what exactly was going on in the institution, but there were certainly lots of rumors going around. It's a very dark spot in the history of our town and of course this institution. Only in the recent few years people finally started to openly talk about those horrible things after being in denial for 80 years. There's a detailed exhibition now in the institution and I think an initiative to build a memorial. I live abroad now for a few years and am not on top of what's going on exactly. There's a train tunnel on the outskirts of town. It's very well known and is therefore left alone. There's many variations of the story, but they're all along the lines of a young girl who climbed to the top of the tunnel and committed suicide by jumping to her death. Rumors now constantly circulate about voices in the tunnel, ghost trains and other weird sightings. I've been there a few times myself, and only one thing has struck me as particularly odd. The township claims the tunnel is still in use, but you never see any trains come through. Every few months you might hear a distant train at night, but that's it. I don't think I've ever met someone who has actually seen a train go through. Stranger still are the trains that just show up. Completely empty and abandoned, they just appear on random stretches of the track. Nobody ever sees or hears them. We just wake up and they're there. I've only personally investigated one and everything about it was just off somehow. It's probably worth mentioning at this point that the tracks running through the tunnel itself are destroyed, like ripped off the ground or buried under rocks. There are other broken sections, but the worst of it is in the tunnel, meaning there's no way a train could get through anyways. Not so much a small town these days, but there's a private school near a place called Black Pond, which is fed by a hidden spring. A lot of people in the 60s and 70s used to go skinny dipping there where I grew up, and there's a trail that runs through the woods next to the private school. Now it's supposedly heavily guarded. The private school is a bit of a mystery. It's got a website and looks like a normal girls' boarding school, but it's super secure and caters to the daughters of the super rich, many of them foreign to the United States. Growing up around that area, you always heard about it, but nobody really knew much about the children who went there. Some were local kids, the daughters of senators and the like, but most were children who even the other students didn't know much about. Yeah, shades of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. It had that vibe, only with not as fancy a main building. They have had a checkered past, including a murder of a student, Natalia P. Semler, aka Tasha, by John Gilreath in 1973. John had been convicted for multiple kidnapping and rape charges before, was diagnosed a violent schizophrenic, and yet for unexplained reasons was left on his own recognizance without any supervision. Jean Harris was the headmistress of school, who made national news in the early 1980s when she was tried and convicted of the murder of her ex-lover, Herman Tarnow. A well-known cardiologist and author of the best-selling book The Complete Scarsdale Medical Diet. The cases featured on the TV show Murder Made Me Famous. About the murder. Warning. Gruesome. More on the case of the killer. I don't live in a small town. I live in a big city, but these ones creep me out. Apparently there are thousands of dead bodies buried around Lincoln Park. It was apparently a cemetery at one point, but the city decided to move the bodies to more rural areas in 1869. 2 years later the Great Chicago Fire happened, 1871, destroying burial markers. As many as 10 feet 000 bodies have been left behind. There is a famous one named Ira Couch. Kind of creepy. I have another one. Here we have a cemetery called Graceland Cemetery. And we have a famous grave for a girl I think is named Inez Clark. She died in the 1800s due to being struck by lightning. She was only 8. Her parents made her a special grave with a statue in a glass box. People say during thunderstorms, they will see the statue disappear from the glass and hear the screaming of a little girl. The statue disappears because of the glass getting foggy, but the screaming has never been explained. Chicago Unsolved Mysteries. There is a short ugly skinny dude 40 years old or so that was jailed for many years when he was around 20 years old because he done something extremely bad to a little kid, something that involved a pine cone. I won't go into details, but he had a pretty bad time into jail for this. He got out in his 40s and now he walks the town crying, swearing, fighting with trees, begging for cigs and alcohol. Legend says that if he tells you, hey, please help me to move a big TV, and you get into his apartment to help him, he will lock the door then say, I won't let you out if you don't let me to suck your dick. I called that legend bullshit until one day on my way back home from work, he asked me if I could help him move a really big TV upstairs. I said, sure, because he was drunk, and I thought that he could use some help, but when I got inside I noticed that there was no TV downstairs. So I remembered the legend and ran the fuck away. I heard him screaming, stoop, I will give you some good weed. But that didn't stop me. I dodged a fucking bullet that day. I live in a small city in Florida. It's pretty boring. There are just cows, farms, and Trump supporters. Luckily we were able to find a really nice part that has nice houses. One day there was a police officer knocking at the door and she started to ask us questions about this kid. They said he looked 4 to 6 years old, and that he was pale, and seemed like he hadn't eaten in a while. Our neighbors saw him around, and the boy asked our neighbor to buy some parts. We checked our cameras for anything, and there was nothing. After a few hours, the kid was found and returned to his home. I was sort of skeptical, because he had only been missing for that day. He went missing around morning time. I was questioning how he could have gotten so pale, and why it seemed like he was not eating. I'm not a doctor or anything, but I don't think that can happen in a day. The fact that he wanted my neighbors to buy something and wanted money made me think that someone sent him out there or something. I don't know if I'm overthinking or being paranoid. This kinda freaks me out. My grandmother was giving me a back in the day story she had similar to one I had recently. She said she went to sleep one night and was dreaming about being on a beach. She walked along the sand. That felt so real. She continued walking until she saw a cute boy. He was cute and charming. He asked if she wanted to go have a feast with him and his family. She reluctantly said sure and watched as he went inside the water. She was weirded out and scared, stating, "The you'll drown." "No I won't, and you won't either." "No I promise you won't, trust me." Then he reached his hand out and she grabbed it and they went to the ocean floor where they went inside of a hut. They proceeded into a dining room filled with people and food on the table. The people did matter, the food did, and it looked delicious. The thing that stuck out was the rice. Red, brown / black and white. "Eat it," he said. "Okay, later." "No, now, eat it." "But I can eat it later on." "Why now? It's delicious." "Try it later. I want some." Ken, scanning the table. Goat's head. Weird symbols. Weird ominous people. Red, black, white rice. My grandmother knew exactly was going on. She had been an idiot for not noticing this before. It was the devil. She heard of this once, and this happened to many people in her family. Mostly to those who weren't baptized or official Christian. Some were about handsome men or women in suits, but those were rarer. She ran out the hut and swam to the surface. She needed to get out. Wake up. She woke up in a church. She was later told that she was in a coma for a little while. The church people said that the devil was testing her and was trying to make her the queen of hell. Considering that black rice is called the forbidden rice. Which was preserved for royals. In other words, it was another way into hell. Not exactly a ghost town story, but they lived in a paranormal town where people would act strange and weird all the time. My town was a nowhere place in rural Idaho. Our school district bused kids in from up to 45 minutes away, and my HS graduating class was still 100 kids. As it happens, the high school and middle school were located on adjacent lots. One year, the school district decided to build an addition to the HS, joining it to the old middle school's gym, and replace the middle school entirely. After a couple years, construction was finally almost finished. It was summer. The following school year would see the doors open on the new middle school. The final touches were being placed on the new middle school's interior and bills were coming due. There was a problem. Construction had taken about 6 months longer than the district had planned for. They couldn't pay the full amount or fund the demolition of the original middle school point. And then one night shortly before the new school year, the old middle school caught fire. The building was a total loss, except for the gym which would be used by the high school. The damage was surprising, since the fire department was literally 3 blocks from the middle school. You'd think they'd have smelled the smoke. It was a real shame. Conveniently, however, the insurance money would be just enough to finish paying for the new middle school and the final sweep out of the old middle school's remains. The local insurance inspector was, of course, dispatched to investigate the fire. The fact that his cousin was on the school board surely had no bearing on his final findings, that the claim should be paid in full. A girl I grew up with on the same block. I went to a few of her birthdays, but she always seemed negative and a troubled soul. Even though she had everything she needed at home 10 years ago, she was on the way to the big city airport with her friends to head out east for Christmas. And her psycho ex-boyfriend stalked them. Their car pulled over to see what was up with him, and he shot and killed her and her 2 other friends. One of her girlfriends was shot in the spine but not killed. She is still alive and taking a lot of therapy. Another guy I went to school with was crushed and killed by a wall falling on him. He was building a house and it was a windy day. Another just passed last week from a lifelong struggle with colon cancer. I knew he was sick since I was 15 because of his gray skin, but no one thought to check until years later. I'm 30 now, living in the big city, but it's crazy the amount of people I grew up with from the small town who have passed on already. It makes you wonder. It could have happened to you, but you're still alive. Here's a holiday themed one for you. I grew up in Evansville, but left almost 20 years ago. It was only recently I learned about how Santa died in 1967. At one of the big shopping centers there they were having a big event where people could bring their kids to meet Santa Claus, and how great it was going to be because Santa was even going to be flying in on a helicopter. It wasn't great. As the helicopter was coming down it got caught in power lines. It crashed. The pilot died. Santa died. Debris hit the crowd of hundreds of children, but thankfully none of them died. Somehow, neither Ryan nor any of my friends of the same age, born in 78, had ever heard of this until some stranger mentioned it on a Facebook post. I cut through that parking lot every day on my way to school. I had my first date at that shopping center. My dad has worked right by it since the 80s and somehow none of us had ever even heard about it. My town is in a valley and essentially divided into 2 by a big highway that travels through all of my country and railroads that do the same. There's the left side, when facing north, where the majority of the shops and essential buildings are, such as our school and gyms. And then there's the right side with only a few less than average shops/kiosks. On the left side we also have a big lake on top of one of the mountains, and both sides have a ton of forests. My country does in general. The right side is a side where crime spiked for a while, around 1996 to 2006, and then again recently 2016 to now. Between 2016 and now it's mainly been less bad stuff, gang violence, robberies, 1 or 2 public fights that end in someone going to hospital and a ton of cars having races around the town's empty and big roads during the night. However, between 1996 and 2006 the spike in crime came for one singular family. These people would kidnap people who were alone at night and walking around the forests and general dark areas of our town. After catching someone, they'd make sure they can't run away by taping their arms together and keeping at least 2 people holding on to that person, and then they'd go up to the big lake. Once there, they would bully, might be the wrong word, everything out of you, usually bank details, where your house and car is etc. If a person refuses to comply they would force their head underwater for a little bit, and then let them up, to give them a second chance to comply. If you didn't comply by then, well they would make sure you drowned, and throw you to the far off side of the lake, where you pretty much have to swim to get to. Police from neighboring towns came when people called to say that their loved ones were missing, but they couldn't do much, and news outlets didn't care much either besides the local papers which rarely included missing posters. Eventually this all came to a stop when a teenage couple who had gone up there for a date saw these people, hid and filmed it, shitty camera but it did somewhat show it, and made sure they got arrested. And the loved ones notified, as they knew for sure it was them. All in all, they killed about 20 people, not enough for it all to seem like the same faith but enough to be noticed. That's really all I know. I also know that the papers didn't write about it as it was not an active threat anymore, and that the police asked them to refrain from making it public as some of the families and friends of some of the victims asked it not to be. A lot of people have chosen to forget about it. A lot of people have died since then. Majority of these people that were killed were around 30, 50 and their families around that too if not older. I was 4 in 2006 so there was no use for me to know it, but my parents told me when I got older, 13 or 14 I believe. You're not supposed to talk about it in public. My town is big, there's around 10k people living here alone. To put that into perspective it was only around 4k people in 2006, 7.4k in 2010, and so on. It's really fucking creepy to me that this could have been happening to anyone, including my parents or my friends' parents. Our town is nestled in the hills below a popular ski resort in Australia. Around the early 1900s to mid 1900s we had a massive number of mining explorations, and there's upwards of 500 shafts dug in the bush around us. If you dug them out you would find things like mercury, silver and gold. About 10 years ago some people stumbled upon one of the more shallow shafts and found something a bit odd in the dirt nearby, a woman's scarf. The people who found it took it to the authorities and they investigated. At the bottom of the shaft was a skeleton wearing women's clothes. Eventually it was figured out, whether by DNA or deductive reasoning I'm uncertain, that said skeleton was a local cross-dressing man who had been doing the dirty with some of the police, and eventually they took him out to the mine shaft and threw him down there alive. A few months after this discovery there was a big shack-up with the older police and a handful were cycled out or moved to another town, but also a couple of them disappeared. People go missing up here either by accident or intentionally, sometimes of their own volition, on almost a monthly basis. Those 500 mine shafts probably have thousands of bodies in them. I live in Battleground, Washington, and when I was in high school 20 years ago there was a murder. Back then our town was a lot smaller, so we had one grocery store, which was Safeway. This girl I went to school with named Stacy worked there and dated a guy, but they broke up and she started dating another co-worker. The ex got jealous and cornered the new boyfriend in the stockroom and slit his throat and then stood on his chest until he died. He hid the body and went back to work like nothing happened, and then dumped his body up on Larch Mountain, which is a pretty deserted area to the east of town, and there's a prison up there but not much else except logging roads. That whole year was messed up. 9/11 happened 8 months later, and then we kept having anthrax threats. A kid mailed one of the teachers some crushed up Smarties and put the whole school in lockdown for hours. It was a crazy time for sure. This one is pretty sad, but here it is. In high school I was in the marching band playing mellophone and trumpet. It was the beginning of the year, lots of football games at school events that the band would play for. Well, one Friday we had a game we had to perform at, and one row behind me sat a kid whom I knew, but not too well. He played the saxophone, and he was a very happy kid to be around. He had friends in the band and everything. Well, before the game he apparently had told 1 to 2 people that he planned to jump off the bleachers at the end of the game, a good 4 stories high. Word got out and no one believed him or took it seriously. After the game that night I was sitting below the stands with my ex-girlfriend and I noticed what looked like a backpack being pushed to the edge of the bleachers up top, but when I got a better look I noticed it was the kid who played the sax. He stood up and jumped face first toward the ground, landed on his face, and died on impact right outside the high school. Caused a huge scene because he had fallen into a crowd of people. Many people needed counseling after seeing this happen. Rest in peace to the kid though. He was apparently dealing with depression and his own mental health. If you see or hear anyone asking for help, never ignore the situation. This situation could easily have been avoided Pretty sad story. This happened about 5 months after my father passed. I was on leave visiting family. My sister and her then husband went out for their anniversary. Nothing out of the ordinary up until my brother mentioned that he heard screaming. A little bit later my sister called, frantic and emotional. Found out that he had beaten and choked her, drunk off his ass. I went down to where she was to pick up her car, as she was drinking as well. He was in the back of a police car. I got in the car and the stench of beer hit pretty hard. I also noticed that the rear view mirror was broken off and had a crack in the windshield in place of where it should have been. I drove the car back furious and was even more furious when my sister told me what happened. She had bruises on her face, neck, and arms. We bagged his stuff up and threw it all outside. One of his family members came and picked up his belongings. I had a pistol ready in case he showed up and tried to do anything other than pick his stuff up. He was jailed, but never charged and is, to this day, a nut job. My sister worked as a dispatcher for the local police department and our family is well known in the local law enforcement scene. Father was a lieutenant for the local sheriff's department. It hit us pretty hard. As she is my only sister, I'm very protective of her. I've got a few. I live in a small city, 90,000, and we are next to a larger city with about 1 million people. Our city is known as the safe haven that is more expensive, predominantly white, and almost no crime happens here. But when it does, it's big. In my final year of high school, the parking lot was about a 5-minute walk away from the school and some houses were directly next to it because there's a neighborhood nearby. One of those houses belongs to a person who went to our high school. One day when we are walking down the path to the parking lot, we are stopped by police and we saw one of the nearby houses taped up with caution tape. The police didn't tell us what happened, but the story got out. The guy who lived there, who was in grade 11 at the time, just snapped when ballistic murdered his mom, dad, and sibling, then blew his head off and no one ever knew anything was wrong. When I was in junior high, I knew a dude I'll call CC had an older brother I'll call JC was in grade 7 with me. And Jay was in grade 12. One night, Jay went to a party at someone else's house and got absolutely sloshed. While walking around bis drunk, Jay goes into the garage, where no one else is, and finds a helium tank. He thinks it'll be funny to make his voice high-pitched and come back to the party, and so Jay goes to the tank, puts the nozzle in his mouth, and undoes the opening. This wasn't helium. I don't remember what it was exactly, but it was a metal tank of highly pressurized gas. Jay's head exploded. He was dead instantly. Because of the party's loud music, no one heard the explosion and the tank emptied itself in seconds. They found him the next morning. This one isn't a secret, but it still rocked our town. 2 years ago, our library got shut down due to a massive bomb threat. Things like this never happen, so everyone was terrified. The bomber set a small explosion off on one of the support pillars in the parkade under the library. Another bang was heard, and when the building was raided, they found a vehicle full of bombs, assault rifles, shotguns, you name it. And the dude's body, after he blew his own head off. They assumed it was an accident. To this day they don't know his motive, why he killed himself, why his vehicle had so many weapons, or where they got them. The crazy part? He was my best friend and partner in my finance class in high school, and he always talked about how excited he was to graduate and do something with his life. There was this guy in his mid-40s who was still living with his parents. Last year the police were called by a neighbor of this family's house because not a single one of them had left their house in weeks. When the police arrived they found both parents dead in the basement. Of course all the suspicion went to their son, but he had vanished completely and nobody saw him or had heard of him for almost a year, until this July. We had an incident in our local supermarket that someone hit the cashier with their basket and the cashier was severely injured. After the police arrived they arrested the man who hit the cashier, thanks to some very brave people who stopped him from running away. It later came out that it was the guy who allegedly, we still can't confirm if he really did it, but it makes the most sense, killed his parents a year back. So the court decided that he was guilty of double murdering, and he was sent to prison. I don't know for how long. We haven't been told. My town is horribly racist still, and I cannot wait to escape it one day, but they wouldn't let black people live here until Oprah brought it to light pretty much. The old rednecks I got to deal with at work are still angry about what she did. It's a really miserable place that I don't recommend you visits. // to point B / Falk 0 edit. Technically I live on the border of Forsyth and Dawson. Actually I spent the majority of my life there because that's where I went to high school. It also has a very interesting dark secret of this cursed forest where they found a lady's head cut off by a serial killer, and it has an abandoned nuclear lab for the Air Force where they were working on the possibility of a nuclear powered aircraft, and it's the creepiest terrifying place that has had multiple murders over the years, and the rumor is Native Americans considered it cursed back in the 1800s. So I live on the border of hell. There's a really beautiful house that overlooks the whole city and is surrounded by purple flowers. You can see it from almost anywhere you go. There was an elderly couple that lived there and had lived there most of their lives. I didn't know them personally, but I had heard about them. Rumors, mostly one that I can't confirm but is possible, was that the couple owned part of Hasbro and designed the frisbee point. Anyways, I grew up looking at the house thinking what beautiful life they must live. Then I joined the military and left for a few years. I came home and the purple flowers were dead. The whole hillside grass had gone brown and most of what had been bushes and shrubs had died. I asked my folks what happened. It turns out shortly after I left, a group of druggies broke in, having heard the same rumors about their own part of Hasbro. They killed them with hatchet thinking they'd have money hidden in a safe somewhere. They took their time though trying to get access to the non-existent safe. An article on it. In the small town I grew up in, we had our, not friendly, neighborhood pedophile. He had molested and or raped numerous girls and kept getting put into a psychiatric hospital. By the time I was told about him, he was around 30 and had been committed every year since he was 16. He would get out in 6 months, offend again, and get put away again. He's still wandering around the town and I've known about it for 20 plus years. It was the talk that all of us girls got when we got old enough to go out by ourselves. I know a few of his victims, and one of their dads walked into the courtroom with a shotgun. He was grabbed by a few people and escorted out, but the judge never pressed charges by saying it was temporary insanity. The only reason the guy is still out is because of the mental health plea. Now, I'm all for advocating for mental health, but there is a line. After 3 victims, he should have had his 3rd strike and been put away for life. Last I heard, he had at least 25 victims. Sickening. There's two that I can think of. One hits a little close to home. One, when I was in middle school, there was a rumor going around that our gym teacher would speak to girls while they were changing in the locker room. I don't know if we took it seriously or not, but randomly one day he and his wife, who was an English teacher in the same school, randomly disappeared and never came back to their jobs. For about a month we didn't have gym class because they couldn't find a replacement. Shortly after, it was reported on the news that he was wanted for selling child pornography and for trying to lure young girls on the internet. To this day I don't think he or his wife have been caught too. About 3 doors down from my mother's house, our neighbor's son, who is my childhood best friend's older brother, tied a woman to a bed, beat her, and poured gasoline on her / the room before setting it all on fire. Apparently he was scared that she was going to snitch on him for dealing drugs or something. My mother said the day it happened, she saw him pull up in his truck right in front of our house and was eating McDonald's in the front seat. She could recognize him / his vehicle, so she didn't think much of it. She also said, when the fire happened, it smelled like burnt rotten bacon in the entire neighborhood. For months there was burnt debris just sitting in the yard / in the street in front of the house. 2 years later, there are new people living in the house. It's a townhome, and you can still see smoke stains on the borders of the windows on the white siding. The Sharp family murders was a March 2004 Australian double murder in which John Miles Sharp, 38, killed his pregnant wife Anna Mary Kemp, 41, and his 20-month-old daughter Gracie Louise Kemp, in the semi-rural city of Mornington. Sharp continued to use the mobile phone and bank cards of his wife to make it appear that she was still alive. Sharp repeatedly fired a spear gun into the heads of his victims, later exhumed the body of his wife from a shallow grave, dismembered her, then disposed of her body in a landfill. Claiming his innocence, he later appeared in emotional interviews on television seeking information on his family's whereabouts. Sharp eventually confessed to the murders and was sentenced in 2005 to 2 consecutive terms of life imprisonment with a non-parole period of 33 years. He will be eligible for parole in 2037. For his part in the crime, Sharp became generally known as the Speargun Killer or the Mornington Monster. I copied this from Wikipedia because it tells the story better than I do, but I added details I remember from the case that weren't mentioned. I have no idea how to link things. The school board president died after falling out of his attic into the garage. His 9-year-old daughter found him. Well, what actually happened was that he had built a fairly complex autoerotic asphyxiation machine in his attic and it malfunctioned, or functioned too well, and he hung himself. When his young daughter found his body, there was a lot of child pornography in the attic, some including pictures of his daughter and their friends. It's one of those things where everyone knows what actually happened, but it's discussed as an accident and everything else isn't brought up. The wife remarried shortly after, and the entire family basically pretends he doesn't exist. A few years ago I actually ran across a AskReddit asking EMTs what the most scene they came across was, and he mentioned a very similar situation. Once I looked at his profile and saw he was from the same area, I realized he was talking about the same exact person. My high school had a great counselor. He was a really great guy who genuinely cared about the well-being of our student population. He's half the reason I graduated high school. Well, it turned out he had a bad back. He retired and his doctor stopped giving him painkillers because he shouldn't have needed them if he wasn't working anymore. I don't know about that logic, but I get that with more time on his hands, he could have been prescribed PT instead of painkillers. Well, it turns out he was a pretty bad addict. Everyone assumed he disappeared in search of a fix, but his truck was found about 2 hours from town, way up on a logging road, unlocked, with the keys inside. The police or sheriff, or whoever did a search party, and didn't find anything. About a year later, some hikers found his remains about a quarter-mile away from his truck. It looked like he wasn't able to cope, and had committed suicide. It was very tragic. He was a good dude and his family was known around the community. He had grandkids in our school system, and one of his sons had some small fame and fortune on a reality TV show. Once again, super sad. A really good guy who just had a drug problem that was failed by the system. Wow, you name it. Former sheriff to the current one raids an old man's house and shoots him in his sleep as his wife is right next to him pulling her eyes out, and no legal action happened to any of the officers involved including the sheriff. Both older people completely unarmed and had not been given a warrant or anything that allows any sort of action on the law enforcement side. This happened a few times. On Halloween night a person hung themselves on a tree and was left to rot for a couple weeks before people in front of the Christian elementary school found out it was a person from the smell. Or in their yard, while trick-or-treaters were admiring it, the second person. There are a few more. Murder spree. Not much to explain here, except that someone Abe gang member tried to be a hardus and got him and his entire gang shot and killed by a barrage of gunfire from the civilians who witnessed the event. There were 7 people in the gang, only 4 people murdered. This happened the next town over, but a kid was drugged up by spilling a whole bottle of LSD on himself and burned down a cabin with his grandparents in it, then watched and buried the dead bodies, only turning himself and later after sobering up. He is in a maximum security prison now for life. Honestly, it just keeps going. My town is pretty faked up. School secrets, but still kinda creepy. First one is that we almost had a school shooting. This girl was going around telling some people to not come to school the next day and allegedly, in my opinion this is just a rumor, had a list of people to kill. The school heard about this and ended up expelling her and putting a lot of extra security guards the next day. The supposed school shooting day was the 20th of April, which a lot of people related it to the anniversary of the Columbine school shooting, or, because this is a school that focuses a lot on the German language or culture, to Hitler's birthday. There were a lot of rumors surrounding this, so if it feels like I'm not being really detailed, it's because I'm just mentioning the facts that I know are true. The other dark secret is that our choir director ended up being a child molester. He didn't molest any children at our school, but he did in 3 other schools, and he also molested his stepson. This guy was also part of a teaching TV show here and had a really important choir group. He ended up managing to flee to Brazil for 5 months until he got caught. He went to prison at the very end of September, and right now he got sentenced to only 3 years. It's really low considering what he did, but you can't expect much from a country with its maximum prison sentence being 30 years. Henry Gaskin murdered his wife Elizabeth Gaskin, whom he strangled and battered in woods on Hednesford Hills on the 19th of February 1919. Henry Gaskin had fought in the Great War, and when he returned he became a miner. They had married in 1913, and she birthed a child 2 months later, but it wasn't Henry Gaskin's. She also had 2 to 3 other illegitimate children while he was at war, but only one survived. Henry Gaskin was sent to jail in 1914, but 2 years later he was released so that he could join the army. His wife received an army allowance, but that was later stopped, possibly because of her character whilst on leave from the war in September 1917. They wrote after Henry Gaskin returned from the Great War on the 1st of February 1918. He and his wife decided to separate, and Elizabeth Gaskin moved out of the house they shared in Bridgetown, Cannock, and went to live with her parents in Hednesford in winter 1918. On the 19th of February 1919, Henry Gaskin sent a note to Elizabeth Gaskin asking to see her, and she went to meet him. They were seen walking past the colliery at 2:30 p.m. talking loudly as though arguing, but she was never seen again. Her parents went to see Henry Gaskin and asked where she was, but he said that she didn't turn up. A search was made for her, but she wasn't found. A week later, Henry Gaskin broke down and confessed to her murder. He showed the police where her dismembered body was. He had dropped parts of her down the well of a gas shoulder. He said they had met as planned, and they had gone to his home where he asked her to come home with him for good, but she refused and asked for a divorce so she could be with her new lover, a soldier that she had been seen walking with, and who was the father of her last child whom she had given birth to 2 months earlier. He said he became irate and later strangled her in a wood, after which he dragged her 20 yards out of the wood and then carried her 8 yards to a culvert where she was first hidden, and the next morning he took her to a place near the gas works in a wheelbarrow and dismembered her. Blood was found on his clothes and on his pocket knife. One kid I went to high school with got dumped in front of his house. The story was that they tried to make it look like a head injury by throwing him out headfirst from a moving vehicle, but obviously the autopsy showed it was an overdose. He was the first to die. In the few short years after, a few more bodies cropped up, but not so obvious as the first one. One kid was found up on this logging road where he accidentally rolled his truck off, and they couldn't get to him for some time because it was on the side of a mountain. One girl hung herself, and another drowned, and one girl drove her car into a telephone pole, all from the same friend group. They all hung out and were known to use heroin. I think there may have even been one I'm forgetting. Autopsies showed drugs in all their systems. I thought it was creepy, but never said it out loud until one day this guy I was friends with just said someone's dumping bodies around town and it's definitely drug related. I don't know if this friend group was using heroin together, and whenever someone would overdose they'd just dump them off instead of calling 911, or if it was just a run of really bad luck or even something more sinister. A very highly regarded and well-known accountant who had the most successful accounting firm in our small town was running a human trafficking ring in Vietnam. He visited there often and one time came back with a new wife, who was a young Vietnamese woman. He brought local business associates and friends on trips to Vietnam 2x a year, and they would have sex with young girls and boys. I suppose it would be more appropriate to call it rape. He didn't get caught for it until he was being investigated for embezzlement, wire fraud, and tax evasion. One of my high school friend's dad was a financial advisor and close friends with the accountant. I remember he had framed pictures of himself and his buddies from their trips to Vietnam. Everyone knew about it, but people avoided talking about it because so many of the powerful locals were involved, and a lot of people lost considerable amounts of money because of his embezzlement. I don't think he ever got in trouble for human trafficking, but I could be wrong. More legend than confirmed, but the fact there are two stories makes me think it might have at least some truth to it. Both stories start the same. At the height of the AIDS scare, a gay guy rolls into our Midwest town. One story says he was a drunk, possible druggie, and a general nuisance that harassed people and businesses asking for money and free stuff, broke into vehicles and at least one home, and would do stuff like pee in the middle of the street during the day. The other story says he came into town and tried looking for work and visited a couple of bars, but made the mistake of letting people know he was gay and was subsequently harassed and blamed for everything that happened that whole summer. Vehicle gets broken into? Obviously him. No evidence needed. That sort of thing. Story 1 says that this guy got drunk and was hooting and hollering in the streets in the middle of the night, disturbing the peace. Police show up and decide to hold him overnight to sober him up, but he resists arrest, starts throwing punches, and is being restrained when he spits in a cop's face and screams he has AIDS, and then tries to spit on other cops, but is very quickly slammed to the ground and duct tape put over his mouth. Story 2 says a group of people, mostly cops with a few of their buddies thrown in, decide it's time for this guy to leave town and pull him out of bed in the middle of the night, to literally run him out. He was putting up a fight and they were dragging him, trying to get him in the back of a pickup truck, when he spit in one of their faces and told them he has AIDS. The group freaks out and ties him up, duct tapes his mouth shut. Both stories end with this guy being driven just outside of town to a bridge and killed, then thrown into the creek below. Points for it being true are that it's a big creek, and when we get enough rain it could easily take a body down a ways. There is definitely enough residual homophobia and AIDS panic for me to believe there were people awful enough to do something like this back then. And the two sides of the story makes me think that this is one of those, what they say, and what actually happened. But there were never any stories of bodies being found in any of the newspapers around, and the creek isn't big enough to hide a body that long. The land around there is mostly farmland and pasture, and people work that land and walk/drive it often. I would believe a body could go unnoticed for a year. We actually had a lady whose body was found nearly 18 months after she went missing, but the idea that someone could go forever in the open without being found is hard for me to believe. Also, that creek is large, but it gets pretty low in the dry times, and some spots are downright shallow except for those few weeks/couple of months during a wet year. So a body would definitely wash up and be visible not far from the road, especially if it was thrown off that bridge. If they had actually buried the body, it could go unnoticed, but it's weird that that version never gets brought up. There's never any details about a neighboring police force covering it up either. And the story tends to get told by the biggest gossips, usually a group of guys standing around a truck drinking beer, or else by groups of teens going out to Werewolf Bridge, a completely different bridge over a completely different creek, much smaller and less prone to traffic than the one in the story, and they're usually partying at night out there. Neither group seems particularly credible to me, as they both tend to throw ghost stories and urban myths around like they read it in the Bible. I can see it going either way, a true tragedy hidden covered up by a town, driven by fear toward hate, or a bunch of guys making up stories to prove their masculinity, also driven by fear toward hate. Whatever the truth is, the legend of the gay man who spit in the face of that cop is going to have the last laugh. The town now has a thriving gay population. It was really picking up steam my last year of high school, and by the time I moved away it had a gay bar, a pride org, and that one apartment building where all the gays lived isn't the only place the gays live anymore. They were planning a pride parade this year, but it got cancelled due to COVID. Being gay doesn't mean no job and ostracization anymore. So, they've come a long way. I live in a pretty small town that's getting bigger. A few years ago, I'm not sure how long ago, there were bodies discovered buried in the woods. If I remember correctly, they were all female and had been raped. It turns out we had a serial killer who would lure women out before raping them, killing them and burying them in the woods. There was also a time, and I don't think this was the same guy, who killed another man by bashing his head with a rock and leaving him in the river. I don't think this guy was ever arrested, at least not for several years. Everyone knew he did it. He said he was going to, and they had beef for a long time. The guy's brother did a lot of jobs and worked with my dad in construction at one point. No one trusted either of them. There's a lot more dark things in my town too. Dangerous people, at least 24 rapists, just that I know of, and a school where almost everyone does or deals drugs. Plus a lot more suicides than they say. Not my town, but it's a story I heard from a guy I was buying a car from. I was doing a bit of work to the car in his driveway, just to make sure it will be safe for the road, and he was talking to me. The guy was 80 something and this happened when he was in his early 20s. There was a foster home that at the time had like 100 kids in it, and one night a group of 10 men broke in and went door to door rapping and killing everyone. The kids there were anywhere between basically toddlers and 17-year-olds. Nobody knew about it until a cleaning lady came and saw everything and reported it to the police. About a year into the investigation, when the police had basically no leads, one of the guys committed suicide, and in his suicide note were the names of all the people that were with him. It said that the guy who first learned about the note went around town and told everyone. The entire town all gathered and broke into the homes of the people who did it, and they were taken into the middle of the city and beaten and tortured for a few hours until they were shot and left there. Up until the day when I bought the car from him, there were only like 50 people in the town who were alive back then and were still in town. It said that the cops were paid off by the guys who did it, and that's why they were not found sooner, and the only reason the word of that note got out is because a new guy who didn't know about them being paid off was the first on the scene and the first to find the note. I have no way to confirm it, and he said that he didn't remember all the details, but he remembered that it was horrible. In my hometown there are tunnels running under the older part of downtown. I think they all connect to the old asylum. They used to take the patients through the tunnels to wherever they needed to go in town. Now most of those tunnels are not used, but there is a rumor that they are still used, but for human trafficking. We have a huge human trafficking problem due to a major interstate running through the town. It's said that girls will be snatched from the mall or other places downtown and taken through the tunnels or kept in the tunnels until they are transported to be sold. I know this because one girl I knew said that the entrance to one of the tunnels was in the Christian youth gathering room. A girl walked in once and told the people who worked there that she was once kidnapped and put in the tunnel to later be sold. She was out dancing there that night. That location used to be a dance club. She even showed them the hidden opening point at it. The girl I knew and the girl that was kidnapped were not the same person. When I was younger there was a crazy story that happened in the town next to mine. There were 2 cheerleaders that were going to go to school late one day. They never showed up. Well, one of their neighbors knocked on the door and the one girl let him in, and he did horrible things to them. He ended up driving them to the Adirondack Mountains, did what he was going to do, and then chopped them up in a wood chipper. To make matters worse, he dropped parts of the bodies out the window of his car on the way home. Scary stuff. Ithaca, NY, November 1st. A factory worker accused in the deaths of 2 teenager cheerleaders in upstate New York has been indicted on 26 counts including murder, sexual assault, burglary and kidnapping, authorities said Friday. The indictment by the Tompkins County grand jury charged John Andrews, 31, with abducting, sexually abusing, torturing and finally killing 2 16-year-old neighbors, whose body parts have been found scattered near an isolated cabin, where they were apparently slain and dismembered. The victims, Jennifer Bolduc and Sarah Hageny, disappeared from Hackney's home in the village of Dryden in the Finger Lakes area on October 4, while they were house sitting. Their parents reported them missing when they failed to show up for school, and Andrews was arrested several days later after someone identified him as the man who dumped the Hageny family's car in a parking lot. In the indictment, handed up late Thursday, Andrews is charged with 9 counts of murder in the first degree, which could carry the death penalty. a former military airman who lived next door to Hajani for about a year. Andrews is also charged with 9 counts of murder in the second degree, 2 counts of sexual abuse, 1 count of aggravated sexual abuse and several counts involving kidnapping, burglary, weapons offenses and the unauthorized use of a vehicle. Authorities have said they believe Andrews took on his father's Chevy Lumina to drive the girls to an isolated cabin, where police found large quantities of blood and tissue. More body parts were found in the car and scattered across several counties. The district attorney's office had no immediate comment on the indictment. Andrews is scheduled to be arraigned Wednesday. 30 years ago in my town there were 3 sisters that were mentally handicapped. The older one got a boyfriend. One day they were having sex and the little one, 17 at the moment, saw them. She ran to the town casino and begged out loud to have sex as her sister. All men from 20 to 50 years got up and take her to a close forest. They waited to rape her in turns. No one talks about it and all of them live in the town, seeing her every day because she works cleaning the streets as part of integration work. She has a child. Another one, someone built the old people residence, sorry no native English, in the road that goes to the cemetery. The road literally is called Road to the Cemetery. There were a family that lived in this street, 2 brothers. One night when the young one was 16 he went to the cemetery and broke all the tomb, steal the bones, and make a line of bones that went directly to the church. 800 meters. He got busted the next day because he left a pile of bones in front of his home. All the town went to kill the family, who garrisoned on a tower, an actual tower. The older brother arrives from work and sees 300 persons around the tower with shotguns and axes. The older brother begged for their lives and calmed the angry people, paying a ton of money, and later sent the brother to a psych center and the rest of the family to another town. This guy built the residence and paid a lot of money to the church during 10 years to compensate this, and this are the 2 that I remember the most. Not a murder, but a few years ago, I was living in a small Canadian town where everybody knows each other and everybody's business. I was in high school and there was this new girl, super quiet and shy. She started dating the wrong guy. He already was in another relationship, and his actual girlfriend found out that he was cheating and shared her private pics without her consent. Obviously, everyone, teachers too, knew about this and never did anything to help the girl or even talk to her to know if she was okay. Also, the guy and his girlfriend have never been punished for what they did. I don't think she was getting bullied, but nobody wanted to be her friend and people still call her a slut. I seriously don't understand how people can be so mean to each other, especially girls with other girls. And Canadians are hypocrites. They think they are so nice, so supportive, and how they are so putting mental health first, but they are not. They were the rudest people I've ever met in my entire life, and I was very happy to leave this town. My junior year of HS, a kid and our chorus teacher started having an affair. It wasn't really justified because everyone started adding on to the rumor about it, so eventually it led to everything thinking it was just a rumor. Until one day, we got released early because of snow, or so everyone had thought. We actually got released because the kid was scared everyone would begin to put the pieces of the puzzle together, so to speak. So he called in a bomb threat on the school and threatened to blow it up with all the students outside. Cops, fire department, and even our local SWAT were dispatched to the school. The only way he got caught was because they traced his phone number back to him. I don't quite remember if the chorus teacher quit or got fired, but he wasn't there the next year and the student got some kind of probation, I believe. There was also a hit list found in the boys' bathroom my freshman year that had about 15 to 20 names on it, mine included, and no one knows why or who wrote it. A girl was killed and no one was punished or cared, even though we knew someone was at fault. This happened to sheetheads I knew. They had killed a girl and got away with it. Some teenagers at this charter high school that I used to attend, but left because people were faking assholes and were in this story, were messing around in the parking lot at night and had some of the students in the back of their pickup. The driver, who was never mentioned, but I know who it is, decided it would be fun to go fast over a speed bump. One poor girl flew off and snapped her neck on the ground, killing her. What should have been a negligent homicide or manslaughter was swept under the rug and no one was punished despite a lot of people in the neighborhood hearing them race that night. They hid it to protect the new charter school which barely started. I know what happened. Everyone does. No one just wants to say it or challenge it. Doesn't change the fact that she pretty much died for nothing and her parents don't have a daughter anymore. Also, one of the family members of the people who owned a candy store was chopped up into pieces and placed in a chemical drum so that she could decompose faster. I think it was featured on the data line. I grew up in a rural Midwest farming community during the 80s. My older brother and his friends used to tell us a story about a deranged Vietnam vet who shot an entire family to death after they refused him permission to hunt their land. The story went that the husband was shot in his barn and then the killer went into the house, picking off the rest of the family one by one and even killing their dogs. They got into the gory details about the killings. For whatever reason, that story stuck with me. I moved away, but over the years, I made several attempts to either confirm or deny that it actually happened. This fall, I sent out a round of emails to local newspapers, historical museums, and law enforcement agencies, asking if they had any information on a case matching the description. Most of the people I emailed answered right away and did not have any knowledge of a crime fitting the description of the story I was told. However, the last email I received back from someone working in the research department of a historical museum confirmed that everything my brother said was true. I was told that there is a large file of information on the case at the museum and was invited to read it. Unfortunately, with the state of things, I haven't been able to make my way back to do this yet. We live in a small town in Missouri. My aunt and uncle were really good friends with this family from across town. My cousin grew up with their son and the families met up often. My cousin, early 20s, became a bartender when she got older and often gave her friend a ride home when he drank a little bit too much at the bar. One night, my cousin didn't come home from work. After being gone for 24 hours, they filed a missing persons report and found out that the last person that she was seen with was her friend. He apparently had gotten another ride home that night, and the case remained unsolved for several months. One day a hunter was in the woods and found the remains of my cousin tied up to a tree. The situation was linked back to her friend. She had given him a ride home, and according to his testimony, he admitted to her that he was always attracted to her on the ride home, but she didn't feel the same. He became irate, grabbed her head, and slammed her face on the steering wheel, then dragged her into the woods, tied her up, raped her, and left her, still alive. Naturally nobody knows how long she was out in the woods before she finally passed, but it goes to show you that you can't trust anyone, even if you've known them all of your life. It's not really a secret, but I have a tale of summer fun and death. It was 2003 in the summer. My dad's cousin and his friends were at a Boy Scout pool party at a house right next to a train bridge. The three of them decided to go on the tracks and look around. They were in the middle of the long bridge when a train came around the corner. The bridge curves, and there are trees all around the tracks, so if there is a train coming you can't see it. They all ran as fast as they could. Now keep in mind that they were in flip-flops because they were at a pool party. One friend made it, but my dad's cousin and the other friend did not. After the funeral, my dad went to the tracks and found a rock with his cousin's blood on it. He still has the rock. It was a very sad day for the town of Basile, Louisiana. The tracks are still active and in order. This is the article. This is an extremely recent story, not that dark, and not in a small town, but me being 2 houses down from where it happened, I think I should share. A few months ago, some guy came from Harrisburg and went to the Legion bar or something. He was trying to start fights with people and was on Facebook Live with a massive audience. His family and friends were watching the stream and told him to stop what he was doing and to go home. This was at 11 p.m. Also, the location is Carlisle, Pennsylvania, right by Memorial Park for information. The guy was unsuccessful in fighting someone, so he got in his car and started to drive when somebody shot him twice. He drove and then ran into a pole on a train track. He was being taken to the hospital, but died on the way there. The disturbing thing was I was in bed sharing a room with my little brother, autistic, has anxiety, annoying kid. He went to my dad and asked if there were just gunshots outside. I thought it was fireworks and not really gunshots, so that's what I told him. He ended up going to sleep, and next day I realized those were gunshots, and I was maybe 100 feet from where this happened. Okay, I'm hella late to it, but I have been enjoying this thread, and it got me thinking about my own hometown, and I think I have two pretty good ones on the opposite ends of the spectrum. So I'm gonna write some way too long sheet about an unsolved murder and a scumbag teacher unsolved murder right up the street from where I grew up, and where my grandparents still live. There are these tunnels called the twin tunnels that run under these train tracks. There are really 3 tunnels, 2 of which are not used for traffic. One has a river running through it, and the other is just this empty sandy hole, where people say the standard spooky demonic ritual sheet went down. But the one that's open to traffic is the one that people call the twin tunnels. It's the most distinctive because it curves under the tracks, so it's like you're driving into the void because you can't see the other end of the tunnel until you round that curve where just a little bit of light comes through from a shaft that goes up to the tracks. They have a lot of folklore attached to them, most likely because they are so creepy and unique. I remember growing up and we would drive through this tunnel, and every time it was a rush because the novelty of driving through a nearly pitch black curved tunnel just doesn't seem to wear off. It's disorienting. Point. The 2 most prevalent stories are that a woman hung herself in the air shaft while she held her baby, and she died from the rope snapping her neck, and her baby died from the fall from her arms after. My mom used to tell me you could sometimes see her body hanging at the end of the tunnel if you went there late at night and stopped at the entrance and turned your car lights off. The other was this phantom that would roam through the tunnels, who was either the ghost of an Irish railway worker or some guy who killed and buried his son in the tunnels. All this to say I fucking hated driving through the twin tunnels, and then when I was 4 something happened that made me hate it even more. That summer this guy went fishing in the river right by the twin tunnels, but he started smelling this nasty, rotting stench wafting around him. So he went poking around and found this partially submerged trash bag right next to the tunnel that the river runs through, and inside the trash bag there was this suitcase, and inside the suitcase was the bruised and bloody upper faking half of a woman's body wearing just a bra with all her clothes she must have been wearing when she was killed shoved into the suitcase around her. She was so decomposed from being in the water that she was impossible to identify, and her fingerprints didn't show up in any databases nationwide. The media started calling her suitcase Jane Doe, and there were no signs of sexual assault, and they determined her legs had been severed after she had died and that she had been killed at a different location. She had no tattoos or scars or anything to help identify her. 7 months after that, a jogger found her legs. They were 50 miles away from where the fisherman found her body, but they were wrapped in the same kind of garbage bags with another bag full of women's and girls' clothing by them. Everything was too decomposed to be matched with DNA, but they determined they were definitely her legs, because the right leg bone matched up perfectly into the hip of the torso point. But anyway, now that I've written a novel, the case is still cold, even after they got this renowned forensic sculptor to recreate her face. No one knows who she is to this day, and it made the twin tunnels live up to their creepy reputation. You can look up Suitcase Jane Doe to see more details on the whole case. Scumbag teacher. When I was in my senior year of high school, I started having out of the blue intense panic attacks for seemingly no reason. This detail is only important to explain why I ended up having so much contact with this particular scumbag teacher. My school had this system. No idea if it's a standard thing, but each grade had their own vice principal, and the guy who was our class's vice principal was a grader sheet. I had been sent home from school by the student counselor and the crisis manager on several occasions because they didn't know what to do with me. I was beyond the help of the school nurse at that point. It was genuinely the worst year of my life. It turned out I was on medication that was causing my body to react in such a way to facilitate all of this, but we didn't figure that out until right before the end of the year and the damage was done. This douche nozzle of a man had it out for me, whereas all of my teachers and the other administrators I was working with had been so understanding and accommodating. The skid mark of a man who wanted to see me burn. He was the wall attempting to bar me from graduating on time, if at all. He had no sympathy, no empathy and no sheets to give. He found every possible little tiny thing to jump on me about and tried to use anything he could to sabotage my attempts to salvage my senior year, telling me it was my fault for not working harder to stay caught up while I dealt with these quite frankly crippling issues. It was a miracle if I ate food, let alone get homework done during the day. When I was going through the thick of this dude had a son who also went to my school. His son was a year behind me, and yet somehow, despite being a lazy, by all appearances unintelligent slacker, he was in my honors physics class, the lone junior amongst seniors. I never understood it. Come to find out like 3/4 years ago that this sad little man was secretly changing his son's math, faking grades. Single. One of them. His son earned not a single A, of which many were handed to him by his two-faced bitch of a father. This hypocritical snake lost his job, obviously, but I think they allowed him to quit instead of firing him. His kid definitely ended up going to a college that he didn't deserve to get into in the first place, and I've honestly never bothered to look into his life at all because I wasn't friends with him. So I don't know if he got to stay in that school or if he ended up flunking out because he never had to work for any grade he had ever gotten in his entire life. But what I do know is fact that a guy here raped 23 women and is accused of dozens more. After he is convicted, his rich mother puts a hit out on the prosecutor and the judge. She was arrested and spent months in jail. This was pretty high profile, but we had a serial killer who murdered sex workers. They were usually disposed of with a bullet hole to the backside of the neck. He shot them while they were giving him oral sex. In a small town nearby, on the outskirts of town, lived a woman, her boyfriend and her kids from a previous marriage. They lived just off the freeway. One day, the mom and boyfriend are brutally murdered, and the kids disappear. A manhunt ensues. 7 weeks later, the little girl is spotted at a local diner with the man. She is rescued, and he is apprehended. He had physically abused them, and she had to listen to him murder her little brother. She's grown up with kids of her own now. I wish her nothing but love in this world. Poor kid. The town I went to had a guy who used to wait outside the school and pay teenage girls quite large sums of money so come to his house and go to the toilet on him. Not sure if he ever got arrested or not. It was more of a hush things up to keep the good name of the school and town. That same town had fundraisers every year for the school, and the head teacher would have a brand new sports car after each one. But the building they were fundraising for took 5 years before they had enough. There were also students sleeping with teachers. There was a teacher who used to punch students and a teacher who used to beat his wife in the hallways. She also worked at the school. One teacher got arrested for indecent images of toddlers. Another used to record students in the toilet. Overall, it was a school of keeping things very quiet. The town wasn't much better. There were some community champions who would slap kids for littering and call the police on you for sitting in the park. One once threw a rock at me for riding my bike on the public footpath through the churchyard. A lot of it started to come to light over the past couple years as people reported it, and the old head teacher retired. Would be nice to see them all reach the news, but I bet it will stay quiet, because that's what always happens. Because of my work, I have to deal with a lot of city managers and mayors, and you would not believe the amount of corruption that goes on in small towns and cities across the country. I know a mayor who used eminent domain to seize a piece of property, claiming the city needed the land to build an exit ramp off the interstate, and the only way it could be done was through his property. The city built the exit ramp on a small portion of the property, then sold off the remainder to a company that the mayor sits on the board of, who then built a gas station on the lot and gave the mayor a bonus. Care to guess how much the company paid the city for the property that they used eminent domain to seize from a citizen? 4 pennies on the dollar. They paid $1. Yep, the mayor used taxpayer money to buy a piece of property, then essentially gave the property away to a company that she runs, and then built a gas station on it. There was this kid in our village, Mansour. He was thrown out because it wasn't raining, and PPL had started to believe that it was the fault of this 13-year-old boy. It all started with a farmer Nizam Kaka, whose donkey Kualala, a local legend by the way, seemed very sad. She wasn't herself. Nizam's son had taught her how to play fetch. She was a big local hit. It was a mystery until Nizam Kaka's son found Mansour was faking the donkey. Mansoor was reprimanded and his parents informed. But next Mansoor was caught with a goat. It was obvious that the problem was bigger than just a koala point. In the meantime, there was no rain for months. People posited that it is because of the immoral activities of Mansoor. His parents were convinced by the villagers to send Mansoor out to live with relatives in another village far away. The day he left, it rained. People never mention him now because not raining for months is common in this post of the world, and we don't want to find out how many more Mansoors lurk in the village. There's 2 different schools across from each other, and I go to one of them. I didn't really know much about it until it was talked about by a lot of people. Basically, a senior from my school was in a relationship with a student from the school across from us. Their sex video went viral and quickly tracked back to them. They went to a hotel and I don't know who filmed it, but some say there was a third party. It was on the news and blowing up on social media for a month or 2. Based on what I heard, the senior was either kicked out or just left and moved away. I don't know. Months later, a new sex scandal emerged. Didn't know much about that either. It was about a drunk dude gang banging a drunk girl. They all know each other, and based on what I heard, they all know each other and are friends. What's kinda disturbing about this is that kids found out about the scandal and say what the girl said in the video like it hurts Bryce, then laugh about it. One night, I'm assuming in the 50s 80s, a mother in the boonies of my town decided that she was going to escape from her abusive husband. She lived in a poor house with said husband and her newborn baby. Due to her new baby, the mother realized that she couldn't stay in such a household and have her child at risk. It was a stormy night, and after planning, the mother escaped the house with her baby in her arms. Inevitably, her husband found out that she was leaving. She slipped on the wet grass whilst running up a hill and decided to hide until her husband found her. Knowing she would undergo terrible or fatal treatment from her husband, she didn't want her baby to suffer in the hands of him once she was gone. She found a heavy rock and crushed her newborn baby with it as it bawled the audible path that her husband was following to her. The mother was found and murdered by her husband. Rumor has it that if you return to that hill on a stormy night, you'll hear the wailing of the baby that faced that horrible demise. There's no actual proof that this happened, but I have had people that I've known tell me that they heard the crying upon coming to the hill on stormy nights. I'm a bit late, and it wasn't a secret story, but it shook the whole town. Just putting it out, warning it might be disturbing for some people. I belong to a part of world which is considered to be developing, so in the mid-90s poverty was at its peak, and as a population is massive, the poor ones were forced to push their children to beg. We all knew if you stopped at the signal or went to a shop, children would come and beg regardless. As the time passed, people began to notice that children were disappearing from the streets. But no action was taken as people shrugged it off, and so did the authorities. So after a couple of months, a man appeared at the local police station and claimed to killed as many as 300 children, ranging from age 5 to 12. The police didn't believe it to be true and sent the man back thinking that he was mentally ill. The next day the guy comes back and takes the police to the idiot. Once there, the authorities began to realize the harsh reality as the air smelled of blood and acid. Inside the house, police discovered some sort of boxes which were filled with acid. Apparently what he did was he would drown the children in acid, that too while the others were watching. In some cases he would use knife to cut them open and their limbs and drown them. It was so gruesome that the people who first went into that house or warehouse, whatever it was, were admitted into therapy. The killer was convicted and hanged. About 6 or so years ago, a school bus stopped to let a child off of the bus. The woman driving and sub behind the bus goes around on the right side. This was in the US, meaning the woman went off the road, hitting and killing a little girl. I'm wanting to say it either missed her brother or maybe her brother was at the door waiting on her. Either way, I think her brother witnessed it. I can't remember if the woman was trying to pass the bus or not, but I want to say that she wasn't paying attention, maybe on the phone/makeup, and swerved to avoid hitting the bus. So days go by and word gets out that she wasn't charged, and I think not even arrested. We didn't hear anything about a court case or charges dropped or anything. I don't even know if her name came out. Everyone speculated that she knew a judge or someone who got her off the hook. A few years later, there was a movement to bring justice for the little girl, but nothing came from it, unfortunately. It was just very weird how the woman got out of that one when her negligence clearly led to the death of a poor little girl. And what bothers me the most is that there's no explanation. Did the police or prosecutors do something wrong which would have the case thrown away, so they never brought charges? Did the woman actually know someone who could get her out of it? Or was she in something like WITSEC, and they couldn't expose her identity? Just so many unanswered questions for such a tragedy. There was this politician/teacher in my small town who turned out to be a pedophile. This summer one of his victims spoke live on radio about an instance when he tried to molest him in school. After the recording went live on the internet, the party he belonged to, and probably the Freemasons, to which he also belonged, had the clip removed from the site almost instantly. Almost nobody got to know what he had done to this poor guy, and everybody still celebrates him and views him as the father of the town and whatever. This guy went on strange trips to Southeast Asia with his Freemason lodge as far as back as the 80s, according to someone who had him as a teacher. He would be gone for a while and come back and talk about his trips. Of course, just the clean parts of the trips, but there was something eerie already at that point. Then this summer, a person in the town blew the lid off the thing, but was silenced. Greetings from the happy town in Finland. About 8 years ago, my friends and I had our car break down on a highway in the middle of a forest around 9 p.m. It had terrible weather at that time, so it was consistently raining overnight. It was dark, and we weren't very familiar with that place, and couldn't see any help nearby as well. So we decided to park/hide the car off-round, spend the night, and fix it by morning, or whenever the rain stops. Around 11 p.m., a black car passed us, then suddenly stopped in the middle of the road about 20 meters from where we were. All of us were still awake at that time, and were confused and a bit worried, when suddenly we heard a woman screaming coming from the car. We saw two people dragging the woman from their car to the forest. We panicked and didn't know what to do. One of my friends tried to see what's going on, but we didn't let him, because we don't want to be put in a terrible position. It happened too quickly, and lasted just about a minute or two until the screaming stopped, and the two people went to their car and drove off. Eventually the rain stopped around 12 a.m. then fixed our car, and continued driving. The next day one of our friends informed the authorities, and they retrieved her body with multiple stabs and bruises. It was really a terrible and traumatic experience. Just recently learned this, but thought it was pretty crazy. There is a large church in my town, and we noticed that at the very top of the ceiling there is a stained glass window which resembles the Illuminati symbol. After ignoring it for a while, we noticed that it randomly illuminates every month or so. We asked the people at the church about it, and they all denied it. After digging a little deeper, we had found old documents from 60 odd years ago talking about a cult in the town. Anyway, we get pretty invested and hear a story from an older man that happens to be an electrician who worked on the houses beside the church, and said in the basements there were old tunnels linking them all to each other and to the church. Turns out that was where the cult used to be based, but everyone denies its existence. Kind of weird. Sorry if I did a bad job telling the story. Not very good at telling stories. There were problems with high school kids drinking and smoking weed in our neighborhood park, and the township wanted to chase them out. So the township hired overnight security to keep kids out of there. One of the people hired was the senior council member's son. One night a drunk 16-year-old girl was cutting through the park to get home from presumably a house party. The son raped and beat her so bad that she went into a coma for a few days. He got caught right away, since he was the one working that night, and he's in jail for every charge they could put on him. He's serving a minimum of 35 years without parole. He may get out in his early 60s, but almost everyone hopes that he gets taken care of. The girl is doing about as well as you can from such a tragic event. Last update I heard about her was that she was graduating from a good college and had a job lined up with a major bank. The father resigned as soon as the news broke out and is now retired in Florida. Not much of a secret, but not many of the younger folk in my town know what truly happened. It is a little messed up though, with an equally messed up way of handling the situation afterwards. There was this kid that we, as a town, fundraised for because he had cancer. Can't remember what kind of cancer exactly. Sadly, the kid lost his battle to cancer, but the townsfolk didn't give up. We all fundraised for different projects to make the town a better place, something the kid with cancer and his sister always wanted. In the following year, the sister lost her mother to cancer as well, so it was just her and her dad. Now the secret was discovered 9 months after the incident, because someone tried to rat out the others. Let me explain. There was a new kid in my secondary school. I'm British, so it's a school for 12 to 18-year-olds. Let's call him William. William had alopecia, which means he's fully bald. He wore baseball caps all the time, and was never asked by teachers to take them off. This plays into the story later. The 2 other people mentioned in the incident have never been fully evaluated to be innocent. However, I'm friends with them. The other dude, let's call him Mitchell, and the girl, let's call her Sandra, will also be included in the incident. William, the dude fully responsible, was never punished by any records for this incident, and I refuse to recognize him as a possible friend. Now, as I mentioned, the incident occurred 9 months before my school or anyone else was informed, but here's what I gathered. The 3 kids were hanging out in the local graveyard, cause why not? William was goofing around near the graves and supposedly went out of the sight of Sandra and Mitchell. When they found William, he was burning flowers on a tombstone with the lighter Mitchell had given him. Mitchell smoked at the time. Those flowers on that gravestone turned out to be for the kid that died of cancer. William told the other 2 to never mention it to anyone, and they didn't. For 9 months at least. Turns out Mitchell brought it up to his other friend group and someone reported it to our guidance teachers. Since Sandra was my friend and a classmate of mine, I found it rather odd when she wasn't in class for 2 periods. Turns out, she was at the guidance base giving a statement to police. She was clearly shaken up by the experience when she returned to class. The next day, the story was spread, and people started to pick on Sandra and William. Sandra explained to me her side of the situation, and how Mitchell kept changing his story. The initial blame was put on Sandra for coercing William to start the fire. But due to Sandra's persistent arguing that she and Mitchell had nothing to do with it, charges were never pressed. The Friday of that week, a large majority decided to take matters into their own hands, and it's something I remember from time to time. So these kids went round to William's house and egged him, shouted slurs at him, he's gay, I think, hit him, and paraded his house. I found out on the following Monday from Sandra. I was disgusted, since some of my close friends participated. I mean, sure, he did wrong, but don't go harassing others because of it, especially when you try and take justice into your hands. But I think the mob of kids just wanted to hurt him. This is one of the reasons why I always ask for evidence and arguments from both parties before making a clear judgment against someone, especially in a court case, which is why I'm interested in law and justice. But how the teachers treated the situation was even worse. Like seriously, the teachers protected him for a few months, even though the Friday drama calmed down after 2 weeks, and treated William like nothing ever happened. This makes me mad about school systems these days. Apologies to the nice and considerate teachers out there. But anyways, William avoided everyone for a good few weeks before ultimately turning back to his old ways, subtle racism and awful personality. These are the reasons why no one really liked him in the first place. Sandra has a little sister who was also with us in secondary school at this point, and didn't really understand the situation, along with the rest of her class. One day, Sandra's sister and her class were waiting for a teacher outside their classroom when William passed by. The kids called him Baldy Man and were laughing. William decided he had enough and yelled "Fuck off" at the group of 13-year-olds. Our year head, Mrs. Abenheimer, happened to have walked by at this time and yelled at the kids for calling William names, not at William for loudly swearing at a bunch of kids. But, hey, he was still in school protection at the time, so what was expected of that situation? Sandra, Mitchell, William, and I are still in school, along with most of the kids that mobbed William's house. Sandra has gotten into more horrid situations with the guidance teachers, but she has started talking to William. Just small talk though. William is still a horrible person, as usual. Me and Mitchell have actually become friends over our mutual love for history and educating our geography classmate, Alistair, about the world. Alistair isn't the smartest, but he sure is one hell of a funny guy. But this is my town's dark little secret. Have fun with it, Reddit. Finally a /AskReddit question I have an interesting answer to. So to start off, our small town has about 3,000 people in it. So yeah, it's in Austria, near the Hungarian border. So during WW2, the Jewish families from here and the smaller villages near here were all brought here to be executed and then buried. Of course it was not done in broad daylight for everyone to see, but rather in the local woods, so that less people would talk about it. But of course, several families suddenly being gone was noticed, as well as neighbors noticing the soldiers and stuff. Those families, about 10 families were all executed and then buried close to the town in a mass grave, without any hints to where it actually is after WW2 ended. Several years later, the question "where is the mass grave?" came up. Sadly, all people who were old enough to remember it remained silent, claiming either to not know it or never even knew something like that took place, even though it is confirmed by various credible sources. To this day many people still theorize where it actually lies, suspecting the local road being built over it, several places in the woods, beneath some houses on the very outside of town, somewhere on one of the fields owned by old grumpy guys, or also the body being blown up in the local quarry. Highly unlikely in my opinion. Older people sometimes get accused of not saying anything, or get joked on like But just tell us where they are, which of course either triggers them, or actually makes them get very quiet. There is a memorial for those Jewish families in town, although obviously not over bodies. But it's still important to not let it get forgotten. Obviously, canon is that no one knows, but you still hear people talking about it every once in a while. Also I'm just a teen, so don't think everything is completely correct. All I know is obviously vague, since none of it is considered 100% true, and witnesses of that event are slowly dying away too. TLDR, Jewish families got executed and buried during WW2, and older people claim not having a clue where that mass grave is, or even of such an event taking place. To this day, no one officially knows where it is. Small town in Co. Pretty unassuming place. A good spot to grow up. As you get older though you get wise to the abundant drugs, meth being the largest culprit. But we were rarely the scene for violent crimes. Our claim to fame is that Kristen Schaal grew up here. Then she got real dollar in a hurry. A woman listed an offering for baby clothes on Craigslist. A woman shows up to her house 7 months into term. This woman then eviscerates this poor woman, literally stealing her baby, leaving her bleeding out. Miraculously she survived, so our crazed killer now with her I'll get premiento heads to the hospital and pretend the child is hers and she suffered a premature birth. She's then promptly arrested. That entire part of town feels different. Nothing will change that. Will return to post an article if I can find a reliable one. Edit. Not so much a secret, but rarely discussed by town folk in my town. There are two, but I'll start with the first one. That is not as bad as the second one. Back at least 15 or so years ago, mid to late 90s early 2000s possibly, there was a old woman who lived in a 2-story white house on a hill in the uptown area of our town from my memory, since I've only heard the story 3 times. When I was little, from my recollection, the story goes this guy used to live there. Middle-aged, one night he decided to end it all and hung himself in the kitchen. Sorry, I don't recall much more other than that. If I remember more I'll add more to it. This kid, who was a teenager at the time, decided one night that he'd kill his mom and dad, so he killed them and cut them up into tiny pieces and dumped them in her old house somewhere out of town. It was discovered sometime later that same year, maybe a few weeks later, maybe days, and from then on the house where he dumped the parents is now a notorious landmark in the town, just like the 2-story house in town where the man in the first story hung himself in. We don't have dark secrets. It's all out in the open and these people do as they please. Rural Kentucky, for those who care. The deputy sheriff was fired for calling out the head sheriff for stealing drugs. Head sheriff gets to resign and act like he has an issue with drugs. Deputy had his reputation destroyed and now works as park ranger at local state park. He's an awesome guy, and on days like these, a cop that I feel we could have maybe trusted. So I hate what happened to him. Other sheriff facts: girl straight out of high school. All of our cops cheat on their wives with the local dopehead hoes. Sorry for the vulgarity, but yeah. This town is wild, but I love it and want to retire here. My business is here and that's why I haven't ever strayed too far. My girlfriend and I actually plan to do a mini investigative type podcast series on our small town. I want to do my part in making it a better place than it was when we grew up. There was a double murder committed a few years ago in the small town I grew up in. A son killed his parents. These parents would go around buying houses and doing the whole fix them up and rent them out for ridiculously high prices, and they bought the house next door to my parents. Will come into play later on. There were 2 kids, a son and a young girl, and whenever I saw them, they would always be helping their parents with the remodeling, like actually sawing lumber or nailing stuff and whatnot. Later learned they were not really from around my town, but from Southern California, and had only moved up the past few years, so they weren't really liked as they were buying up property and trying to rent out way overpriced. They also homeschool their kids, so the kids had very little interaction with other kids, so I always thought they were kinda awkward. I disliked their parents simply because they were jerks, constantly belittling their kids and harassing my dad over the property line and accusing him of damaging their fence, whatnot. Not really pleasant people. So a few years go by and they occasionally stop by their rental to check on the tenants. Most tenants only stay for a year or 2 because the couple is so insufferable. Well, later on when the son was in high school, he got into a verbal argument with his dad, grabbed a gunshot, and killed the dad, and when the mom heard and saw what he did, he shot the mom and fled. What's troubling is that she had enough energy to crawl to the phone to dial 911 before she died. My parents later saw him at the house next door loading up power tools and anything he could get his hands on, and she noted that he was just literally throwing stuff into the back of his car. Didn't know why, figured he was in a hurry. He was eventually caught and is serving a life sentence. The daughter on the other hand I guess fell into drugs after that, and the state is holding all of the property until she comes of age. She should be of age now, not sure. A dude killed his brother over a girl. The girl ended up marrying the killer and the killer never got charged as it was ruled accidental. Point: I guess I should explain more. See, the brothers were really close and were about 20 years old when this happened. They were both dating / liked the same girl, which caused a bunch of rifts between the guys. Now both boys were prone to fight and get very angry very quickly. Now this is where the story gets vague and nobody can agree on what happened. The boys were drinking at their home where the 2 boys lived alone. Apparently they went hunting that day and planned on hunting the next day, so while drinking the one brother reportedly decided to clean his rifle. During the cleaning it discharged and the bullet traveled through a wall or floor depending on who is telling the story and hit his brother directly in the heart, killing him almost instantly. So very few people believe this version, myself included. See, I know the son and spent time hanging with him, including in the house this altercation took place. Single story building, so I don't know where you could shoot through a floor and have even smoked a few joints with the killer. That whole family has anger issues. A couple years ago there was a double murder in my town. It went up all over FB as soon as it was reported from people living there. The bodies were found, then people started posting about other murders and gunshots being heard at around the same time. The first 2 bodies were found from all around town. The victims were said to have been shot execution style. There were warnings from the PD's page and numerous residents to stay indoors and not go anywhere due to the ongoing investigation. When the PD confirmed the first 2 bodies, it was listed as drug related. Then suddenly there was nothing. No news, no continued investigation news, nothing. I moved back recently and began asking about all the supposed murderers and what had happened. I was told the exact same story every time, which was there was a big drug deal that went wrong and numerous murders resulted from it, and it looked cartel related and styled, but it was all swept under the rug by authorities due to the extremely bad publicity it would give our small town, and we were already having trouble trying to recruit teachers, stores, etc. I have looked all over Google and news sites to find info and there is nothing. My town had a super gruesome murder. I was friends with the victim's cousin, so I got extra details that I have yet to see in any news article. This guy led this girl out of her house. They were friends who went to the same school. After texting her that he had a Christmas gift for her, then hit her over the head when she went into the alleyway looking for him. He then proceeded to torture her, didn't get any details on how, then finally set her on fire while she was still alive. When she was dead, he tossed her body into a lake at our local park. The girl wasn't discovered to be missing until the next morning. While looking for her, the mom found the victim's blood in the alleyway. Body was found the same day, I believe. The family suspects that it was the killer's girlfriend who made him do it, and there are claims that the girlfriend watched the entire thing. Why? Because she was jealous and thought that the victim had been flirting with her boyfriend. Of course, none of these claims could be taken to court as there was no evidence. She got off scot-free, and the boy was sent to prison for life. It's not much of a secret, but it is cool and scary and relatively famous because it was on that show called Ghost Catchers or some shit. It was the famous show you see memes from. Anyway, it was a psychiatric hospital called Letchworth in Overstraw, New York. It's still there today and can be visited if you're sneaky because there's a security guard that patrols the outskirts of the area. I've never been there at night and I would imagine it's scary, but in the daytime it's super cool. There's hella graffiti and old papers you can take. I have a sign-in sheet dated like 1934 with a lot of people's names and the different writing styles. The most interesting thing about it is that it looks like everybody just got up and left. There's essentially two parks. There's one that's next to a church in a parking lot. There's a walking path where a lot of people jog and walk their dogs, but going in the buildings is not permitted. If you don't want to risk it, you can just pop your head in, but if you go in, don't go stay in there for too long cause people will snitch and you get arrested on the spot. However, there's the famous ones that were on the show. It's hidden behind a little bit of forest across the street from the church. You'll be able to see the giant chimney where they burned the bodies and the ashes are still there. Those are the creepy ones. I have videos, but I don't know how to upload them. I'm new to Reddit. Lastly, if nobody stole it, there's a notebook sitting on top of a desk with a marker somewhere on the property, near the chimney. Write your name and the date. For the people that are skeptical, no, I haven't seen any ghost since I took the paper. TW death. Human possible racism. There's a sundown town near Austin/San Antonio, Texas called Rosinki. The town, I think, has just a couple hundred people living there. A distant cousin of mine lives there. I distinctly remember him telling me as a child. I was like 8 to 12. There wasn't anything I could do. That earlier that year grandpa had told him about when he was younger and had run over a black man on one of the old dirt roads as a precautionary tale to scare him into driving straight. The rest is told in the perspective of Gramps. His right headlight was out on his truck. The guy was wearing all black, extremely dark skin, in the middle of bum-faked Egypt, and, of course, walking on the right side of the road. He didn't see the guy until he was right up on him, even then just barely, in that, while he wasn't walking in the center of the road, he was a good bit into it. BC, where else are you going to walk? Other than snake-infested grass. He panicked and didn't stop to check on the guy, not because the man was black, but because my cousin had an open can on him, and the sheriff knew his dad, so grandpa's dad, and knew he had a drinking problem. So he was afraid of being considered someone who would have done it on purpose, or assumed he was too drunk to drive. The next morning he went back with my cousin's dad, his son, and saw that something dragged the body off the road, and used water to wash the dirt and grass of mud. Everywhere else was dry, so it hadn't rained. He said that he saw drag marks, as if someone dragged the body away, or the person dragged himself, from the road, and into the low brush of the woods. Now the area does have bobcat, hog, feral dogs, and coyotes, but none of these animals clean up after themselves like that, and the earth looked very clearly washed. So they noped out of there, assuming the guy lived. Nothing showed up on the news about it. No one mentioned anyone missing, or a body being found, and no one came looking for insurance, lawsuit or anything. Gramps asked around, and even got a job on the force later on. It still really faked with him to the end that no one ever found anything on that road. Their best guess is that there was something fishy on the sheriff's side. My hometown is a quiet small town that used to be a train stop loading station back in the railroad days. The population right now is around 500. There's 5 or 6 bars, so as you can imagine it's full of drunks. Because it used to be a train loading station, there are obviously tracks that run through our town, and since growing up there, I'm 22 now, there have been about 30 to 40 suicides on the tracks alone. Most of the people get drunk or high on meth and walk the tracks. Others put in headphones and just start walking. One of the cases from when I was younger, he filled his pockets with knives and ran down the tracks toward the train. Most of the time it's early in the morning, so no one sees them, which means we can't identify them until someone gets reported missing. One guy was identified by a chunk of his collarbone because he had a tattoo, and that's all that was left, and that's only the train track suicides. We've had people wander into the woods and shoot themselves and not be found for months when hunters find what's left of them. We've had people jump off overpasses onto the interstate, jump off cliffs into shallow water, crash on purpose, etc. The amount of people who commit suicide here is unreal. It's probably because it's a poor town full of depressing drunks. But one night my friend and I were reading about the train tracks that run through town, and apparently a bunch of the workers laying the railroad died from some toxic chemicals, and we think they haunt our town and make people kill themselves. It happened to my dad. He had just learned to drive, and he and his buddies were passing through a Native American reserve, rural Canada. My dad was in the passenger seat, and they were going 40+ miles per hour. Out the open window, he heard a galloping on the gravel road. Now it sounded like it was right next to the car. He stuck his head out the window, and at first he didn't see anything. Then he glanced down. A Native American, headdress and everything, was running on all fours, keeping up with the car. My dad screamed, "Stop the car!" And Jeremy, thinking he was about to hit an elk, slammed on the brakes and they skidded to a stop, and the Native American kept running on all fours down the road. Upon my dad telling his father about this, my dad learned that he too had had a similar experience. His father was pike fishing on a canoe in a lake on the side of the road when he heard the same galloping and saw a man running on all fours faster than a horse on the road. At his local high school, my dad told his class what happened. He found that almost half of the class had heard stories of the man from their parents or had seen him/herself. My dad says he is glad he moved back to the States away from that town. I have one for this. TW. Murder. Gore. My mom always hated motorcycles and made us all swear up and down that we'd never ride on or own one. When I was 13ish, my dad acquired a motorcycle in a trade deal and he drove it home. She pulled in right after he did and ripped him up and down for driving it just a short distance from storage to our house. Sure, they are not safer than cars, but I did not understand her seeming vendetta against them. I finally got the story out of my dad one day. Evidently when she was growing up, there was a weird man in her town who owned a lot of forested land with trails. He wanted peace and quiet, but some teenagers on motorbikes kept driving on his land, tearing up greenery, and generally making a ton of noise. After getting no results from yelling at them over and over again, calling police, and trying to talk to their parents, he decided to take drastic steps. He went out to one of the trails and strung thin metal wire at riding neck height between two trees across the dirt path. The next time the boys were out riding, they didn't see the wire and drove right into it. One was literally decapitated. The other was cut up really badly and barely survived. The man ended up committing suicide when police tried to arrest him, or so dad said. Every summer I would go to my dad's one-bedroom apt. That was the faking bathroom. He lived in a ghost town called Yazoo, Mississippi Point, and all of us used to be 7 kids, now 8, and 2 adults lived in the living room. The city was burned down, and it was old. Rumor stated that decades ago also there was a girl who was an outcast and nobody liked her. Point they called her the Witch of Yazoo City. When it was beautiful, she lived in a cabin and near a lake and would lure fishermen in and killed them, baiting them with fishing supplies, and killed them. Point one day a sheriff saw this and chased her down. While she was running away she fell into quicksand and died. While dying she was screaming and said 20 years from today this city will burn and crumble to the ground, screaming other stuff. Eventually it did and people died. I don't know how many, but we're told over 300 and people were injured. Since I inherited something of what she says, the gift of the third eye, I believe I had an encounter with someone. I was sleeping on a mattress while my siblings slept on a chair or the couch. But I woke up in the middle of the night with the covers being thrown of me. I was like huh and thought to go back and get it. But I was paralyzed. I could scream or move. The only thing I could do was look around. And in the corner of my eye I saw the silhouette of a woman in the moonlight, then blinked in shock. She was gone. I could finally move again and I turned around. She was right there in my face. She tried choking me. I cold breath. I screamed awake, clutching my blanket. I could feel something tugging it. Before anything happened I pinched myself to see if I was awake and ran to my dad and told him about everything. Which was only 10 steps away. He looked at me, then my stepmother, and they woke everyone up and took me to the priest. Asked if I was hearing or seeing things. I said yes, and he did things to me I couldn't remember. I remember my dad taking me home and the smell of sage and sweeping with the door open and my stepmom reading the Bible when I woke up. And my step siblings asking if I was okay. The 2-month plan of staying at my dad's house was cancelled and my 3 full-blood siblings went home to my mom and her husband. Okay, so I just wanna say this is 100% real. So there is a legit haunted house here. I live in Tepalcatepec, Michoacan, MX. By the way, it's a small town. About 6 years ago, these bandits that would go around killing people broke into the town. Luckily they were kicked out. But what they would do is that if someone didn't do as they said, they would take them to a big house here in the town. Probably the biggest out of the town. They would take them to the basement and torture them and murder them. The house right now is unowned and whoever sleeps 5 nights in it gets to keep it. No one resists because they say it's haunted. There are dead bodies in the basement. And to get to one of my friend's houses I have to pass it, and this is the scariest shit I have seen. One time the lights were flickering when I walked by and I saw a woman standing at the 2nd floor bedroom window looking at me. Then the lights turned off and I couldn't see her anymore. They say they would also take women and abuse them there and murder them. Explains a bit more why there was a woman there. Also, the bandits are trying to get in again. So I'm terrified of seeing the same thing unfold. I didn't live here when all of it happened 6 years ago. And I don't want to see it personally either. I found out about everything after middle school when me and my friends sat on the other side of the street in front of the house and told me everything. No one has ever stepped in that house to this day. Everybody who lives in a small town knows that you run out of things to do come high school, so you just drink or smoke to have fun at that point. It was pretty bad in my town growing up. All kinds of horror stories of drunk teenagers killing themselves in accidents. There is a story of 3 girls burning alive in a car fire after a horrible accident, but that was covered by state news, so I figured it's less of a small town secret. Although one story in particular comes to mind. A kid and his friends were drinking one night and driving up and down Main Street. We called it dragging Main as people usually did it, looking to race their trucks. I don't have the full details of that night, but the group of friends ended up hanging out by a creek in town. It ran right under Main Street in the center of town. Again, I don't know exactly what happened, but they either started messing around and fighting or something, or the cops came so they scattered, but the kid ended up in the creek without any pants. Now this was in the beginning of winter, which where I'm from it gets freezing pretty much every night after September. So the 17-year-old boy was stuck in a creek with no pants, drunk off his ass, and in at least 20 Fahrenheit weather. In the middle of the night. He was too drunk and too cold to get out. He froze to death that night. It took a few days to find the body, which is immensely disturbing because he was right under where so many people walk, as the majority of shops and restaurants were on Main Street. I lived on Main Street and also worked there. The thought of me walking over that creek to get to work with a 17-year-old's frozen body below me still gives me chills. A man went missing about a few years ago in my small town. He was friends with my parents, so I knew a little about him. The authorities said he caught the train after a bad car crash and drifted away. They were lying, and they knew it. Everyone knew what happened. The man was in a really bad drug situation, and he owed the wrong people money. They left his car and his motorcycle by Lake Point. I've seen SWAT teams at least 6 times since then dragging the lake. They found so many bodies, so destroyed and unrecognizable, there's no point in claiming one is his. I still think about it sometimes. Another one happened recently. At a high school in the same area as my small town, the basketball team had an initiation that the coach was in on. Doesn't help that shortly after the whole situation, the principal was convicted for sexual assault, rape, and sexual relations with of-age students. All of this panning over 30 to 40 years. Long story short, a video went around on Snapchat of the basketball team shoving multiple pencils up this poor boy's rear end, all while he's screaming and crying for them to stop. They're all laughing. There were only 2 proven innocent, because they weren't even in the locker room. They had no clue. The rest were sentenced to years/months in juvie/jail. The coach was fired and charged. Teachers were even aware of this initiation. What makes it worse is a basketball team admitting that this wasn't the first time they had done it. They revealed that things like that had been happening for years, even before they went to that school. Really sick and terrible. Third and final story happened to my best friend's little sister. His family, containing him, his little sister, and his mom, had just moved here from Alaska. His mom ended up getting a job with my mom and we all got to know each other really well. His little sister was the sweetest. Then there was the asshole. He was notably off. Something was most definitely wrong with him. Nothing behind his eyes. Always angry and violent. I didn't like him, and I warned people to stay away from him. Not even a year into school, the asshole rapes my best friend's little sister in the girls' bathroom. He taped her mouth and traumatized this poor little girl. She never spoke after that. She was 5 years old. Just started school in this brand new place. I never saw that family ever again. What an introduction to my hometown, right? The asshole got sent to a reform school and then juvie. After about 2 years, he was sent to jail. When he got out, they tried to let him back into our school and we all told our principal, if that asshole stepped foot in our school we would make his life hell. He never came to our school. Less dark than some of the heinous stuff here, but I grew up in Mesa, Arizona, which is, I think, still is one of the largest Mormon populations in the US outside of Utah. The amount of stuff they cover up and don't talk about is staggering. I went to high school with a whole group of Mormon kids who would go down to Mexico, buy a bunch of painkillers, and smuggle them back into the US, and would drink just as much if not more than other kids. Everyone gets married at 18, and what they don't talk about is how many people get divorced or annulled by 21. The amount of racism and bigotry is insane. The church didn't officially consider black people until like the 70s or 80s. The story of their long history in the West is downright disgusting. Some family friend's native grandmother who lived near the border told stories that when she was young, if a woman was kidnapped and you saw a burning tree, you knew that it was the Mormons because they would tie their victim to a tree and light it on fire. Sounds like an old wives' tale, right? Well, look up the Mountain Meadow Massacre or how they waged war with native tribes in Utah. Their story starts to sound less crazy. Don't believe the squeaky clean leave it to beaver Mitt Romney bullshit. Mormonism is an institution whose revisionist history and systematic denial of fact has hidden the truth about its own insular culture of bigotry, its foundation of white supremacy, incestuous child marriage and folk magic, its tools of money, politics, and murder to circumvent the law, its prophets and godheads being con men who wanted to fuck everyone's wife, its current operation to track and persecute its own members who want to leave. This happened in April 1998, a month before my 4th birthday, so I don't remember it, but my sisters do, and my town definitely does, but no one talks about it. At an 8th grade dinner dance, a boy by the name of Andrew Worst, the rest is off Wikipedia, showed up late to the dance, with his father's .25 caliber pistol in a holster belt under his jacket. He had previously left a suicide note under his pillow and stated to investigators that he planned to go to the dance and kill only himself. 5. The shooting began on an outdoor patio, about 20 minutes before the dance was scheduled to end, around 9:40. He shot John Gillette after he asked Worst to come inside. Before running out of ammunition, Worst proceeded to enter Nick's place, where the dance had been held, and subsequently fired and wounded Ed Ryboraton, a teacher, and 2 students, Jacob Churi and Robert Zemchek. 1. The shooting ended when the owner of Nick's place, James Strand, intervened and confronted Worst with his shotgun, ordering him to drop his weapon and later holding him at bay for 11 minutes. Strand later got Worst on the ground and searched him for weapons, finding a dinner fork in his sock. Worst was psychotic. At some points, he seems to have thought that everyone was a zombie, already dead. At other times, he said that he was the only real person in the world, with unreal people activated only in his presence. He also claimed he was an alien from another planet, brought to Earth as an infant. At school, he sometimes referred to himself as your god, Satan. He had a number of developmental difficulties, reportedly being a bedwetter as late as age 9. Even at age 14 he feared monsters in his closet. At school, he wrote stories and made video accounts of fictional murders and suicide. 7. His attack was planned. He attempted to recruit another student to help with the massacre. He mentioned his scheme to other students days before the shooting. He took the gun, stuck it in his waistband, and left a suicide note as he left home. At the party, he showed the gun to his classmates, none of whom reported it to an adult. Worst's attorneys had considered an insanity defense, but recommended that he plead guilty because it would be hard to convince the jury of an insanity defense. Worst was charged with attempted murder, 3rd-degree murder, and 1st-degree murder, and pleaded guilty in a plea bargain to a lesser charge of 3rd-degree murder along with attempted murder, to avoid going to trial, and in an attempt to avoid life imprisonment. He is serving a 30 to 60 year sentence in the state correctional institution, Forest. He will be eligible for parole in 2029. My hometown used to be a sundown town. The thing about sundown towns, at least around me, is they don't really stop being sundown towns. About 3,000 people lived in town, and including all the kids from the surrounding area, who made up the school district. I went to high school with 800 kids. About 20 were anything other than white, and less than 10 were black. Anyway, one day we get news that one of the only black families in the neighborhood died. It was a father and his daughter, and we are all told that it was carbon monoxide poisoning. His car was on in the garage, and so everyone thought it was an accident. A few people were yelling murder suicide, but they were by and large the out and proud racists of the town. One thing that was always kind of weird, though, was that the ATF was at the house, though they didn't talk to reporters and the town cops pretended like they didn't exist, and a family friend who owned a gun shop at the time said that they came in asking if the dad had bought any guns lately. Fast forward to about 6 months later. Behind my then girlfriend's house, which was a little wooded hollow separating a few houses from a strip mall, so not exactly deserted, a dead body was found, about 6 months decomposed. The kicker is that it was 1 shot, 2 holding a gun, and 3 holding a briefcase/suitcase full of hundreds of thousands of dollars. In no time the ATF is back on site. They take everything over, and we never hear about the mystery man, but they go back to family friend's gun store and ask about sold guns again to the old dad again. I know that the dad came from a somewhat shady background. Either he or some relatives of his had ties to drugs before he moved to our town, but that's all we've got. No one has any idea what really happened. I live in a rural cow town a few hours from New York City. That city went through a period of aggressive gentrification after 9/11. It got so bad, but that criminal element had a hard time finding purchase in the boroughs. Suddenly, problems that were traditionally thought of as big city issues were cropping up in the rural areas surrounding, deep into upstate New York, and into central Pennsylvania. MS-13 tags started appearing on my little town's public properties. I live in a strange little pocket of the town that is a little bit cloistered and difficult to get to if you don't know it's here. And sure enough, there was a period of about a year where two cars with no headlights on would pull up to each other. Something would be exchanged quickly and the cars would pull out. We came to find out some criminal organization was essentially trying to make my little town a hub on their drug supply and transport routes. They'd recruited young folks in the town to be mules and dealers. This included the son of a very prominent family who none of you would know, but everyone in this town does because his father and grandfather own businesses, some bearing their family name. He was eventually caught dealing with a block of packaged heroin and an illegal sidearm under the seat of his car. For many of you, stories like this probably seem tame by comparison. Around here, it's bananas. We are an open carry town, so we typically don't even have a break in crime. People literally don't lock their cars or house doors because you'd have to be suicidal to break and enter here. You will be shot. So for this type of thing to happen here was simply outside of the scope of a lot of people's imaginations until it did. The high school teen who was tragically killed at the gas station where he worked and had months of memorial services etc. was very likely working with the robbers, and they had an accidental discharge while making it look real. It's terrible that any kid dies and late teens do stupid shit sometimes, and it's tragic that they pay with their lives, but boy was that hushed up by the local papers etc. after their months of memorials. It was also an open secret who the co-conspirators likely got as stress likely were, but arrests were never made. The whole thing was a pretty big clusterfuck, including the fact that the small town police were faking lazy and incompetent and didn't expect it to get such attention. One of the cops even contaminated the murder scene with his own cigarette butts and then got rewarded with a whole bunch of paid trips and stays at pretty decent hotels at a larger nearby city for the next year of inquest investigations just to keep testifying that it was his and not some evidence left by the killers. A few years back, an elementary school age autistic boy went missing. It was huge news in the town and huge search parties were immediately sent out. His older stepbrother was immediately a suspect as he was a typical troubled teenager that had piercings, wore all black, etc. The family denied any wrongdoing for about a week until the kid's body was found buried in their backyard near a tree. Turns out the older stepbrother did it, and the family tried to cover it up. It was tragic, and I'm pretty sure the older brother is still in prison. Another story is that our ASB director got a former student pregnant and then threatened to kill her. Not sure how factual that one is, but the guy went missing in the middle of the school year and I don't think he's ever come back. But I also never followed up. Also, one of our librarians shot herself in the school parking lot. I don't know, I guess a lot happened in my small town lol. A rural community that wasn't even incorporated. It was an operational farm for juvenile offenders who were either removed from abusive homes, some on probation, whatever. There were a dozen of them. It actually was helpful to many of the boys. Small high school, sports, farming chores, discipline. Many of them turned their lives around and merged back into society. Really progressive for the mid-60s. One day one of the boys, 14, went missing. It was rare any ran away because they were treated well, but normal procedures were followed to locate him. After a week-long investigation, state authorities couldn't find him. 10 days later the boys were moving some bales of hay to a back pasture and smelled a nasty odor. They brought the foreman/head of the facility there and they found the boy's body. Investigation took a couple weeks, but they identified the boy who killed him. He was removed and sent to a state facility. Pretty rough on a small rural high school. Classmates, you know, it was a cloud that hung over the high school for some time. My town doesn't talk about it much, ever really. I was about the age of 7 when I actually learned about this. It probably happened when I was 5. Anyways, so the story goes that down the street on the edge of town, an armed robber broke into a house with a grown mother and her 3 grandchildren. The police were called, but he used the family as hostages. He ended up killing the grandmother and planned to kill the children as well. However, they got to him first. The eldest sister hid her siblings in a closet with knives, and she got the robber to chase her. Both of the children hopped out on the sister's call, brutally stabbing the robber like they were playing some game. They came out to the police and to their awaiting parents. I think it's pretty obvious why this was kept so down low. These young children were defending themselves, however they would always be seen as killers, murderers. They would likely have no future. So the kids' names or last names were never revealed, the address, anything that could lead back to them. So if the story was real or not, I'll never know. Pretty nuts, I guess. I work in EMS and wasn't dispatched to this call, but here is what I can remember. This story is also going to be my combined knowledge from my coworker that responded to the call and my girlfriend. A call goes out for an elderly victim with multiple lacerations at a family residence. I hear nothing more about it for the rest of my shift. I get home later that night and my girlfriend, who works for the sheriff's department in the crime lab, is sitting and visibly something looks wrong. I ask her if she is okay and she just starts crying. After doing my best to comfort her, she tells me what is going on. Apparently there was a middle-aged man who lived with his elderly mother. I believe the man had some behavioral issues that went undiagnosed, but he had his mother bound to a chair in the living room, where he was torturing her with a Kissinette electric knife, cutting her all over her body, and then using duct tape to cover the wounds. I guess the torturing went on for a couple days before a neighbor heard anything. The man ended up fleeing before law enforcement and EMS got there. When help did finally arrive, the elderly woman in her state was begging for them to kill her. They both claimed it looked like something out of a horror movie. The elderly lady survived and was placed on suicide watch /5150 at the end due to her continuing to ask to die. My coworker no longer works in EMS. Our town is located at the bottom of a mountaintop where a Christian cathedral and basilica was built. The holy place is a pilgrimage destination that people usually visit on the 1st of May. For those who wish to take the natural way to the top, there is a pathway that starts from our town into very lush woods up until you reach the cathedral. A truly tranquil and enjoyable experience until the incident point. A local religious girl in her 20s from our town takes the woods path regularly to the mountaintop. She's done so for years. On the way to the top, there is a small monastery with a lush garden, tended by a hired foreign concierge for many years. The girl has repeatedly crossed paths with him and had talked to him on many occasions, usually just exchanging greetings on her way up. One day, the girl went on her pilgrimage and never returned. A local search party as well as the police went looking for her. People from the cathedral and the monastery have also helped in the search. Even the gardener himself, as he knew the way around the woods. Everyone thought the foreign concierge had done it, but the fact is he was the most cooperative man out there and helped the search party until they found the girl dead. Her arm separated from her body in a nearby bush. Signs of struggle are evident on her corpse. That was an attempted rape. There were no witnesses in the middle of the woods, no cameras to help. Even if she screamed, no one would hear her. This was going to be another unsolved cold case until someone took a deep look at the cooperative concierge's hands. They were too clean for someone who has been working all day in the garden and hasn't come home yet. With a deep inspection, dried blood was seen under his fingernails, and they arrested him. He eventually confessed to the rape and crime and was imprisoned. The locals wanted capital punishment in the middle of the town. They were denied it. After a few years, a prison incident happened, and the murderer escaped and fled back to his home country. A memorial monument is now placed on the natural path up near the place she died. A sad and creepy reminder of what the holy pilgrimage can sometimes turn into. When my mum was young and the area we live in now was just forest, a girl went up this hill to look for a leaf for her nature book, and a pedophile grabbed her and attacked and killed her in this rundown house. That house was demolished about 3 years ago, and nice new homes were put on the land. You couldn't pay me to live there. Knowing this story. There also was a family feud in the area. People think someone conspired to kill their dad, so they just start nonsensical violence. A guy I went to primary school with stabbed a man to death and went to prison when we were 19. So stupid. Think the other family's grandmother took a guy who cheated on her daughter up to a secluded area and chopped his weenie off. Then another time someone from the family came to my mum to get her hair done. Randomly just walked in and asked my mum and said yeah sure. She came back later on in a suit. She went from a blonde to dark brunette. haircut and all. The police then came out saying that they were looking for a blonde woman in a tracksuit who robbed a post office or something earlier that day. Before John Pinder was known for being a murderer, he was known for having a pet lion. The son of a wealthy rancher, John operated a large ostrich ranch outside of Dutchess, Utah. I initially met him while working at the local state park and interacted with him at my winter jobs as well, at Subway and the local grocery store. He told me it was easy to remember my name as it was the same as his as a wildlife biologist. My dad worked with John many times, doing things like inspecting his facilities and issuing landowner deer and elk permits. I went to his farm with my dad to see his lion, recently made famous after jumping out of the back of his truck at a gas station and going for a stroll down Main Street. The lion had his own room in the house. John was eccentric in every sense of the word. He was hyper, high-strung, and often just plain strange. He was also friendly, to me at least, and had a certain charm under his white trash exterior. Little did I know, John's ostrich ranch was a front, a cover for John's real business. He was in actuality part of a large wave of methamphetamine that had entered the Uinta Basin, an expansive area of northeastern Utah known for farming, oil drilling, and the northern Ute Indian Reservation. John's ranch employees were also a part of his drug business. One day, probably tweaking heavily on his product, John and his employee Philo, whom I'd also met at the state park several times, decided they needed some voodoo shrunken heads, like some John had seen while on vacation in Seattle. Rex Tanner and June Flood had worked for John, but they had a falling out. I just knew them as a friendly couple that I would occasionally interact with. Rex and June lived in a small cabin where John and Philo greeted them with a baseball bat. After the brutal beatings, there are contrasting accounts of whether John shot them at the cabin or took them back to his ranch first, but either way he murdered both of them with a 10mm handgun. Now faced with disposing of two bodies, John seen this as an opportunity to use some dynamite he had purchased illegally. He and Philo dismembered the corpses as necessary to stuff them into 50-gallon drums, then attempted to blow them up. It didn't work as well as he had hoped. Instead of serving to disintegrate the body parts, the dynamite more or less just distributed them around the general area, making a terrible mess, with blood, remains, and items like jewelry all over the trees. John's solution? Recruit some help from his neighbor and employee Dave Brunier. Figuring he could count on Dave's meth addiction and fear for his silence, John had him help burn and then bury the bodies deep on his property, bulldoze the blast site, and even made him and his wife clean the cabin where the murders took place. Unlike my casual interactions with the others, Dave I knew well. I had dated his daughter, who suddenly disappeared from school one day. No one knew where she'd gone. We were told she'd moved. It didn't make sense that she wouldn't say goodbye, but soon enough the story made its way out. June's sister had called the police, who found Dave at the ranch. Dave told them the truth and offered to testify against John. His family was whisked away into witness protection. John was convicted and is currently serving a life sentence, despite his parents going broke trying to defend him. Philo got 15 to life. John's ex-girlfriend said he also murdered two women and buried them in their car on his land, but no evidence has been found. I guess we'll see. So there's an old mental asylum. A young WW1 veteran was admitted to the hospital. He'd been shot through the jaw and was suffering from shell shock. During his stay at the hospital, he began suffering from delusions, particularly about the doctor. He went to another hospital for a fortnight's leave, and while he was there he bought a gun and hitched a ride back to the asylum in a mail van. He arrived at the gates and found the doctor sitting on the veranda. So he shot the doctor and chased him through the grounds. During the chase, he came across a group of nurses and opened fire at them. One nurse was killed and one was wounded. The hospital administrator confronted the patient with his gun and shot him through the hand, forcing his surrender. A wing of the hospital was named after the nurse, and a font was placed in the grounds of a local orphanage. The orphanage is believed to be haunted. The 160-kilogram marble font went missing for years, possibly decades, to the point where almost everyone had forgotten it ever existed, until one day police received an anonymous tip-off to a random alleyway in a nearby city, and they found the font behind some bushes. It took 3 officers To lift it into a van. There are 3 buildings in town that are considered to be haunted: the hospital, the orphanage, and the girls' home. I never thought I would get to reply to this question. I live in a small town. Duh. I have 2 younger sisters, both friends with an 11-year-old girl I'm going to call Coco. Coco had divorced parents who were still friendly with each other, rather than being spiteful. The mom, I'll call her Kara, moved in with a friend she has named Mike. That's not a fake name. With Coco. I think Kara lived there for about a year. I have many memories from that house. Mike had a swimming pool and 2 dogs, and when it snowed, the snow plowed off the driveway, made perfect snowball idiot hills. Mike and Kira got along well, and I'm sure I'm not the only one to have joked that they should marry, because that's how society works. Kira and Coco took a trip to Hawaii and took Mike along with them. When they got back, nothing was different. You'll thought that's where the secret happened, isn't it? Now, a week passes, and one day I wake up with my mom sitting on my bed, looking mournful. And then she told me what happened. Mike shot and killed Kira. Coco was at her dad's house. Luckily, I'm scared to think what would have happened if she wasn't. After murdering Kira, Mike shot himself and survived severely wounded. If you came to this town, no one would mention it. I actually have a friend who thinks Kira died in a car crash. There was a murder in a we don't lock doors neighborhood and you would never know. In the mid-70s, we were in a huge boom. The mayor was corrupt as fuck and drugs and prostitution happened openly in the streets. The council brought in a new police chief to get on top of things, and he brought in an undercover officer from Spanish Harlem. Now, there are 2 versions of this story, each with their own merits. Version A of the story is that the undercover cop had information that would bring the chief, mayor, and other notable people down if he testified in an upcoming grand jury trial. Version B is that he had gotten into the drug scene and spent most of his time here coked out of his mind and needed to be reined in. Either way, one night the chief of police, as well as 2 other officers, confronted the undercover cop in a patrol car outside a bar. The chief, sitting in the front passenger seat, ended up shooting the undercover cop who was sitting in the rear driver seat. The chief was charged with murder, and the trial was moved to the town 100 miles north. To be fair, he was acquitted after a quick draw expert put on a show and gave testimony. 60 Minutes did a bit on it at the time and aided a City Confidential on it in the early 2000s. And in 1885 we were home to one of the first race riots in the US, when white miners killed 28 Chinese. I grew up in Ecuador, went to a school that catered mostly to missionary kids. We had a math teacher who previously had been, or claimed to have been, a Texas Ranger. He loved talking about his training and guns, and it was incredibly easy to ask a random question about drugs or gangs or guns, and he'd spend the rest of class talking about that. He would occasionally make a comment about killing people accidentally as part of his Texas Ranger job, but he'd backtrack if we asked him about it, so we were never sure if they were true or not. Fast forward to last year, I came across a post on FB about an old math teacher. I did some digging and came to find out the guy's been arrested after a massive investigation looking into teenage girls disappearing across South America and their bodies being found several months later in different countries. Apparently this guy was running a multinational trafficking ring, catering to the top levels of army and gov officials also. The school was an evangelical Christian outfit. Back in middle school, like the last days of 8th grade, it was revealed that the boy's pet teacher was a pedo. The way they found out was that the pet teacher left his iPhone on the desk and went outside to his class, and another teacher noticed his phone and was going to take it to him. But when he picked it up, he saw the lock screen background was a naked boy in the shower, and he told the rest of the pet teachers to act normal. But when the class ends, it was the last class of the day, and he comes into the office. They'll lock the door till the cops come. A lot of kids did take pictures of him being taken to the cop car, and the school hid the accusations as well as the district, because since it was the last few weeks of school it was assumed that no one would care, and no parent was informed, or the children, and we only knew he took pics of the boys and he never touched or molested. And the worst part was that his desk was facing towards the door, where you can see directly into the shower, and the only thing saving you is if you go into the small private shower rooms. Well, It's not my town, but a village where my grandpa grew up. The village is pretty abandoned now and has around 3 families that still live there. So, there is a house near the center of the village where no one has lived for at least 2 generations now. People say that there is a cursed treasure there hidden inside one of the walls of the house. The story behind the treasure is that during the Ottoman occupation of Serbia, one unnamed Ottoman officer was passing through the village with a pot of so-called treasures. When he arrived at the house, he asked the people living there if he could get some water for his travels. The people who lived there told him they would bring him some, and that he should rest near the tree in the yard. When he got off the horse, a couple men attacked him and tied him to the tree. Then they robbed him of the pot of treasures and mercilessly tortured him for hours before killing him by hanging him on that same tree. It is said that during his final breaths he cursed them and the treasure, that whoever touches that pot will meet the same fate. The men who attacked and tortured him are said to have died fairly young, and that the man who lived in that house hung himself on that tree. Years later there are at least 2 people who are known to have tried to dig around that house in the 1900s, and both of them hung themselves on that tree. Now I cannot be certain that there really was a tortured Ottoman back in the day. But the people who killed themselves on that tree in the 1900s are definitely real, since my grandfather knew both of them. These days no one tries to test the story there. Sorry for the weird formatting, I'm on mobile. TLDR, some people tortured and killed an Ottoman officer for his money, and because he was an Ottoman, he allegedly cursed the treasure. Later 2 people suspiciously committed suicide at the same place, and in the same way the Ottoman was allegedly killed, right after snooping around the property. This involves drugs, suspected overdose and death. This happened when I was in high school. There were 2 kids who I'll call J and T. I was close with J, but he was a troublemaker. He and T were in and out of juvie, lived in the alt school, and there were rumors they were into shadier stuff. One day, it was announced that T had died. He was only 15. They never told us exactly what happened, but from school rumors and overall small town gossip, it was pieced together that T and J had snuck into someone's backyard while high on whatever drug they could get their hands on. They were in the hot tub, and from what I heard, J left to loot the house and came back to find his friend dead in the hot tub. Maybe an overdose, it could been anything else. And from what I heard his body was completely purple and bloated. The school held a memorial for T and all of the students and parents were invited to mourn with J. I wanted to go, but I just felt too uncomfortable going. I was there when J started going downhill. He dropped out of school completely, and I know for a fact that he was not there at our graduation. If he got his JED, that would have been a miracle. Where J is now, I could not tell you. But I'm sure he stayed in our small town. Since in our town, if you do not get out soon, you are stuck. I really do feel sorry for Jay. He was a really good guy and had a good heart. But he made bad choices and no one could have helped him out. The town does not like to talk about what happened to T, and I suspect most people want to forget it even happened. There was a provincial attraction in a small town that I grew up in. As kids we went there throughout all the years of schooling. It was a museum, and it held in there all the relics of how the town was built, what made people settle there, and how the town came to be. It was a big deal for the town, and it generated a lot of attention from tourists. It held fossils of the old ocean that covered it amount of years ago. Well, one night it was burnt down to the ground and there was town-wide panic. A bunch of kids in my grade were called in for questioning. It was built around quarries and there was known to be dynamite in the quarries for blasting. Apparently dynamite was the cause of the fire. There were a ton of rumors about who did it and who didn't do it, and so forth. For the rest of my life I will always remember walking into that place, and for the rest of my life I will always know someone around me burnt that place to the ground, and I will most likely never get to actually figure it out. Really sad and confusing, as a young man going through it or watching people get pulled away for questioning out of the classes around mem was quite wild. Who knows, maybe one day someone will confess, or new evidence will come to light. I guess you just never really know everyone's story. Every single person around you has one. Wild to think about. Well, it's not my town, but a village where my grandpa grew up. The village is pretty abandoned now and has around 3 families that still live there. So, there is a house near the center of the village, where no one has lived for at least 2 generations now. People say that there is a cursed treasure there hidden inside one of the walls of the house. The story behind the treasure is that during the Ottoman occupation of Serbia, one unnamed Ottoman officer was passing through the village with a pot of so-called treasures. When he arrived at the house, he asked the people living there if he could get some water for his travels. The people who lived there told him they would bring him some, and that he should rest near the tree in the yard. When he got off the horse, a couple men attacked him and tied him to a tree in the yard. Then they robbed him of the pot of treasures and mercilessly tortured him for hours before killing him by hanging him on that same tree. It is said that during his final breaths he cursed them and the treasure, that whoever touches that pot will meet the same fate. The men who attacked and tortured him are said to have died fairly young, and that the man who lived in that house hung himself on that tree. Years later there are at least 2 people who are known to have tried to dig around that house in the 1900s, and both of them hung themselves on that tree. Now I cannot be certain that there really was a tortured Ottoman back in the day, but the people who killed themselves on that tree in the 1900s are definitely real, since my grandfather knew both of them. These days no one tries to test the story there. Sorry for the weird formatting, I'm on mobile. TLDR, some people tortured and killed an Ottoman officer for his money, and because he was an Ottoman, he allegedly cursed the treasure. Later 2 people suspiciously committed suicide, right after snooping around the property, at the same place, and in the same way the Ottoman was allegedly killed. Not secret anymore, and I haven't lived there since I was 5, but my mom lived there most of her life, until about 15 years ago. So a few years ago, my mom's friend's 19 years old niece, or something, went missing. Her boyfriend and one of his friends also went off the grid for a while. The local people along with the police took a week of looking for her, hoping she was alive, but then it was decided that she probably wouldn't have survived this long with all the bears and rattlers around. Soon after, people noticed her boyfriend had gone missing. If I remember correctly, her body was found in a swampy area of the lake the town was on. Her boyfriend's friend was found and interrogated, and her boyfriend was eventually found, and I'm assuming that both of them were charged. Now, because of the increased police presence in what had now became basically a retirement village with only a few people 50 living there, it was revealed that there was a serious problem with domestic abuse in that small town, but not between partners, but with adults who were abused by their parents in the 60s and 70s, now taking their chance to get revenge. It was scary hearing about all the accounts from there coming to light from elderly people being mistreated by their children. Then my mom talking about how most of those people were abused by their parents growing up. All around awful. The stories didn't leave the village and those who knew people who lived in it, but damn, it was scary. The village had been falling apart for years with one out of the only 2 stores closing for an hour, the inn being bought out for private use, and a whole lot of alcoholism, and probably some drug addiction too, mixed in with chronic poverty. Sad, because it's in a really pretty spot, and has a lot of potential to become like it once was, a popular tourist spot on a lake, and with all the fresh fish and friendly conversation you could dream of. A man was babysitting 3 children for his friend, who he lived with, ended up killing the 3 children, and put their bodies on spikes on the fences outside the house. The youngest child was crying, and reportedly would not stop. He killed her, and then the others. The youngest died from a skull fracture, the next from a slit throat, and the third was reportedly strangled. They were 8 months, 2 years old and 4 years old. After killing them, he went down to the basement to get a pickaxe, and further mutilated their bodies. He then impaled their bodies on a fence near the home. When arrested, he asked what's this all about. At first he denied it, but later pleaded guilty, with no defense plea, no motive or diminished responsibility. His only explanation was the baby would not stop crying. Has now been released on parole with a new identity, and has been banned from returning to the city. It's not exactly a secret as such, but it's not rare for people to think it was a horror story and just made up, especially as it happened on Friday 13th. I heard about it growing up, and then realized it was real, and it actually happened. A woman lived in our country. She liked transporting from a city to other. Loved a man so much and she was like his slave. But this person liked another and left this woman that was very beautiful, sorry about my language, and was filled with anger, and in the end killed by him in an attempt of her to kill him and his women in the bed. And literally now she's following people in our country in midnight, and especially men. And why am I saying this? Because I saw her when I remembered I was 15. I was returning home at 2 AM alone, and I literally saw her in the end of the hallway, which I recall her with pure white skin and a really good makeup. Sorry again about language. That even in my 15-year was beautiful that time, but even I can see her legs. She was walking slowly towards me, and without hesitation, realizing what's happening, I run with all my might to my house doorstep. When I got there I looked again in the hallway. No one's there. Info: the hallway doesn't have any separate routes, and she was in the middle of the hallway. But for me, it was at the end of the hallway, so it's impossible for someone to run back to the end of the hallway in such a short time. We have much more dark stories, but this, I wrote it cause I felt such horror from that real experience. My parents always tell this story in our town. Very well known, wealthy, and popular dentist and his wife went to one of our local lakes for a day of boating. Wife falls off boat. Husband unable to save her. Says the Weds held her under the water. Big tragedy. A local town is mourning the loss of his wife. Then a little bit after, he and a buddy are drunk driving. The dentist thought he was going down the main road when really it was a side one that ended in the river that passes through the town. Going 60 kilometers down the hill right into the river, the passenger drowns while he escapes. Pretty sure he went to jail after that one since he was intoxicated and blah blah blah. But he got out a little after and moved out of province to the mountains with a new wife and expensive house. It's very well known, the conspiracy, that he killed his wife on purpose then killed his friend right after for the same reasons. My best guess is the two he murdered were having an affair. TLDR, wealthy well-known dentist drowns his wife on their boat, feigns accident, then crashes his car into a river while drunk driving with his buddy as passenger, killing the guy. He moves away to live a new life. I don't have one, but a guy on an old Discord server shared this. I don't know if it's true or not. In my academic years, there were several people missing. It happened in the summer of 2005. It turned out that all of them had something in common. They all were at a party 1 year before their disappearances. In that party the host was an anonymous person that no one knew who he was. Some months later, he was found in an old warehouse. In the warehouse, the bodies of the people that were missing were hanging from the roof. Apparently, the anonymous was the first guy that disappeared. He faked his disappearance because he had the dream of becoming a serial killer. In that party, he promised them all that if they went to that warehouse, then they will get a big amount of money. I don't know how he convinced them, but they went there, one by one, like rats going to a trap. Sometime later, they apparently died by a shot on their forehead with a Magnum revolver. Then that sick bastard hanged them on the roof. The guy had schizophrenia, and after the verdict on his judgment, he got locked up in a sanatorium for the rest of his life. That's the history I know. As I said, I can't confirm if this history is real, but I copied it because it was interesting. In the late 1800s there was a triple homicide of 3 siblings that was never solved. This gave rise to all sorts of urban legends, multiple death confessions, dark stories, rumored family secrets, and several murder mystery books. For example, there was a boy in our class who said their family owned the land it happened on, and they found some creepy stuff appearing in the paddocks from time to time. And there was always somebody's ancestor who was secretly the murderer, knew who did it, or had some sort of conspiracy story. As teenagers we'd sneak out to the graveyard to get drunk occasionally and tell creepy stories by the monument to the murders. It's really interesting to look into, especially as a way to learn about the local area. Back then in the 1890s, the 1-hour car trip to the nearest city today took 2 days by horse and cart. Despite that, a massive number of people turned up for the funeral, thousands and thousands, many times the population of the entire town. It was a huge story at the time. We have two. My town has a harrowing amount of heroin dealing that started 50 years ago now. a fraudulent doctor came into town and started prescribing it to his chronically ill patients. He was arrested and jailed years later, but the damage was already done. I found out in college that most people don't wear shoes at the beach. We do this to prevent people from stepping on needles and contracting something. The second one was when I was 12. It was during my study hall, and I suddenly saw all the buses lined up, and the teachers were rushing us to grab our things and go home. I found out the next day a kid from a nearby high school had held his class at gunpoint before shooting himself. I've heard nothing about the family since, and no one ever talked about it again. I wondered for the longest time if it ever even happened, until I saw his name under the Wikipedia list of school shooting incidents. I was doing research for a debate project on that subject. My town growing up grew fast. It used to be a farm town deep in the woods. We found an abandoned barn deep in the woods. An old red, falling apart, rusted out, like it could fall apart at any time, vines crawling up it. The bravest kid out of the US was a kid named Kyle. He walked up to the barn first. We watched as if something was going to run up and snatch him, ready to run, hearts pounding. He moved the one door and fell off the hinges and collapsed in half. Luckily it fell away from him. Termites really destroyed it. Then we heard hissing. 2 kids ran away. I ran forward to the barn to get Kyle out. Here it was a bat infested barn. We never went back to that place. Bat poop is harmful to people. Bottom lines are, in my town are absconded barns full of dead and alive bats. It's gross. Another one was a child died from falling down an abandoned quarry. King of Prussia Mall is under a sinkhole that could collapse at any time. Built in 1980s, the project managers thought of filling the sinkhole with 18-wheeler trucks and support beams in hopes to make the sinkhole filled. Walking around in it, you can feel the whole building shake. So be careful when visiting. A place close to me is called Sensibor Tunnel, and the story there is mixed up like crazy, but something about how a homeless man killed a baby in or around the tunnel. You can go there at night, turn off your car and all the lights, wait a few minutes, and try to start the car. Sometimes the car will not start, and there will be 2 different sized handprints on your car. One the size of a man and the other the size of a baby. These aren't really dark secrets, but at my school there's multiple urban legends. One football player in the 30s or 40s was killed by a train. Many people have heard the train inside the school late at night and have seen the boy. Another ghost is a girl who drowned in the pool, I believe, and around the same time period, she can be seen in the bell tower or walking around the inside of the school. The janitors have a lot of stories, but others do too, and everyone that has seen them say they have good intentions. Edit. Why is this downvoted? I grew up in a small village in Michigan with a pop of like 6,000 people and everyone's related. Lol. There was a bunch of crazy dark stuff that happened from the mid-90s up until recently. When I was in middle school there was a teen shot and killed downtown after getting in a fight. He got beat up, went home and brought back his dad's gun and shot and killed one of the other kids. It was really sad and instantly destroyed 2 families. The next year a kid from my grade was hanging out with a group at one of his friend's house. The friend went upstairs and got his dad's gun. One friend was messing around with it, not knowing it was loaded, and pointed it at a kid and shot him right in between his eyes. Craziest part is the kid lived, and the 9mm bullet followed his nasal path and exited out his neck. He has 2 tiny little round scars at the entrance and exit wounds, and didn't suffer any long-term effects. He actually came back to school and graduated with us. I never saw the kid who shot him ever again, and I don't have a clue what happened to him. The next year 2 boys from my class and a girl from the next town over jumped a train that took them north to the next big city. They got off in a bad neighborhood and went looking for a way to call and have someone come pick them up. Unfortunately, a group of guys found them and took them to a nearby park that was overgrown and not used. They raped the girl, then lined all of them up and shot each one in the head. If I remember right, they had a shotgun that jammed and ended up using a small caliber pistol to shoot them execution style. Since it was a small caliber, only one of the boys died and the other 2 played dead, weren't shot again. They were able to get help and the guys were eventually caught. There was a lot of racial tension around it because the kids were white and the guys who raped and murdered were black. I saw the other boy who lived one time after, and I have no idea whatever happened to him. They ended up writing an article in Time magazine on the story point after that. It was either a year or two after, and a family at the end of my road was murdered. An older couple and their son and daughter-in-law, or the other way around, were all beaten to death with a claw hammer. It took a few weeks to catch the guy, and it turned out that he broke into their house to steal money for drugs, not knowing anyone was home. I don't remember exactly what happened, but he proceeded to beat each person to death only using a claw hammer. My friend's mom went there to get the cat after it happened, and supposedly she found it licking up the blood that had soaked through the floor. Not sure if that's true, but there had to have been a ridiculous amount of blood from smashing in 4 people's heads. Probably about 10 years after all this happened, my mom was driving home and passed a bunch of police cars in front of a home on her dead-end street. She watched the news and found out that a guy was murdered at night when he answered a knock at his back door. The guy was married and his wife was home at the time, so she told the police everything that happened. Turns out the guy who got murdered had just got out of prison after serving time for molesting a kid. Everyone assumed that it was his victim who came to get revenge, but they never caught the guy. Fast forward several years and the guy gets tracked down out west in Wyoming or something and gets brought back to Michigan to face his charges. Everyone forgot about it until the story broke and no one could believe that they caught the guy. Anyways, those are a few of the craziest dark secret things that happened in my hometown, and you would never think there could be that much violence in such a small town. It's still a great place to live, but having all of that happen really made me think if it's a good place to live, and I ended up moving away for 10 years. I decided to move my family back recently to be closer to family, and I haven't regretted it at all because I've learned that it doesn't really matter where you live, crazy shit always happens. The town of Clarisham, Alberta, was, according to multiple accounts, the major transport hub for the illegal drug trade in the 70s, due largely to its location on the #2 highway and proximity to the major routes paralleling the US border to the south point. This made it an ideally placed meeting place and sometimes stationary holding pattern for dealings without having to deal with the more active RCMP presence in Calgary. With a direct overland route to the port city of Vancouver, access to the border crossing straight southwards. The money of the oil patch to the north through both the money hub of Calgary and the gateway to the fields of Edmonton, and whatever the hell was east that was important to that business even in my youth. Without knowing the significance, I was a fan of the Grim Reaper's logo, as I would see the occasional one passing by, although they pretty well vanished when the Hells Angels decided that the local Reapers had a secret desire to either Bihar or retire, or something like that. The town also did double duty as a stopping point for poker runs, which meant periodic packs of outlaw bikers visiting the local tavern point. Apparently they really liked pickled eggs. I have 2 stories, okay, so I believe this happened in my lifetime, or at least my time living there, ages 3 to 13. My town had a population of about 1,000. Basic Wisconsin farming town where pretty much all the main attractions were on Main Street, also mostly bars anyway. There was a really well-known owner of the only grocery store in town. I don't know if his mental health struggle was a known thing amongst other residents, but one day he took his own life via gunshot in the back of his shop. The details on this are very vague because I didn't know about it until years later because I was still very young when this happened. But if my memory serves me correctly, he shot himself just after closing hours and wasn't found until the next day. It really is a tragic story, and I understand why my parents would keep that secret from me when I was young. It is just spooky to me because this was before the 2008 market crash, and my parents themselves were restaurant owners in the town. We were the same kind of people, living in the same town at the same time, and one of us went out like that. There's always another way, people. You are not alone, and you can be helped! 2. One of the head firefighters in town lived right next door to me with his wife and biological child. He had it all: a good job, loving wife and child, good dog, nice quaint house with a big yard. Then he had to ruin it by cheating on her. Ruined all of that just for a bit of fun with a girl he didn't even love. I still find it crazy that he lived right next door. I guess it is a small town after all. Fun fact, the wife continued living there for a few years. Then my parents got divorced. My mom moved states, and my dad moved to another part of town. A bit after that, the next door neighbor from the old house bought a house next door to my dad's new place. No, nothing happened between them. There's a family with a pair of siblings and a mom and a dad. Anyways, the mother and father were going on a trip which was supposed to be their really late honeymoon. They have been saving money for this trip for years and years, ever since their children were still little kids. The parents were so excited to go on the trip once they finally saved enough money point, and so many years later, finally, the parents went on the plane to Hawaii, excited since they've been waiting and saving for this trip for years. At this time, one of the siblings was already in their early 20s and pregnant, and I think the other was still in high school. Their parents were gone and were in Hawaii, so they decided to hang out with their cousin and a friend. They got into a car, and whoever the driver was, they were drunk. They crashed into a tree. The pregnant sister, the other sibling, and the cousin died. The friend was alive, but paralyzed. The parents, enjoying their time in Hawaii, got a call. Their kids were dead. There's so many. I'll tell you the closest geographically. It's India, by the way. 10 houses away from where I live, there's an empty plot with a well and a small temple. 17 years ago, a young man went bankrupt and in debt and killed himself by jumping in the well, and the body was recovered and burned. Hindus burn dead bodies rather than burying them. Till date, every now and then we'll find something ringing the metal bell at the temple. The small light in the temple go on and off. We'll find dead bodies of cows and dogs who come to drink from the well. Even when neighbors are away in the summer, this happens. Once when someone tried to explore when this noise came, it suddenly stopped, thinking someone could be present, and someone pulled his feet and the guy barely escaped. Allegedly someone even drinks water from the well. Despite various explorations by the government even during night, no one has been found in the plot, and this stuff still goes on. So much that people have now befriended the spirit in their head and don't bother it. They offer it some food during Diwali and sheet. As a child I even used to play around that plot. No harm done. Jim Jones and his People's Temple cult spent a good long time living there before fleeing to Guyana. My high school biology teacher, for some reason, spent a whole class period talking about the time she and her husband spent an evening talking with Jim Jones in her hot tub at some point in the 60s. Jones had influential friends in government, both in Mendocino County and San Francisco, which he made his new base in the mid-1970s. His top aide for years was Tim Stone, then Mendocino County's assistant district attorney. Stone, now a deputy district attorney in Mendocino County, defected from the temple and became one of its sharpest critics before the mass suicide in Jonestown, but was unable to retrieve his son, who died there. Stone declined to be interviewed for this story. r/cults. Not so much small town as small country city. A guy, 28ish, pursued and married a woman a few years younger than him. He used to pick her up from work every afternoon, and we all thought he was a bit of a loser douchebag. Anyways, one day he logs into her Facebook, pretending to be her, and starts chatting with her 13-year-old female cousin. Cousins thinks it's the woman, and agrees to meet up at their house, so they can go to the movies together. Minute young female cousin doesn't return home that night, and her family are immediately suspicious of douchebag loser. He denies doing anything. Young wife is also super worried as she and the cousin are really close. Well, the family are persistent, and next thing you know, his house is being searched, and they find the cousin's body in the wardrobe of their bedroom. He had brutally raped and murdered her, then slept like a baby with his young wife beside him in the same room as her dead body. The house was situated at a really prominent intersection, and after he was found guilty of her murder, someone had the common decency to have it demolished. So many. Manson's uncle was murdered here. They pinned him to the floor with a knife, wrote on the walls in his blood. Manson was proven to be elsewhere at the time. It was thought that his family killed him. Late 1960s, a couple was murdered on a lover's lane. The girl was still in high school. The guy had recently graduated. They were secretly married. They were going to announce it at her graduation, which she didn't live to see. The guy who did it had the hots for her, and she obviously rejected him. He got a ridiculously short prison sentence, I think less than 10 years. I've heard he works at a local McDonald's. There's a house down the road from my former job where there were 2 suicides and a murder, all the same family, many years apart. The murder was the last to occur. The lady was in her 80s. A handyman raped and murdered her. A lady and her son were kidnapped from a grocery store parking lot. The lady had her throat slit. The kid got away. It was believed her husband had something to do with it, but it was never proven. 10 years ago, I was a senior in high school and in marching band. I was close friends with a boy that was pretty popular in our school and was also in a band. He started dating this girl for a while, and she was pretty toxic. Her dad drove one of the buses for our competitions every weekend. The dad had gotten pretty aggressive towards the boy and was caught holding him by the throat against one of the buses while we were getting ready to go to warm up. The dad said, "If you ever get near my daughter again, I'll fucking kill you." The following Friday, there was an announcement over the school intercom that the boy was dead and had apparently shot himself. Rumors spread fast and the girl said that he died with her Bible in his hand and couldn't handle not being with her. She got over it in about 2 weeks. After the investigation was concluded, it was revealed that he had a note in one hand and a Bible in the other. They couldn't figure out how he shot himself if his hands were full. No one ever questioned the girl's dad and pretended like they never heard him threaten that boy. I personally think that shady motherfucker murdered him. 2. The first one happened in the 90s. We still had the Ford plant, one of the largest car plants in the US and one of the largest Ford ever had. A disgruntled resident of my town decided to bust his way into the plant and shoot up the place using a car-15. Ended up killing one guy and wounding 3 others. He hid out in the sewers for hours under the plant near the interstate before he ultimately surrendered. Next, a classmate of mine was crossing the road my neighborhood was built off of one night when a guy in a minivan decided to pass a car, go 20 over, and struck the kid. He was on a bicycle and unfortunately died that day. Made the national news, and eventually the guy was found. More news came to light that he was an illegal immigrant while he was sentenced. Ended up getting 30 years in prison. He wasn't my friend, but he was a good guy. I still sign the cross when I walk past the memorial set up for him. I returned to my hometown to learn there were now legends about a mysterious mythical person, only to realize it was all based on me. I moved away when I was young, but still spent summers in the town. I was talking to my cousin who was in high school there. The town was small, only one high school. She was telling me the latest gossip. I had made many friends over the past summer who attended that school. I was now in college. Her stories really caught my attention. Several involved a mysterious college woman with a very distinctive signature piece of clothing. This woman apparently blew into town that past summer doing all sorts of wild things, crazy antics, leaving a trail of broken hearts and fights and all sorts of scandal, before disappearing in the fall. There were all sorts of stories related to the antics and continued fallout. Thing is, I was that mystery woman, and only about 2% of the stories were true, if that. The stories were very loosely based on the truth. Just enough that I was certain it was me, but way more insane than ever could have actually happened. After I picked myself up off the floor laughing, I showed my cousin the distinctive signature clothing as proof, and told my cousin the truth, which was pretty boring. The stories were so far blown out of proportion and deviating from the truth. She didn't believe it, or didn't want to. Those stories continued to grow and spread, and this crazy character version of me gained almost mythical status. Several years later, stories about the woman in still were staples in the school. My friends thought it was hysterical, and none of them ever bothered to set the story straight. One even didn't realize she was a character in the infamous stories until I mentioned it. The few that allowed it to be known they were involved had more fun exaggerating the story than correcting it. It's been years now. Last I heard, the mysterious woman is either haunting the second floor men's room, has become one of the teachers at the school, or is cursing or granting romantic luck to anyone wearing a similar item of clothing. There was even a comic strip in the school paper about the character at one point. Ironically, one of the friends involved is actually a teacher there now. So my brother is about 20 years older than I am. When he was about 20, a teen girl in our town died. A best friend I had growing up Her mom was a teenager at the time and was best friends with the girl who died and ran in the same ish circle as my brother. So I've learned about this story from them as well as the cold case files. It was my friend's mom's birthday, so there was a party at a local house with a bunch of teens. My brother is at the party as well, showing off his fancy new car. For whatever reason, he lets a guy friend borrow it to go pick up someone, and my friend's mom's best friend decides to go with him. Instead of going to pick up who he said they would, he brought her to a neighboring town and met up with a few friends, 2 of them being brothers. By 10 o'clock that night, she's found dead in the street. She had a broken neck, blunt force trauma to the head, as well as hemorrhaging in her chest. However, at the time, the family was only told about her broken neck. The next day, one of the brothers is also found dead in the river after having a heated argument with his brother on a bridge. Witnesses say that the younger brother was saying no and shaking his head at his older brother throughout most of the day as friends watched them argue. It was the younger brother who died. This seems like a cut and dry case, but no arrests were ever made. The police at the time told the girl's family that it was an accidental death, that she fell out of the moving vehicle. The autopsy also revealed no scrapes on her body. No connections were ever made to the brother who was found dead the next day, and they ruled that it was an accident as well. Apparently, the dude who drove the car was related to the county attorney at the time. The family tried to reopen this case 25 years later, after finding out the truth about her autopsy and injuries, and the sheriff agreed that it should have been ruled a suspicious death, but he then later retracted his statement and said the deaths were accidental, not related, and the case was closed. Not a small town, more like the hood. My next door neighbor, we shall call her Rebecca, and she lived with her granddaughter who we'll call Mariah. Now my neighbor down the road who we'll call Daniel. So Daniel was eerie. It was the way he spoke to me and everyone, but we thought he was just odd, and we are being irrational until one day. So at night, Daniel broke into Rebecca and Mariah's house, took Rebecca out of her house. She was doing nighttime shopping and tried to masturbate to Mariah taking a shower. Mariah is a minor. Now from what I heard in my house, I heard a blood-curdling scream and Rebecca finally opened the door. I ran outside and saw Mariah with a towel and slippers on, Daniel coming outside with a shirt and shoes, no pants. Now I call the cops as I put 2 and 2 together, knew something illegal happened in there, and dialed 911. Anyways, he got arrested after Rebecca beating him up and yelling and cursing, saying she will take them to court. I was also cursing as I know Mariah and Rebecca personally, so skip to tomorrow. I asked Mariah what happened in the bathroom. She said she was in the shower and heard a moan. She peeked out, saw a man she didn't know it was Daniel with no pants jerking off, and she screamed at you know what happened after. Now me and Rebecca discussed therapy and her well-being and the trauma of this. After that we talked to Mariah and she said she'll go to therapy for the trauma. So during high school there was a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. They were both sophomores when I was a freshman, and one day the sister's body ended up in a ditch point. That wasn't the worst part though. The family had an autopsy and someone leaked it. There were bruises all over her body, inflicted on her before she died, meaning she was getting beat by someone while she was attending school. Never found who did it though, and the case got swept under the rug, but I think it was the brother. I don't have any solid evidence, but because she didn't report the abuse she probably knew the person. It wasn't their dad, because he had passed away when they were young and the mom, being a single mother, was always at work. I never really knew them, maybe an occasional hi or how are you doing? But other than that I didn't talk to them, but everybody knew there was something up with that family. One time, and I don't know if this is true or not, but apparently someone saw them after school, and he was not screaming because there were other people around, but kind of whispering into her ear, creepily. Someone also saw him dragging her by the wrist down the street while she was clawing at his hand. Don't know if any of that was true, but I don't know anyone else could have done it. Edit, spelling. Decades ago in the valley I live in, before any colonizers, the chief of one tribe in the valley was notorious for getting bored with his wives and finding a new one in short periods of time, and for attacking other village. Well, the way he would get rid of the current wife was by chucking them off of the peak of one of the mountains close to where their village was situated. He would rapidly do this to whichever wife he was bored with, and most men feared for their own wives' lives. If the chief took fancy in them. One day the chief had fallen for a young woman, got rid of the wife he had, and threw her off the mountain top. The young woman he had then chosen as his wife was from another tribe. He would plan attacks on his own people and other tribes, and was notorious for it. The tribe caught wind of the chief's plan of attack, and they all knew his reputation and what would happen to the woman and their village. The other tribe planned a counter ambush and waited until they could catch the chief before he reached the village, and they succeeded. It is said that the other tribe either took him up his own mountain of death and gave him the same fate he gave so many others, but there are other versions where the other tribe beheaded him and kept his head for spiritual reasons. Mine is gonna get buried here, but I'll tell it anyway, because I love the story. My grandmother grew up on Block Island in New England, off the coast of Rhode Island. It was a very small community with maybe 200 to 300 people, so everyone knew each other. Well, my great grandfather was a lobsterman and had it pretty tight with some local, let's call them, powerful men. Mobsters of some sort, but I never got the real details. One of them ran a bar that my grandmother would go to every day after school. They'd make her a Virgin Shirley temple, and she'd sit on a stool at the bar, and the bartender was very kind to her, keeping her occupied with stories and whatever else until my grandfather got off work. One day, while she was there, a small fight broke out between two of the patrons. The bartender took out a dish towel from his pocket and said, "If you guys don't cut the sheet, I'll rip your fucking eyes out." Not listening and too busy arguing, the aggressor lands a punch on the other patron. So the bartender dips the rag in a rinse bucket, walks around the counter, spins the rag real tight, and cracks it into the aggressor's face. Imagine the fear on my poor grandma's face at 9 years old when the guy turns around with his damn eyeball falling out of his face. The bartender literally whipped the dude's eye out with a dish rag. Always sounded like a Hollywood mobster to me. What a crazy scene. Anyway, word got around. My great grandfather was furious, and my grandmother never went back to the bar. That bar was a mob pit. Charleston, WV. It's a city, but a small one. There is a place called Keller's Men's Shop, very well known around town and sells high quality stuff. A longtime worker there named Kathy was apparently a pretty lady, and one of the employees, Charles Eugene, was enamored with her. She disappeared one day and wasn't found for 2 years. One day Eugene's son was filling in a sinkhole in his dad's backyard and found human remains. Turns out he had made an advance, was rejected, and strangled her to death. His defense? She asked him to strangle her to death. Yep, you read that correctly, and put her in the sinkhole in his backyard. I bought a suit and a pair of shoes there. I'm fairly certain he was the old man that sold me my shoes, as his face was incredibly familiar to me, and the timeline fits. He died in 2017 after being sentenced to life in prison. Here is an article. I live in a seaside town where they have these little concrete huts with a bench dotted all along the seafront, mainly out the more secluded posher side of the beach. In the daytime they're used by families and elderly people who just want to sit down. By night they are sometimes used by a small group of homeless people as shelter. An early morning jogger was exercising down the seafront when they noticed something strange coming from one of the huts. By closer inspection it was a mutilated body. Turns out a homeless woman, who was a mother, was attacked, raped, beaten, killed, cut in half, and then set on fire. I remember there was uproar as an empty pram was found close by, but thankfully when they eyed her they realized that she just used the pram to cart her things around, and her children were safely with their father. The killer was never found, and you can barely find any information on it these days. It's like it was just swept under the rug and forgotten about. Maybe because our town hosts a lot of tourists. Really sad though. This was when I was 9 years old. A couple in my town were arguing over random things that usually ended in one of them leaving in the car. The couple would start arguing in the middle of the night and would end up arguing outside in the front yard. They even had the cops called on them a couple of times from noise complaints. This happened for about a month until the girl decided that she was done and was going to move out. The guy didn't like this and started an argument about how she was about to ruin their perfect relationship. The girl was still set on leaving, so the guy pulled out a gun. The girl ran out the front door and threw a couple of yards yelling for help while he was chasing after her. One of my neighbors, an older man who could definitely take care of himself, came outside and tackled the guy while the girl ran to my grandma's house to get her to call the police. The guy ended up getting away from my neighbor and ended up jumping on top of the girl by the time my grandma got to the door. Now this is out in the south, so my grandma has some guns / knows how to shoot them. My grandma told the guy that she had the police on the line and that if he didn't leave her property she would shoot him. The guy ignored her, shot the girl twice in the knee, and then said remember this is your fault, and shot himself in the head. The police later showed up, and the girl was airlifted to a hospital, and was later released with an almost full recovery. She no longer lives in the town, and has since gotten into a better relationship with a nice guy, and has a 5-year-old son. Myself and a few friends used to go drinking at the same bar constantly. We would go shoot pool, and typically drink until the bars closed, sometimes even after, so we understandably met quite a few people over the years. We had a really tight group of friends that worked in the service industry, a few of which worked at this one steakhouse together. One of the guys in that group would come out to the bar and shoot pool with us, so we got on pretty friendly terms with him. He seemed nice enough. He even gave me a ride home once or twice when I was a little too swifty to walk all the way home. Well, it turns out he was linked to an 8 or 9 year unsolved murder / rape. He forced himself onto this poor girl, then stabbed her 60 times, and apparently didn't stop after she was clearly dead. Incredibly sickening. He left DNA evidence everywhere but didn't have any convicted priors, so was therefore not in the system. They tried testing everyone in the trailer park it took place in, but he somehow went under the radar. Years later they had narrowed down who they were looking for using some kind of genealogy tools. Police then narrowed their band to people fitting the description, eventually deciding on him, tailed him until they could get DNA evidence which he accidentally gave them by flicking out a cigarette, but then arrested him when they got the DNA match. Anyways, the fact that I used to drink with a guy for a solid couple of years, got rides home from him, and used to say hey every time we saw each other, only to find out later this guy was secretly a murderer, made us all feel super weird. Sorry if this was long-winded. The only way I could figure out how to write it out was to write it like I was speaking it. I'm not a very good storyteller. I'm from a small Midwestern town, and a girl I was friends with growing up was convicted of murdering her baby shortly after giving birth in secret. She was working in a daycare and going to school for early childhood education. She had searched how to cause a miscarriage / stillbirth, but denied knowing she was pregnant until she gave birth, and even tried covering that up while getting medical care for out of nowhere bleeding. She had a pretty good family, and it was a huge shock. The family and friends compared her to, I shit you not, MLK Jr. and Jesus, and said justice wasn't served when she was convicted, and it wasn't right she was found guilty. She got something like 40 years in prison. People still visit her and write to her and tell her how amazing and strong she is. She's in a child loss and grief support group in prison, which feels dirty to me, but hopefully she's getting some kind of help. There are several stories. The first one was around 4 to 6 years ago. I live in a relatively small town with 4 elementary schools. At one of the schools, there was a social worker who helped with kids, and helped mainly the special needs kids. One day, she is told to have not shown up, and it's been a couple of days. Apparently, her husband had stabbed her and she died. This was one of the biggest things to have happened to our town. Another thing was a hit and run by our bakery. An older person, can't remember who, but I think a male. He hit a woman and I believe she died right there. He either got away, but I think he got arrested later. Last one was another hit and run, but this one is with a kid. This kid at the school had some behavioral issues and had some problems as well as not talking that much. One night he ran outside of his home and a car hit him and left him for dead. He was taken to the hospital and luckily didn't die. It wasn't several weeks later until this woman either got turned in or turned herself in. This was only last year. Not where I grew up, but about my college campus. School is over 200 years old, and through the years as it expanded its campus, I guess they essentially got people kicked out of their homes, so the properties could be part of the college. Whatever the case, one gentleman refused to leave his home, and one night he was found hanged on the top floor of the house. The school ended up not buying his property. How thoughtful of them. But next door houses and preceding street were part of campus. This was all about 100 or so years ago. Not sure of the exact time frame tbh. The law is that the house, which lays completely dormant, but the school does not own it, is haunted, and every student, myself included, has their own scary experience with it. My personal experience was I was in a film class with a friend, and we had to do documentaries. The class was shitty. Prof had us working alone instead of in crews. I had film experience and my friend had none, so I helped him out. He wanted to do a film about the house. One day, while riding his longboard to some city building to get information about the property, he went over a crack and the board rolled into the street, gets crushed by a bus. He walks the rest of the way to the building and takes the bus back to campus. Anyways, later that day we are filming in front of the house. Again, cheaty film class didn't even give us cameras, so I'm filming my friend on my phone. We stand on the front steps of the house and my friend says on camera, "Okay, so there's this house," and immediately my phone battery dies. It was a new phone and charged about 80 or so %. Definition: not a hardware malfunction. You do the math, people. The most recent one was a relatively high-profile story involving 3 members of the football team beating up another teammate at an underage party. The 3 ganged up on one, gave him a severe concussion, and left him passed out in the bathroom. 2 of the 3 attackers were charged and convicted as adults. The kid who was attacked and his dad moved back to his hometown halfway through his senior year, which is a sad way to end your youth on both accounts. One of the attackers has since been charged in at least 2 other assault cases. He will probably be going to jail for a long time soon. I left town 10 years ago, but to me it really exposed the rift between the popular kids, who had connections at school, parent was teacher, staff or local business owner, and the rest of the students. It also exposed the pervasiveness of underage drinking among students in the district and the nature of what was happening at parties. The football team did well this year and probably would have advanced in the state tournament if it weren't for COVID-19. A football team is certainly a rallying point for small towns through thick and thin. This is a story my grandmother told me that was a darker part of the family history. Now this took place during the Trail of Tears era of history. My great-great-great-grandfather and his family refused to be moved from their land. They were one of the few families left in the tribe that were still refusing to be moved. So the cavalry was called in. They ended up getting impatient. They attacked, raped, and ended up killing one of my grandfather's daughters. My grandfather obviously didn't take kindly to this. He ended up bringing a bunch of spiked whiskey to their camp in the morning after. Later in the night most of the soldiers had passed out from it. The few that were on guard duty that hadn't taken anywhere the first he got to, he shot one in the eye and tomahawked the other in the head. Then he went from tent to tent, cutting the throats of the passed out men, then cut off their genitals and put them in the mouths of their corpses. He ended up killing every man in the unit, but 2 that had come back from doing rounds of the area. They saw some of the corpses and fled. The next group that came ended up capturing and firing squaring my grandfather, but they treated the remaining families with respect and let them move at their own pace to the reservation. My grandmother said she honestly think our family and the remaining other families probably would have ended up murdered by the 1st Cavalry Unit if not for my grandfather's rage at what had happened and his actions. So, while it's a dark family story, it's one that probably made it where our family survived to even tell it. Our pastor turned out to be a bit off-aisle. For 8 years he was the best thing that happened to our town, as is usually the case. Before he came here, he'd been doing lots for a different church in the province just west of us, so he came with recommendations. He got caught after leaving his phone in his bathroom, where some underage girls were changing into their swimsuits. They found the phone and confronted him, but he played it off. Nothing happened for a couple years. This is what I heard, until one of the girls mentioned the incident at school. Teachers talked to the parents, who talked to the cops. An investigation was launched. Took a few months to collect all the evidence. He was arrested for multiple counts of verism, all on his computer. He and his wife divorced. She was especially horrified because they'd been talking about adopting. He got out a few years ago. Haven't heard anything since. 2 secrets. 1 point, we have a few racists in this town. I saw a senior guy yell a slur at a black man at our grocery store too. Our mental health clinic is shitty. I've had multiple bad experiences with therapists and a psychiatrist. One of them was a homophobic Bible thumping moron. Told me they did gay conversion therapy with other patients and told me my sexuality was a fetish. Another one outright verbally abused me, sprinkling random insults into our one and only session I had with him. Told me I was stupid and I looked like a horse. He was a pose. I have tried to make a complaint about problems there, but they ignored it. Didn't take my word cause I didn't have evidence to back it up, or maybe I needed a lawyer or something. But it was too much work to try to do that, and by the end I felt burnt out and embarrassed for trying to say anything. Point, I currently have a therapist from there who is alright, but she has been pushing me to talk to my spirit guide and I'm not a spiritual person. I find it irritating that she is trying to insert spirituality into our sessions. But she's all I have, and she's still helpful in other ways. Something I'll have to talk to her about, I guess. When I was in kindergarten, we got a new girl in class. In short order, her mom gets a job at City Hall. Dad starts working for the police department. Through a series of odd events, she becomes town clerk, and he becomes police chief. Turns out they had moved from another small town, where they held similar positions, clerk and mayor. When they left their home, the kids, 3 girls, 2 in upper elementary and middle school, told everyone how they left in the middle of the night. They commented 15-ish years later that they went back to the house and their shoes were still sitting by the door, pictures still hanging on the fridge, things still in their bedroom where they left them. They literally got up point in the middle point of the night and left everything they owned. The only reason they went back was because the property was being aborted because people were making meth inside. The house was literally abandoned. They never even sold it, presumably because they couldn't go back to clean it out. Rumor was that they were embezzling money and we assumed to get caught. In my town, the clerk controls the payroll and PTO of the police dept, i.e. her husband and 2 sons-in-law by this point. Questionable salaries for both. Odd elections. Very sketchy. Got a ton actually. It's not so much a small town anymore and had a huge population boom the past 5 years, but the high school was sort of community owned. Pretty much every wealthy person in town had a hand in the school and their portraits were all over. This led to a lot of events suddenly vanishing. Point, the biggest was the principal trying to seduce the English teacher. She claimed she was going to find a reason to fire him if he didn't sleep with her. He quit and publicly announced everything. About 2 days later all the news was gone, and it was like it never happened. Point, before that the football coach and the previous principal got caught hooking up in her office. Again, never left the school halls. Couple other smaller ones. A teacher and student had a consensual relationship. The student was 18, the teacher was around 30-ish, so it was mostly just a policy issue. They're still together 6 years later. Then a few bomb threats, shooting threats, and a lot of sexual assaults between students. The point is, the wealthy people who had money in the school hid and covered up everything. It's just sort of an open secret amongst residents. Obviously issues were always dealt with, but just kept extremely quiet. The school has a really good reputation outside of the town. Massive, wealthy, great football program. I can see why they hid stuff. Doesn't revolve around a small town as much, but this did involve my family. While we were living in a small town, point, we had moved to a really tiny place in Kentucky and were looking for a house. We found a pretty nice one on a good plot of land for super cheap, so of course we were all over it. The reason for it being so cheap is because the owners were getting a divorce. Point, here's the kicker. Why they were getting a divorce. Point, apparently the husband was really abusive and his wife tried to leave him. When she tried, he held her hostage for 3 days and beat her. She eventually found his gun and shot him several times and sent him to the hospital, and all of this was reported by their 11-year-old son. It was awful. Point, the husband didn't end up dying, and a year later they got back together. Then he died of a tick bite, and that was the end of that point. We found this out when we had to change some of the windows because they had broken places that looked suspiciously like bullet holes. AHH. Kentucky. You know who you are. I understand why you burned the house down. I don't know, but that song Norwegian Wood by the Beatles is definitely worth analyzing. Like, if you played it for someone romantically, it means like our relationship is fed, or the guy goes to her house and she doesn't have a chair for him. She has to work in the morning. She can't afford a chair most likely. Did he take a bath financially? When he gets on the rug there are sexy shenanigans. Then he gets pissed and burns down her house. He does it because it makes no sense to him. She had the finest Norwegian home, but she simply could not afford a chair for him. So he burns the place down. Could they have talked about it? Because she was super tired going to work every day and would have totally gotten that chair, but there were some very big things in her way. I think when it burned down she didn't even notice. She was probably late to work and her dress was on fire, but it's very important to get to work. The blisters and burns weren't that noticeable. She really had to get to work. I'm not sure what happened. I think he might have picked up the phone and some things were explained in what's called communication. If people were blocking that call, they decided that was not ethical or legal because she did not give anyone permission to block his calls. After all, she worked with illness almost constantly. Her house was on fire, had no chair, and her dude took a bath financially. There were sexy shenanigans on the rug, but marriage, children, or even a break from constantly working didn't exactly happen. So our point, at least a conversation could happen. She's not mad. And that other Beatles song, where she couldn't even get work anymore and lived at a women's shelter when she got older, was even worse. So not to complain, she always liked working. It was just very important to focus on that, as she couldn't even get a chair, let alone food. It pretty dangerous to complain though, because that other Beatles song happened, and that song was great where she burns down the women's shelter. Then the best song later was where she is living in a shopping cart. The songs just keep getting better. Then it's a song about a spot under a freeway overpass. The Norwegian Wood house that got burned down has gone from working constantly and starving a burning home with no chair to a women's shelter to outside in a shopping cart to a freeway overpass. She thinks to herself, perhaps losing love and working constantly and my house burning down and no chair or even food was not so bad. It's getting really bad for women. Women have hurt me and men helped. I think blocking phone calls is abusive and illegal. Can someone put the call through? Can this conversation happen when I'm not broken from insanity? Sandra Lay.